Good morning. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing same in the Omaha World Herald, OPPD Outlets newsletter, OPPD.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on June 10th, 2022. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and the OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss two topics. The first, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, and the second, Security Awareness and Threat Assessment. We will conclude this morning's closed session no later than 9:50 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Yes, we do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:01 a.m., to discuss two topics. One, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, and two, Security Awareness and Threat Assessment. With respect to the Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves matters that are confidential and protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine, and involve the discussion of security for district property and utility infrastructure information. With respect to the security awareness and threat assessment discussion, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves deployment of security personnel or devices and matters that involve security for district property and utility infrastructure information, and may include vulnerability assessments or response plans that are intended to prevent or mitigate criminal acts, the public disclosure of which would create a substantial likelihood of endangering public safety or property. Do I have a second?
Second.
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder. Motion carried.
The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding two topics, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update and Security Awareness and Threat Assessment. No votes or other actions will be taken. So at this time, public attendees will be removed from the WebEx event, and we'll stop the WebEx event recording. Okay, we're back. It's 10 a.m. and we need a motion and second to reconvene an open session.
So moved.
Second.
Ed Centers?
Bogner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Howard. I think she had to briefly depart, but I'll note her as absent at the moment. Mulhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder. Motion carried.
The motion to come out of closed session at 10 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion of two topics, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update and Security Awareness and Threat Assessment. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Earlier, before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. Members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, Please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committees meeting. We will take public comments at the board meeting on Thursday, June 16th, which will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5 p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events by going to OPPD. We want to encourage everyone to wear a mask and to get vaccinated. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Sarah Howard, Ginny Smolhoff, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. We also have President and CEO Javier Fernandez, our General Counsel Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and members of our executive leadership team and OPPD staff. Currently, we have, looks like 11 attendees in the meeting consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. We conducted a closed session earlier to discuss two topics. The first, Enterprise Risk Management Quarterly Update, and the second, Security Awareness and Threat Assessment. Today, we will hear the following committee reports. Director Moody will provide the governance report. Director Yoder will provide the finance report. Director Williams will provide the systems management and nuclear oversight report, and Director Molhoff will provide the public information report. Javier Fernandez will now give the safety briefing.
Certainly. Thank you, Director Molhoff. For our safety kickoff, it's I think we showed these graphs last month for the first time. It's the same graphs. I'm going to remind everyone to please, regardless of your location, whether you're at an OPPD facility, you're at home, or in any other facility, make sure that you have taken the time to locate fire extinguishers, first aid kits, AED kits, all the exits, especially those exits that you don't use very often, those that are not the main exits. Make sure that you understand where the emergency exits are. Should you have a reason to evacuate the place that you're in. Look for other environmental hazards. In this case, if you're in an office environment, we're talking about cords that you could trip on, or misplaced furniture that could block your way if you have to exit in an emergency. If you're not feeling well, you're feeling ill, or not for some reason during the course of the call, you're not feeling well, please make sure that someone on the call has information to assist you. Especially if you're alone at home or at your place of work, we won't be able to assist you if we don't have your address or phone number of someone that can assist you. So while preserving privacy, a good recommendation, a good practice in these virtual WebEx environment is always make sure that someone on the call knows how to assist you. And last but not least, on the physical safety, it's a very unfortunate reminder that we still live in a world that where active shooters are around, and these types of events do happen. So in the case of an active shooter, if you're in an OPPD facility, we refer to those as code 32. If you hear that in an OPPD facility, our protocol is to run, leave the premise as fast as you can. If you cannot do that, then seek shelter and hide, and at the very last resort, fight. That is this physical safety reminder. Then on the psychological safety, I am going to continue to focus on the culture of curiosity. Don't be afraid to ask questions. We are all better off when we ask questions, as basic and as obvious as the response may be. We try to foster that culture of curiosity. Seek to understand as you're sharing your points of view and really listening to other people's points of view. Can we move on to the next slide, Ms. Sanders, please? Safety focus for the month of June. The summer is here. While not technically summer, we still have a week before the official summer starts. It really feels like it. So heat-related illness prevention is our focus for June. Heat illnesses can affect anyone, regardless of your age or physical condition. What I hear continuously from our safety folks is you need to drink water, and you need to drink water about 24 hours before you're scheduled to be working out in hot conditions. So plenty of fluids. Fluid intake is incredibly important. If you just start drinking water while you're about to go work, that's not a good idea. It takes your body needs about 24 hours for that intake to be effective. Storm preparedness. June is a peak month for tornadoes in Nebraska, and we've had our fair share of thunderstorms and high speed winds. Please pay attention to forecasts if you're going to be out and about, especially on the weekends. If you're out, riding your bike or taking a hike, make sure that you have a plan to take shelter if you don't have access to an official shelter. And last, and certainly not least, avoiding sprains, strains, and tears. That this continues to be a focus for OPPD. In addition to operating our heavy machinery and large equipment, it's oftentimes the movements that we're least expecting to cause an injury. It's those that cause an injury. It's lifting boxes. It's starting any job without the proper warm up. It's usually what causes sprains, strains, and tears. So I encourage you all to pay close attention to warming up and to assessing the work area before you start work. That concludes my safety briefing.
Thank you very much. First up, we have the Governance Committee. Director Moody.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Here we go with governance. The governance chair's report, I'll be very brief. Items 1, 2, and 3 are all going to be discussed at different times on the agenda today, so I won't go into those. And number 4, we did not get time for at our governance meeting. That is the chair's report. We're going to move on to corporate officer performance reviews for a few folks. So context as a reminder, we had in-depth discussions about these a month ago in closed session, and then also we had a brief open session, public session discussion about it as well. But we wanted to allow a solid month before taking action because we do have 4 going this time. So we're going to turn it over to you, Mr. Fernandez, to just quick highlight, and then we'll button this thing up, and then these will be on the board action for Thursday. Javier?
Thank you, Director Moody. And as you alluded to, we are packaging these performance reviews and compensation adjustments in a different way than we've done in the past. In the past, we've done each individual VP during at the time of their anniversary, their hiring anniversary. To be more efficient, we decided to make these to group these together. I'm going to talk quickly about Kate Brown, our VP and Chief Information Officer. Really, just some of the highlights. I'm going to talk about the highlights of each one of these individuals. All of them exceeded my expectations. And then I'm going to talk about their salary adjustments. Some highlights on Kate Brown, on her team. The work that her team completed on our fiber network expansion in collaboration with Troy's team is incredible. This used to be an item that we considered of high risk as we were transitioning all of our communications infrastructure from an older technology to fiber technology. We've virtually completed that project. There are a few small pieces that need to be completed, but that is certainly a highlight of Kate Brown and her team's performance during the 2021 period. In addition to that, there was a very involved work on evaluating the convergence between our information technology and our operation technology. Kate masterfully worked towards getting those two worlds together as much as we want to get them together. There are some risks that we had to evaluate, but standing up the Security and Architecture Review Board, the SARB, is incredibly important. We established a new function within Kate's organization that looks at operations technology, really to elevate the standards by which we run all of our technology on operations, regardless of whether it's a generation operation or transmission and distribution. that work was phenomenal, and I want to thank Kate for the work she did. Even though, and the last thing I want to mention, even though facilities now reports to Kevin McCormick, it was during Kate's tenure as responsible for a facilities group that we launched and executed phase 1 of our master's facilities plan, which was not an easy undertaking, and we are learning a lot from that phase 1. Now Kevin McCormick has taken that function and he's moving on with phase 2. But I want to highlight that was a very, very significant milestone that Kate completed in 2021. The next, Scott Foshe, Vice President of Corporate Governance and Strategy. Scott, among the many things that Scott did really well for the district, probably the single biggest accomplishment was the planning and the execution of our Powering the Future 2050 effort. The vision that we were able to come together with, and the document, the rolling out of all of these different components of that vision, all of that was coordinated and executed by Scott Foshe and his team in corporate governance and strategy. Without his leadership, I don't think we would be standing here today with that clear vision that we have on Powering the Future to 2050. Ms. Olson, Vice President of Public Affairs, 2021 was a gigantic year for stakeholder engagement. The board a few years ago challenged Lisa to elevate our performance on stakeholder engagement, and she delivered. Through her leadership, we implemented our OPPDconnect.com and a few other venues, but her team really came to shine in 2021 because we asked her to engage and deploy a robust stakeholder engagement on many fronts. One, probably the most important one, was our pathways to decarbonization, engaging members of the public and carefully designing workshops and feedback loops to really allow for customers to understand the path that we took in 2021 as we developed the Pathways to Decarbonization study, getting feedback from customer owners, from members from the public, and being able to incorporate that feedback into the work the team did. All of these happened through Lisa's team. That process led itself also into the integrated resource planning, which again, I think that's 5 years ago when we did that. There were some areas of opportunity for us to grow in terms of stakeholder engagement. This time around, I think that was one of the areas where we received probably the most positive feedback from stakeholders. So the other thing I'm going to mention on Lisa, and this is on a personal level, as I took over this job, I'm coming into my first year anniversary. 9 days after I took on this job, we got hit by the worst storm on record by OPPD. The work that the entire company did was phenomenal, but I want to call Lisa Olson, and I'm going to call Troy Vai later on Lisa being by my side and helping me tell the story. I hadn't been on the job not even for a month, and I was already in front of TV cameras doing press releases, press conferences, and getting the coaching that I needed to clearly and carefully communicate with the public in time of need. So I want to call out Lisa as a partner that just performed phenomenally well in 2021. And last but not least, Troy Vai. Troy's performance it's an interesting one because for the first half of 2021, he had the really hard task already to be the Vice President of Energy Delivery. And then halfway through 2021, as I took over in my new job, I asked him to significantly expand his scope, and now being our Chief Operations Officer, taking over energy delivery and energy production and nuclear decommissioning. Troy oversees the largest business unit in OPPD, employing just under 1,000 employees are under his purview. The portfolio he has is gigantic, from our distribution network, transmission, generation, and he's also responsible for decommissioning a nuclear plant. His hands are full. He continues to deliver excellent results focused on project execution. I'm going to call out the 7-day restoration efforts on our July 9th storm. and the execution of our planned outages during Storm Uri in February of 2021, those two are highlights of how Troy's team came to shine. And even though it was during tough times and there were many customers who were affected by outages, the response time and what that team prevented us from happening, which is the big massive outages. I think again, Troy Vi led a team that had probably one of the most challenging years that we've had in history, and did that with a really, really good performance. So each one of these individuals have different anniversary dates. So the salary review, the salary proposals that I'm going to share with you now, those are annual compensation adjustments. They will all be prorated depending on going back to what their anniversary date is. But what I'm going to show you right now is the annual compensation adjustment that I am proposing for each one of them. All of them, again, above expectations. So I am sticking to we have a very easy table that we use, where if you have an above expectation performance and your comp ratio, this is your where your salary is compared to the range of your salary, you get assigned a different percentage change. In the case of Kate Brown, Scott Foshe, and Troy Vi, all three of them have an above expectations performance, and they are all under 100% of the midpoint, meaning their current salary is not even at the average at that midpoint of the range of what their position should be. So that allows, based on that table, that allows me to allocate a 4.5% increase. In the case of Lisa Olson, again, above expectations, phenomenal performance. She's been on the roll a little longer. Her midpoint is already above 100%. So that results in a slightly lower salary increases on a percentage basis. But again, I'm trying to stay true to that logic in that table. I'm happy to answer any questions or engage in any conversation that the board may have. Hopefully this is valuable for the board and for the public to understand what an amazing team I have and how blessed I am by having these individuals on our team.
Pausing for questions from colleagues. I see Director Bogner's hand up. Go ahead, Amanda.
I know that when we talk about CEO salary, we talk about it in terms of a ratio over the average staff salary. Do we ever talk about ELT salaries in the same terms? And if so, what's that range that we're looking at here?
I can have Mikkel
So I think there's a specific term for that, and it's like I'm missing it this morning. So,
Mikkel, do you have any comments there?
Director Bogner, thank you for the question. Typically, in the statistics that we look at, that is something that we've limited thus far. Our research or the information that we've gathered, the data is restricted right now to the CEO search or the CEO's compensation. We generally have not done that for the other officers, but I will be able to tell you, just looking at the results that you're seeing, that the officers are about 3 times that of the average employee relative to compensation. And again, outside of OPPD, the number is significantly different or significantly larger. So I think I shared with this group previously that when it comes to CEOs, on average, you're looking at anywhere for smaller companies from 10 times up to 32 times. That is the CEO's compensation compared to that of the average employee. And when it comes to an officer, again, dependent on the size of the organization, you would see a fraction of that. Now, I wouldn't venture to say exactly what that is. I might be able to take an educated guess, but if that's information you're truly interested in getting, I can get that for you.
No need right now. I just wanted to know what that ratio was that we were looking at, and I was just reaffirming that that we're usually well below even the private sector of what those compensation ratios are for our leadership teams. So thank you very much. I am complete.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Colleagues, other questions? Seeing head shake. Two things for me. Question first and then a comment. Question is, so you see, Javier, you referenced the midpoint. So Mikkel, if you could just give us sort of a high-level tour of how we arrive at what those comp ratios are, what the annual review of salaries look like in the marketplace. I don't need the full breadth of it, just kind of a quick overview of how we arrive at what those ranges are.
Yes, thank you, Director Moody. When we are doing what we call comparables, when we're taking comparables, determining the comparables for these positions, we have a slate of companies that we use. So right now we use a tool that was developed by one of the large compensation consulting firms, and they collect data on an annual basis, and they do an extensive amount of research relative to both region as well as to industry. And there are some other factors that we can also cut around to make sure that we are getting appropriate, accurate amounts. So for each of these positions, we look at the data from the perspective of an SPP pool. We consider a CIR pool, that is a Court of Industrial Relations, and how they would look at that, while the Court of Industrial Relations may not be relevant specifically to these officers, we know the companies that might be used. And so we're using similar companies to determine what the average compensation looks like. The compensation band for each role, for each position, both at the executive level as well as elsewhere for rank and file employees, is 20% around a center point. So we get an average for each position using that data, and the range is built around that to be, again, it goes from 20% below up to 20% above. And that's so whenever you hear Javier talk about room to grow within the range, that's what he's referring to. For less experienced officers in the role, potentially you're going to see them at the lower end of that range. And so that's how we get into this situation where there are some officers who are below the midpoint. And then as, of course, you grow into the range, you're getting at the midpoint or even above that.
Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, colleagues, pausing one last time for any questions? We will see this on the agenda on Thursday. It's all one action item, as I understand it, and it also requires a supermajority as well. So just context there as we work our way towards Thursday. Okay, thank you, Javier. Thank you, Mikkel, for answering those questions. We're going to move on to SD15. So as a reminder for the public, we had a closed session today to dig into risks to the district that are that the board needs to pay attention to. Today is our monitoring report. We have a strategic directive number 15 around enterprise risk management, and so as is our practice on an annual basis, we're reviewing how the district is performing with respect to that strategic directive and determining whether or not we are in compliance. So that's what we're going to do today. We're not going to delve into risks necessarily. We're going to look at this at a much higher level. So with all of that said, I'm turning it over to you, Mr. Foshe.
Great. Thank you, Director Moody. Good morning, board, and good morning everyone who's here. Annually, I have the opportunity and really privilege of being able to walk through a compliance report for Sd15 Enterprise Risk Management, and really represent the work of a rather large army of people behind this policy who are ensuring that the work gets done, that the risks are managed in a meaningful way. If we go to the next slide, you'll see the policy Sd15, and I think important, I just want to read it out loud, the very first paragraph, because this will be threaded throughout the entire monitoring, that OPPD shall maintain an enterprise risk management program to perform an independent oversight function of the district's risk management activities to ensure significant risks are identified, assessed, managed, and reported through organizational policies, procedures, and processes to maintain risk exposures with agreed upon risk tolerance levels. This policy, I think it's important to note, was implemented first in July of 2015. It's subsequently been reviewed and revised three additional times by the board, all minor changes, really reflecting titles and reporting relationships. We'll go through in detail the 4 points below. I want to acknowledge Jan Laskowski is joining the conversation today. He really is the director of this program, and he and the army of people, as you'll know a little bit more here shortly, do an incredible job. But also the board of directors is so engaged in this conversation. As you indicated, we had a closed session this morning where we have an opportunity to openly and freely discuss risks that are facing the district, what we're doing about them to manage and to mitigate and to drive them. The executive team for all of their engagement and risks and really championing and understanding and owning that level of risk, the committee chairs and all the committee members behind it. Shaping this program are also two important considerations. One is there is an ISO standard, ISO 31000 risk management system and strategy, and it was really based upon this ISO standard that we established the program to begin with. There's also a group, the Institute of Internal Auditors, that have something called a 3 lines model. Really, this is about effective risk management and provides clarity, thoughts, and best practices globally in terms of the roles and responsibilities you want when it comes to managing risk. While it focuses often on assurance provided by an audit function, it does speak directly to this function, and we do take pride in the fact that we've built our program with this standard as well as the IAA 3 lines model in mind. So let's walk through a little bit about what we're doing. If we could go to the next slide. This slide it may be a little bit of an eye chart, so I'll walk you through it, but this is really ultimately around ensuring that we have the right structure to drive the program. If you start at the bottom of the slide, what you'll notice is that there's 3 ERM working group committees. These committees are established really in alignment with the board. The thought being that by having these types of committees looking at these risks through the champions who also serve as executive liaisons to the committees at the board ultimately has a direct line, and we're ensuring that the most significant risks are being floated up to the board, and that from what we hear from the board talking, the conversations that they're having, we're able to take those into consideration as we identify, manage, and mitigate risks. Each of these committees have an accountable director. So they're really led at that director level of expertise and management. And the committees are accountable to identify, assess, manage, and report. You'll also notice another group that falls outside of ERM, but really is built as a model connected through ERM in terms of thought and discipline, and that's the Security Architecture and Review Board, or the SARB as we call it, that's focused really on security and technology level risks. Again, each one of these are directly in line to make sure that the board has the insight that it needs to provide, and that the board receives the oversight, the information it needs to provide effective oversight. If we go to the next one, as we move from process or the structure, we begin to talk about process. And our accountability through policy here is to ensure the district is maintaining an ERM program that fulfills the policy. Well, clearly there is an Sd15 we're talking about from a monitoring perspective today, but it's also important to mention the ERM policy, which again is driven by an ISO standard to make sure that we are stepping in and stepping up to what we understand to be best practice. We talked about the committees a little bit, but let's get into them a little bit more. On a monthly basis, all 3 ERM working group committees meet and identify, assess risks. And it's important to know that they're cross-functional. So when we talk about independent oversight, the people that sit on these committees are not necessarily the people that are owning the risk or that their activities influence the risk, but rather that they're able to bring independent oversight to champion and challenge the conversations that are happening and ensure that the most independent type of discussions are happening across all of the risks that are being considered. On a quarterly basis, as we know, and as you know, the district's most significant risks are provided to both the senior or executive leadership team. These are orange risks and red risks. We'll get into what that means in just a moment. And then on a quarterly basis, in closed session, the board discussed the most significant risks. Through the process of this conversation, executive leadership is challenged really with 3 questions. Have we identified all risks to a reasonable extent? Are they understood? Do we as a team understand them? Do the organization understand it at the level that they need to understand it? And are the mitigation strategies understood, appropriate, and significant? As I mentioned, the groups meet on a monthly basis. There are a couple of exceptions. On occasion, a meeting needs to be canceled, but I would report that I think that happened only 3 times across all 3 committees over the course of the last 12 months. So 36 roughly less 3 meetings. So the committees are meeting regularly, having thoughtful discussion, and ensuring that the risks are understood. If we move to the next slide, people probably aren't able to see this, but you certainly understand what it represents graphically. It was very important that we establish a risk and update and maintain a risk matrix. This allows for the organization to, across business units, across areas, across committees, have a consistent way of understanding and measuring the significance of risk, and really understanding and measuring the significance of risk in a way that ensures the most important information surfaces through the course of those risks, and that we're able to report them in a timely manner. We talked about reporting them on a quarterly basis, and this is evidence that those quarterly discussions indeed have happened. The most recent, as you alluded to earlier, happening this morning. I would like to highlight a couple of things. One, as we break down our risks through this conversation and measures, we have about 45 risks total that are being actively monitored across all of the committees today. About 21 of those fall into the orange and red side, 10 specifically falling into the red side. So the board has a regular and meaningful conversation around the most significant risks, which equates to about 20% of the overall risks that we have in the organization that we're monitoring and discussing. These red risks, as we talk about, really in general terms, I would say speak to cyber and security, utility infrastructure, market focus and trends, but really understanding what those things are, how they create risk to the district, and what are we doing to manage and mitigate them. Next slide, please. As I know that you're all aware, there are times when the conversations that are being had require or warrant additional discussion, and the policy informs us that we will make ourselves available to have those conversations, and indeed some of those conversations have happened over the course of the year. I do want to highlight a couple of things here. One is we talked about 3 levels of risk ownership, and this is important. The executive leadership, who's an owner, the direct report, who's a risk owner, and the subject matter expert who provides information. Based, as you saw in closed session this morning, thoughtful and engaged discussion happens between the executive leadership team and the board And it's very possible to have additional conversation and depth and level of conversation to various levels of specificity on each of the risks, as is warranted by the information required. Next slide, please. So I think this is also incredibly important. While the policy instructs us to review additional ARM information related to risk activities and strategy on an as-needed basis, this information that comes from this program is incredibly valuable to how we make decisions and ultimately well-informed risk-based decisions. The information that comes from ERM has been leveraged directly into, and thank you for the very kind words earlier, Javier, regarding strategic planning and powering the future to 2050. It also influences resource planning. So when you're looking at and reviewing the corporate operating plan on an annual basis, information coming from risks influenced what our priorities are in the organization, how we fund them, how we resource them to make sure that we're actively and meaningfully mitigating them. Of course, this holds true with capital project prioritization as well. Beyond this, ERM really comes to serve other aspects of the organization, even beyond the program. On a regular basis, the board has received COVID-19 pandemic response updates, and the ERM team has done a meaningful job in terms of analyzing those trends, understanding the implications, and making sure we have the information to make well-informed decisions throughout the entire pandemic. And the polar vortex after action review was also something that was developed and implemented through the ERM team. We include risk management as a regular part of our business discipline. We have a business decision model that we leverage to help free up business cases to help frame up business cases through the organization, and risk management and how it impacts overall risks is included in those determinations. And finally, just from examples, board recommendations have come forth that have included risk-related information, be it power with purpose, originally back in 2019, or spring transmission construction, where we're really taking a look at the bulk electric system and making sure we're sufficiently investing in systems in order to make them reliable, or approval of the corporate operating plan, as I'd mentioned earlier. So if we could go to the next page. I would tee this back over to you, Director Moody, for any comments or questions or to surface the recommendation from the Governance Committee.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Foshe. As was discussed at the Governance Committee meeting, we are aligned with respect to this recommendation. So now is a good time for any questions that the rest of the board has or other color commentary from the Governance Committee on the recommendation or questions on the report. Not seeing any hands. So before we go on to the next slide, buttoning this up again, this will be for board action on Thursday. I believe it's currently on the consent agenda. So we will take action to approve the monitoring report. Let's go to the next slide now, please. So as is our new process, I think it's still new. We're getting used to it. Wanted to pause and see if the board has any additional reflections on, now that we've reviewed the monitoring report, sort of looking ahead a little bit, thoughts on what has been accomplished, challenges, gaps, opportunities, a more sort of far-reaching, overarching conversation question. So any thoughts, comments from colleagues? I see Director Molhoff, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Scott, for this report. What I'm seeing from the report and from what we heard earlier this morning, the challenges are increasing, and especially in society as it's changed. I know that you've added some folks to your staffing, and just want to make sure and touch base that we are well staffed up and we have all the resources in place that we need to implement all the management that we have to do for all the new risks and new challenges that we have in our in these times. So just wanting to know if we as a board can offer additional support, or if you feel like you have enough resources to address the problems that we are looking at.
Director Molhoff, thank you so much for the thoughtful question. I would acknowledge, first of all, that there's so many people across the district that are involved in supporting this. It's really been impactful to see a culture of risk awareness and risk management permeate, I would say, across all levels of the organization and all areas of the organization. So we rely upon those resources on a regular basis to help us get to this space. Of course, there are specific tactical and technical components that we within the ERM program and up through Dan's leadership have to take into consideration as well. There are a couple of things that we are in the process of acquiring across the organization to ensure that that's the case, and I always feel that I have the support that I need to be able to move things forward in a meaningful way in alignment with that vision, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Molhoff, you good?
I'm complete, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Spurgeon.
Just to say how impressive this report is, and to be, I guess I find it reassuring that this enterprise is conducted across the whole utility, that all business units are involved, that people are thinking about this and informing themselves and others. I just find that really reassuring, and compliments to everyone for this really, really fine work. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Spurgeon. Other directors? Okay, I'll button it up by also expressing gratitude and an appreciation for how impressive this work is. Risk is one of those things where generally speaking, you're kind of doing well if nothing's happening, right? It's only when you're not mitigating the risk and you're not prepared that it gets flagged and people start to see it. So the no news is good news is often in this world something that I think about. But to the public, know that we have in-depth conversations, and to Scott's point, I think in a slide or two before, this information is used pervasively in a lot of the decisions that we make. It really does direct and drive a lot of those decisions. So it's extraordinarily important work that the team is doing. So thanks again to all involved.
Thank you.
Okay. Excellent, excellent. Wrapping that up. Thank you all. Thank you, Scott. Going back to the agenda, we are now on to another annual item, our annual health plan report. Again, the governance committee got a very, very brief preview of this last week, so we're excited to bring it to the full board today. Ms. Pinder, you're up.
Thank you, Director Moody. Good morning, all board members. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be before you today to present the annual health plan report. We are required to present this to you based on the Benefits Act that's listed in the Nebraska statute. And so what this essentially is the financials for our health plans. As you might imagine, and you may have seen upon review of the report, we are spending, or I would like to say investing, a tremendous amount of financial resources in providing for health coverage for our employees. And of course, at this point in time, health plans are important for a number of reasons. Well, we definitely want to have one to help us with attracting and retaining employees. But when the Affordable Care Act came into being some years ago, then health plans, especially for companies at our size, this became a mandatory offering. So what I will do today, I'm sure most of you or many of you, if not all of you, have had the opportunity to review the report as was provided. So I'd like to highlight some things in the report. You have both a summary, that is the short version of the report that will be shown on the next page. But additionally, there is an extended version of that that has a bit more detail. As is shown here on the facts on item listed or identified as C, there are two types of reserves. The first one is the incurred but not presented reserve, and that is during the course of administration of a plan such as ours, we have items that may be going through the administrative process, that is with the insurance company, doctors perhaps holding it for a time. We still have responsibility for those things as we have this self-insured plan and we're covering those items. And so when we get to a certain point in time, whether it's at the end of the month or the end of the year, we want to be able to identify what outstanding liability we may have that's still attached or associated with the plan. And so keeping track of what we are calling or what is called, referred to as the incurred but not presented items, we then have to account for that from a financial perspective. The second reserve is a little bit more palatable or easy to understand from my perspective, and that is the monthly claims and expenses. So we budget these medical and dental and prescription claims. We budget those at the beginning of the year with the hope and expectation that we will at least come close to it. Now, of course, because claims are totally dependent on human nature and sometimes based on what may be happening in our own individual lives, it is sometimes very challenging or almost near impossible to predict what these claims are going to do or what they're going to look like. So we look at historical information and data, and we do our very best to somewhat try to predict what those are going to be. And of course, we want to match as much as we possibly can our cash on hand to pay the claims when they in fact become payable. And so any reserves that we may have may be associated with that, whether it's based on some difference for both the claims and the expenses or something of that nature. Mo, would you go to the next page, please? This is the summary that I referred to earlier. This is actually the report. Like I mentioned, there is a more detailed version that you have access to as well. On this particular part of the report, what I would like to highlight is clearly the larger parts of the expenses. So I'd like to speak to the medical, dental, and prescription claims that accounts for a little over $29 million in 2021. And then I'd also like to share a bit of information as to what we're seeing happening in that space as it relates to trending. Before I go on, let me mention that I have with me today two people who are intimately involved with these numbers and with the administration of this plan in the persons of Vicki Lee and Greg Snide. So if you have any questions when we get to that portion, they will be here to assist me with answering those. And I'd also like to thank them for their work in this effort. This is a huge plan, and they are very diligent and conscientious in their efforts to make sure that everything stays intact and that we're doing everything that we're supposed to do. I mentioned last week when I spoke to this that when COVID or the pandemic, when the pandemic hit us a little over 2 years ago, we saw some trending going down relative to our claims, medical claims in particular. I will say that we've also observed that the Prescription claims, we sort of never saw those go down. And as a matter of fact, prescription drug trends continue to increase for obvious reasons. So as medical advancements are made, prescription drugs, we continue to see those going up from a trending perspective. However, based on the fact that many of us were housebound or homebound during the pandemic, we were referring to that case as delayed care. So we did see a decline or a dip related to medical claims. However, last year we did see what I'm referring to as sort of a return to some form of normalcy, and that came predominantly within the second half of the year, where we definitely noted that more people appeared to be going back to the doctor for one reason or the other. We were keeping up as well with the COVID cases as it relates to this. And I will say predominantly, we did not have there was not a whole lot of COVID related cases that was contributing to the claims that we were seeing. Our efforts to continue to have our employees participate in health screenings and flu shots, that's also included in that number of $29 million. And for those of you who are not familiar with that, we actually invite medical professionals from a partnering organization to come to our facilities and actually draw blood and take the vitals of our employees. And it's both from a convenience perspective, but also we want to make sure that our employees are in fact staying healthy, that they know their numbers and things of that nature. So that is a program that I think we have seen much success with. The health screenings as well as flu shots have been done on our campuses, at our facilities. So during the period of COVID, particularly last year, that service was only offered to our critical employees, the employees who were on or at the facilities. All other employees were invited to go to a CHI clinic where we were able to have that done as well. So we were able to have our health screenings and our flu shots done at a facility. I mentioned that during the last part of the year, we did see an increase or a return to normalcy or normal patterns. And actually for us, that is somewhat refreshing. Some places or some companies, even some people may enjoy seeing health numbers or medical claim numbers go down. That is not something that thrills us at all, because we know that if and when that happens, that means that our employees are not in fact going to visit doctors and not necessarily taking care of themselves. So we are happy to see that. From a prescription drug perspective, our plan is predominantly, I'll say, we have mandatory generics in place. As I mentioned, the prescription drugs, the trend is definitely going up. So to the extent that we can direct our employees to using generic name brands that by no means are of a lesser quality, but are the same quality as the name brand or the name brand type drugs, then we tend to do that. That again also helps us in terms of containing costs. Specialty medications for us has accounted for about 45% of the total pharmacy cost. So all that does is punctuates the fact for us that specialty medication is expensive. So we know where a lot of our dollars are going. Now, in some cases, we cannot help that. There are cases where the only drug that is available for an issue, a medical issue or something of that nature will be a specialty medication. And as a result of that, we are going to pay the associated costs with that. I'm going to move briefly now to talk a little bit about our dental claims and what's going on there. The dental claims, relatively speaking, and that's included, our dental claims are included in the $29.2 million that you're seeing here on this page, but those claims only account for about $1.2 million. So much of what I've said already really is referring to medical and prescription claims. The dental costs are less prone to fluctuations, as is the case with medical and prescription drug claims. We have seen flat enrollment in the dental plan, and the program is being used consistently. So market trends, additionally, for the dental program, it does not trend anywhere near what we're seeing for medical, again, and prescription drugs. So we are comfortable with the direction that is going. Having said that, we have made efforts to add a few more benefits onto our dental plan, and that really is just from the perspective of prevalence. So again, our goal and our aim is always to be competitive in this space. So that is where we are relative to that. I'd like to take a minute to pause there. Are there any questions from board members so far?
I'm not seeing any hands, Mikkel.
Okay, I plan on wrapping up soon. We'll just speak to the reduction of expenses very quickly, and then I will definitely be opening up to the board for questions. So relative to reduction of expenses, of course, employees pay or pay premium. There are contributions that are made by employees. There are also premiums that are paid by our employees who are on COBRA. So they are employees, or rather those who have terminated from OPPD, who have elected to stay on our plan, and they pay 100% of their premiums. And that's what's shown there as one of the factors as a reduction of those expenses. We have prescription rebates, and this is a bit of the challenge that we see in this world, because on the front end, prescription drugs are expensive, but on the back end, somewhat, the manufacturers have these rebates and programs that allow us to recoup some of those monies, depending again on volume, usage, and things of that nature. Stop loss reimbursements, of course, that is a very small amount, relatively speaking, but I'd just like to speak again to what that is. And really more so, there's the identification that we do have stop loss coverage in place. So when we speak to reimbursements, that is, we paid more than the amount allowed, either on an individual basis or otherwise. And so OPPD, there may be some type of reduction based on that because we were reimbursed. Again, these are costs or reductions of those expenses that are listed above. If you were to go to the other page, and again, I mentioned that this was sort of a summary form and there's a more detailed form. So Mo, if you were to go to the next page.
I'm sorry, Mikkel, that's not available in this public presentation.
Excellent, thank you very much. Board members, you have access to the details behind this. So it's showing you the breakdown of the $29 million that is between medical, dental, and prescription drugs. It's showing you where that lives. It gives you more detail into OPEB, as well as everything else constitutes those fees and reserve adjustments. So again, that is what we have to present to you. Anxious and eager to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mikkel. Colleagues, questions? I'm not seeing any. Mikkel, thank you for covering that. And I appreciate the context that you provided in terms of how 2020 was comparing to 2021. That was interesting. And that's where some of my questions were, but you answered them proactively. So thank you. Okay, colleagues, I think that therein wraps up our annual health plan report, which means that the governance committee now rests. Back to you, Director Wagner.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have to find my agenda here. Okay, next up we have a finance committee with Director Yoder.
Well, thank you very much. Happy day to you all. The chair's report, when we had our meeting on June 3rd, the chair was, or I was, talked about the schedule. So we have taskmaster that I am. We're meeting on June 29th. And we talked about the reasons for that. It's for our continued effort for Sd2 policy revision. I'm wordsmithing the capture of the June 3rd Finance Committee conversations and expect to have that vision back out to the Finance Committee members this Friday. I want to give my thanks to Mr. Sire and his team for the work he's doing to support the committee's efforts on measurement and affordability language changes. So thank you for that. We touched briefly on the cost of living adjustment report. There are a couple of some changes that will be happening that are in response to the initial look we had on the report before it is finalized and made available to the full board in diligent, I expect. And then a little bit more on that Sd2 rates policy revision. I just want to remind the public and other members of the board that the board as a whole will begin next week, the first of 3 sessions on the rate design principles. That working session is next Wednesday. And that is our focus there are on that section of Sd2 that are subordinate to the goals and vision that we are currently working on now, have been, and will continue to work on June 29th. Okay, that's the chair's report. We're going to tackle that rates monitoring a little bit later, and I think our next agenda item, I get to hand it off to Mr. Bishop for the next 2 items. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you, Director Yoder. We'll be requesting that the board take action and approve the appointment of a new small growth manager this coming Thursday. Just from a process perspective, the trust selection committee makes the recommendation to the finance committee, and then the finance committee approved it here, and we'll be again asking for the board to take action on Thursday. My goal here is just to quickly discuss the process and the outcome that the trust selection committee followed to get us here. I'm going to have John Thurber help me as well. Just for a little bit of background as we look at this, the current small capitalization growth manager, Voya, was downgraded to a not recommend in December of 2021 due to the management associated with that fund transitioning and going to a new investment team. And so we looked at that, got the recommendation from Siegel Marco and agreed that that presents a fairly high risk to the fund moving forward. And so we decided to advance forward with looking to replace them. As we moved forward, again, Siegel Marco facilitates that search for us. The criteria that they follow is located in Diligent just after the materials that we've got here relative to the data sheet. Siegel recommended 3 potential replacement managers: Arrowmark Partners, Frontier Capital Management, and Riverbridge Partners. All candidates came in recommended by Siegel to meet the new criteria that was set by the board. And then Siegel proceeded to produce search books for us. And again, we spent a substantial amount of time interviewing each of the candidates and ultimately came forward with a recommendation to proceed forward with Frontier Capital Management. With that, I was going to see if John, if you wouldn't mind giving us a little bit more detail on the candidate assessments.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Bishop. I would be happy to. And again, I appreciate the efforts. We had board members from the Finance Committee attend our interviews. We interviewed the 3 candidates, and really the reasoning for selecting Frontier Capital Management, it was interesting. They of the 3 candidates, they had the most upside potential, but they also did the best of protecting downside risk. So one of the things that we look at in particular, you can look at returns for the various investment managers, but you want to look at consistency of returns. And you also want to look at what happens in various market environments. Obviously, you probably saw the news. We are now in a bear market, at least in some categories. And so you want to be able to invest in a manager that performs well both in good markets and also in markets that are having a downturn. And so that was one of the things that we thought Frontier did the best at. Not only did they perform well, very well in up markets, but they also were very strong in protecting the returns during down markets. Doesn't mean that you're going to have a positive return during down markets, but what it does mean is that your return may be not as low as it would be for some of the other managers. And so that was a very important consideration as we went through and looked at the 3 managers. And so if you look at that, they had pretty much an average fee strategy or average fee cost compared to the other managers. And also they did have an ESG process that they'd used in developing and ranking their investments as they went through this as part of just their normal investment process, but it was mentioned during the interview process. So with that, the consensus of the committee was to hire Frontier Capital Management as the new small cap growth manager replacing Voya. So I would be happy to answer any questions regarding the hire of Frontier.
Do any of the board members have any questions or comments? Seeing shaking of hands and heads and no hands. Yeah, my comment here is that we've got a sound plan and policy. We have a strong review partnership. Good staff, good external consultants, and good committee review, and it's leading to good stewardship of funds. And the finance committee is, as was already said, is recommending that this be a favorable action on next Thursday. Thank you. Next item, maybe.
Excellent. Yeah, just one other point on that, Director Yoder. I do want to acknowledge the folks that are on the selection committee. We've got John Thurber as the chair, Laura Langford, and also Mikkel as voting members. I'm the executive sponsor, but then as it relates to guests, both Director Yoder and Director Spurgeon were very actively engaged in the process. And again, this took a considerable amount of time. So appreciate everyone's efforts to get this across the line.
Yeah, and I'll add my thanks to John Petroulis as well for pinch hitting there while John Thurber was out on the finance committee. So and providing excellent comments as well.
Okay, looking at the next item in front of us, we've got the appointment of the private credit investment manager for the retirement fund. Again, we'll be requesting that the board approve appointment for 2 private credit managers on Thursday. Wanted to give just a quick background in terms of the process that we followed. So there was the asset liability study that was done by Siegel Marco during 2021. As a result of that study, the recommendation came back to add private credit as a new asset class and then also remove global fixed income. And At the time we explained, but I'll point it out again in terms of why that decision was made. And the idea was to improve the return to risk profile for our portfolio. Again, it was seen as a prudent addition and replacement for global fixed income. And so as we look at, what is private credit, it's directional loans made to small private companies that cannot access public markets. Again, so a less liquid market. What we do see in terms of those investments, you get projected to have a higher annual returns and with minimal increase in volatility. Again, we want to make sure that we're providing the right return, but also equating the appropriate risk and offsetting that as well, not exposing ourselves to risk unnecessarily. The loans are generally variable rate or senior lien, and the interest distributions are paid regularly. So that was presented in January of 2022. So earlier this year, the board approved the modification to our investment policy, which provided that we could invest in private credit. Following that, Siegel Marco went through their process and came up with 3 potential managers, Corbin Capital Partners, First Eagle Alternative Credit, and Neuberger Berman. Again, all of them were recommended. The process that was utilized by Siegel in terms of the criteria, again, that's attached in Diligent. Folks can reference that at their liking. And with that, going through the trust selection committee, we recommended moving forward with 2, and I'm going to have John walk us through the rationale for that, but the recommendation was to move forward with Corbin Capital Management and Neuberger Berman. So with that, John, do you mind providing us more insights on the candidate assessments?
Certainly. Thank you. And again, I appreciate the entire trust selection committee and the finance committee members that participated in the interviews that we had here in mid-May with the potential candidates. And I would say that all of these candidates, the committee felt, did a very, very strong job in their interviews, and all of them would be very good candidates to add to the portfolio. But we couldn't add all 3. So what the committee decided to do, and this was really a recommendation from Siegel Marco, was to add 2. And the reason for that, and I'll get into that, we look at Neuberger Berman as being kind of the base, what I would say is the kind of a base or core private credit manager. And with that, I would at least like to point out that Neuberger Berman is on watch as our high yield manager. We do have monies with them, and they are on watch for that. So the question might be, well, why are we looking at hiring Neuberger Berman in another category? Well, really, it's not the firm that is the concern for us on the high yield fixed income investments. It's really just the performance that hasn't been as strong as we would like. And I would note that Neuberger Berman has slightly not met the criteria. They haven't been a terrible firm under the high yield investments. So certainly we're hopeful that their performance will improve. Here, they're on watch this year, and we'll make a final decision in 2023 about that, about their continued relationship with us on the high yield side. But I did want to at least bring that up if there was a question about why we would be potentially hiring a manager that is on watch in another category. Again, this is just strictly a performance on high yield on the other category. Siegel has complete confidence in the organization of Neuberger Berman. With that, I would just again emphasize Neuberger Berman is what we consider to be kind of a core private credit manager, in that they are really focused on safety and security of the return of the money that is lent under the private credits. In fact, surprisingly, their default rates have been less than 1% on the investments that have been part of these private credit loans that have been made under Neuberger Berman. And so that's an exceedingly low default rate. They use senior loans so that they are paid off first if there's any problems with them. The returns are a little bit lower than what we're seeing with Corbin Partners, and I'll get into that a little bit, but But with that, we felt as a first step into this new asset class, private credit, that it made sense to make our initial investment, a significant portion of the initial investment, in a very, what we consider to be secure category. And I would just point out that the category still is going to be projected to be earning somewhere between 8 and 10% a year return on our investment. So with that, it's still a very high return investment, but not quite as high as what we're looking at under Corbin. Corbin is a little bit unique under these firms. Corbin is not affiliated with a private equity manager. A lot of these investments, you have a private equity manager that has an investment in a company, and they need some kind of capital. They'll borrow money on the private credit side. So there's an affiliation there. Corbin is not affiliated with a private equity manager, so they go out and they look for what they consider to be the best and the highest returned assets as far as investments and loans to various companies. And so when they do that, they also have a very rigorous risk profile. They look at very high payoff, high secure loan companies, but their returns are slightly higher than what they see under Neuberger Berman. So with Siegel's recommendation, our recommendation would be is to invest 80% of our private credit capital under Neuberger Berman, and then the remaining 20% with Corbin Partners. That would be approximately $80 million with Neuberger Berman and approximately $20 million with Corbin Partners. Again, the real reason is we wanted to place most of our investments in what we consider to be the lowest risk portion, that's Neuberger, and then kind of step in with some of the higher return portion, but a smaller amount in the Corbin Capital Partners. So with that, I know that's a lot of information on these two investments. We feel very good about all three of these, but we felt this was the best strategy for OPPD going forward. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Board members, any questions? I just want to underscore that this is a new area of investment for OPPD. I think it's exciting, actually. Our last new investment wasn't that long ago, was real estate, and look at what happened the last quarter. That was a wise choice for that quarter, but you don't make your decisions on one quarter. I just think it's good diversification. I'm excited about it, and again, process is according to the policy. We've got a good team reviewing it, and I think it's evidence that we're providing good stewardship of the funds. Any last call for comments? Okay, once again, this is an action item on Thursday. So thank you. Any closing comments from Mr. Thurber or Mr. Bishop? All right.
No, thank you.
Let's go ahead then and move on to the Sd2 Monitoring Report. There we go. I guess I'm not going to give it more of a tee up than that. Mr. Bishop, are you prepared to move this forward?
I am, or do we want, I'm open for whatever the board desires.
I think that we're early enough that we'd like to move forward with SD2 now, and then we'll break for lunch.
Okay, that sounds great. Well, fantastic. I'm excited to present the SD2 Monitoring Report. We have a very good story to tell. Before I jump into the report, I did want to take a moment to provide a few observations. This will be my first time going through one of these. I can't use that again next year, so I'm going to use it this time. But I do want to commend the board and management for their focus on rates and affordability through the SD2 process. I think it's fantastic. When I look back at working at other public power entities or investor-owned utilities, they haven't tackled it in this level of detail or with this level of focus. So again, It's fantastic to be a leader in this area. And as a matter of fact, recently we had a request come through LPPC where the CEOs were interested in seeing specifically how do we look at affordability. And so again, I think it really should be a feather in the board and management's cap in terms of the focus that is had around rates and affordability. And specifically, as we look at the level of detail that's come over the course of time, breaking things down by customer class, electricity burden by geographical location, there's been a ton of incremental work that's been done over the years. So my hat goes off to those who have produced that in the past and continue to challenge. And with that, I would highlight that the teams that we've got that are doing this work, the pricing and rates team, the product development and marketing groups that are really pushing forward and working on this, I'd say that they're proud of the work but not satisfied. We continue to press on in different areas. Well, as Director Yoder had highlighted, we'll be doing the rate design project. We'll have that kicked off next week, full day session. But again, just really getting into rates, the components that come into play, making sure that we're looking at the principles, there's alignment, and we've got good direction moving forward. Again, that's the hard work that folks are bringing to the table. And then similarly on the PD&M side, the customer assistance programs, they're going to be presenting a very robust presentation on that coming up in August, and we're working hand in hand with the pricing and rates team as we continue to move forward. So with that, we'll jump right into it. So we've got the directive, and again, this is really focusing on rates and affordability. And what it does is it gives us a directional target, which is based on being 20% below a benchmark, which in this case is defined as the West North Central region. The West North Central region is defined by EIA, and specifically we'll go through that in a little bit more in detail, but EIA you're going to hear referenced throughout the report. That's the U.S. Energy and Information Administration. And with that, we go through and we have 6 principles that we'll walk through in good detail. Oh, can we go to the next slide? So as we look at the directional target, again, I think it's useful to talk for a moment and give some background. When we look at this, you'll see that one, leading into this, there's no general rate increases for 2017 through 2021, and that's going to be the information that we're going to report upon here, and I'm going to provide one point of clarity around that. But I do want to again highlight the work that it takes to have no general rate increase. Huge amount of work in light of increasing costs, different programs that are trying to be advanced and trying to balance all of that out. It takes a full enterprise effort. All employees deserve credit in making that happen. Again, that's a good benefit and it's something that we should be proud of. But again, the people that benefit that are our customer owners. We did have one item to update as we had looked at our directional target. At the end of 2021, we did approve a rate increase, which became effective in 2022. So we needed to adjust the directional target, which said no general rate increases, and remove that and make it just time specific to when that was in play. One item I did want to note in terms of the data, not to get too administrative, but when we look at the information that is being presented today, that's going to be data through 2020. And naturally, we got a lot of questions about, well, why can't you provide the 2021 data? That information isn't finalized and provided by EIA until September, so 3 months from now. So just bear that in mind as we're looking through the report. You'll be looking at 2021 data or 2020 data results. And I will also be diligent to remind us if there's any things that will be forthcoming in 2021 that we should be forecasting in our minds. And then we talk about the comparison against the West North Central region. Again, that's defined by EIA. It's North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, and Nebraska geographically. Tight with us, and we'll talk through what that means in terms of some of the different weather patterns and different elements that they experience as we go through this report. Mo, if we could go to the next slide. All right, so how do we compare against the West North Central? And first, it's important to think about what are we looking at. So we've got time-elapsed view over 10 years. The data in this case is total dollars of billed retail sales across all of our customer classes divided by the total retail sales in the year. So this doesn't include off-system sales. This is just retail. It doesn't highlight what each customer is going to pay in each rate class. Again, we'll provide that as a breakout here in a moment. And it doesn't tell what the customer bill is. This is just a rate. And again, we'll get to that information here in just a moment. As we look at how we actually did, OPPD is going to be the black line, thick black line. You can see that we're second to lowest in the West North Central at 8.84 cents per kilowatt hour in 2020, which is 8.8% below the West North Central average. So we're very excited about that. Great outcome for our customers. I did want to highlight a couple items that will be themes as we go through and start to break apart the data and look at the different comparisons against the different customer classes. And so you'll note that there's one below us. It's North Dakota. And the team was busily looking back at the EIA data, trying to figure out exactly what the cause of that was. And the best we can see from the information that we're able to find at this point was it's in the industrial class. Fairly large change in terms of the amount of increase in energy and a drop in revenue. We believe it's likely a data center, a large customer, and there may have been some rate structures that came into play. But that was a new piece that happened as it relates to North Dakota going beneath us in 2020. It's also worth to note that you'll see a drop in Kansas and Missouri. And again, this will be a theme as we look at the different impacts by customer class. That happened in 2018 to 2019, and again, as highlighted in prior reports, that's the merger of Westar Energy and Kansas Power and Light, KPL, when they formed Evergy. As a result of that, oftentimes there's requirements in terms of merger benefits that get provided to customers, changes in tax codes, and also oftentimes a stay-out period for rate increases. And so overall, that's seen as a benefit to customers, which we can see here happened in 2018 and 2019, just as a data point if you're looking at the information. General observation, though, when we look at this directional target, obviously, when we look at the folks that comprise it, we're not hitting the 20% below. It's actually the distribution when we look at those comparisons, you see that we have a fairly tight distribution. So that makes me feel good that we have a relatively good comparison. We are at the bottom, but we want to still continue to improve. We're 8.8% below, but again, we still want to continue to work towards the 20% over the course of time. With that, I'll open it up to questions.
Unmuted here. Director Bogner, I see you have a hand up. Oh.
And then I quickly lowered it.
And then you lowered it. Yeah.
I might have a question here in a moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have a few more slides coming up, so no problem.
All right. Mo, can you take us to the next slide, please? So this is more of the calculation that I talked about a moment ago. Again, I do want to take a moment and talk about EIA. Why do we use EIA? Again, we want to make sure that data integrity is key in this process. And it ensures that we have consistency and comparability when we're looking at the data. And again, we're able to then look at what's reported and actually calculate it across different states and utilities. So again, it's an important piece to ensure that we've got a solid data set. Again, the calculation we've highlighted here, I do want to highlight that it includes customer charge, energy charge, and demand charges. It does not include late payments, open account charges, and other charges. I will say this, I think it's a good data set for us to use. It's not perfect, but it does, again, provide good comparability across the industry. All right, Mo, let's go to the next slide. Before we jump into the breakdown by customer class, there are a few important concepts that I'd like to cover. And the first is really going to be a question when people look at the data, they're going to go, well, why does the average price per kilowatt hour vary by customer class? You know, why are we seeing that residential pays a higher rate on average than industrial? And I have to say this question comes up for every utility. They wrestle with it, specifically trying to explain it. And so we want to take a moment just to provide people good clarity on that. This is something that us as employees at OPPD will expect to get questions on. You as board members will also be getting questions on. So again, it's worthwhile to stop for a moment and explain why this exists. And so when we look at it, there's a couple factors that come into play, but the largest driver is really load factor. And when we define load factor, high load factors indicate high utilization of system capacity. Customers with higher load factor utilize the system more efficiently. Higher load factor customers often and appropriately translate into lower average cost per kilowatt hour while still bearing the equitable amounts of system costs. Well, what does that really mean? Let's give an example. And again, when we think through this, I'm going to utilize, again, an industrial customer. This is made up. But when we look at, for example, a data center, they consume effectively the same amount of power 24/7. They likely would have a load factor of 95%. They're using the full capacity of the system that we have in place to deliver to them at a peak 95% of the time. So again, the investment that we make is highly utilized for them. Conversely, if we look at a residential customer, and again, it varies depending upon use, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But if you look at, let's say, for example, my family, we don't use the system in the same way. The usage swings dramatically during the course of the day, but yet we still have to build the system to meet their peak. And so we'll in the morning see that usage is high, then that drops down during the day, and again increases as folks come back to their home to continue to live and cohabitate. But again, you'll see some fairly large swings. And again, we have to build the system in order to meet that peak. And so again, the investment that is made is not utilized as efficiently. Two other items that I wanted to highlight that impact this as well is proximity and scale. Proximity, when we think about a large number, for example, our industrial customers, they tend to be closer to the substation and transmission. So the amount of infrastructure required to get them on the system is less. And in some cases with our industrial customers, they're paying for a portion or all of their substation costs. And then as we just look at the scale, you know, if you think about the fact that a customer is getting a bill, they have to get metered, they have to have access to customer service. When you think about a residential customer versus a larger customer that consumes more, there's a larger amount of energy sales for the industrial commercial customer, which dilutes the impacts on a cents per kilowatt hour basis compared to a residential user. And so hopefully as we think through what the cause of that is, always happy to discuss that. I suspect, again, this is a question that the board members will receive, but then also our employees will receive as well. But really the largest portion is load factor, but then also what I highlight is I call is proximity and scale. Any questions around that before we move forward?
Board members? I'm not seeing any hands. I'll throw you one since you keep asking. For questions, I'll be happy to give you one. So I think some of this discussion about the structure and rate design and ultimate impact is something we'll be tackling over our rate design principles. So I see a vigorous nod on that. Yeah, we'll be tackling it. You know, I think that would lead to maybe differences in how we construct rates, and it may also lead to maybe some internal programs on how OPPD can help customers improve their load factors. It's in our discussion coming up. It'll be an open discussion, right? It's an all day, the whole board's there. So it'll be a public discussion, but certainly one can imagine that someone's peak is personal peak demand for energy is not at the same time that the system is peaking. And that would, I would think, be advantageous. So to the system as a whole. So again, that's not for discussion now, but maybe just to foreshadow some of the things that we'll be talking about in our next Wednesday and in future sessions. Fair enough?
Fair enough. No, I think that's well stated, right? Those will be the things that we want to flush out as part of that conversation. So I think you said it very well.
Still not seeing any hands. So thank you for the opportunity to ask the question.
All right, Mo, if we could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so how do we look at the residential rate class level compared to the West North Central average? You can see here that we were below the average. We're at 11.4 cents per kilowatt hour, which is 4.7 cents below the West North Central average. We're not the lowest. There are three beneath us. We've got Missouri, Nebraska, and North Dakota. I explained that just a moment ago in terms of some of the drivers there, but we do see that in 2019, we went into effectively, I guess you'd say, fourth place here versus third prior back in 2018. Again, our focus here is to make sure that we're keeping our costs as low as possible, keeping our rates low as we need to translate those costs into rates. And again, we want to continue to improve this over the course of time, but that's where how we compared it at the residential rate category at the end of 2020. Mo, can we go to the next slide? Okay, so how do we compare at the commercial class level? And you can see again where the thick black line at the bottom, came in at 8.95 cents per kilowatt hour, 7.3% below the West North Central level. Again, utilizing our assets to keep our rates as low as possible. You'll note that we did see some reductions again with both Missouri and Kansas. That goes back to the West Star and Kansas City Power and Light merger to form Evergy. We talked a bit about that, but again, you can see that over the course of time, a number have actually been increasing in cost, but for the merger, we've been able to still stay relatively flat. With that, Mo, let's go to the next slide. Okay, and then how did we end up in terms of the industrial rate? You can see that we're the lowest at 6.12 cents per kilowatt hour, 13.9% below the West North Central average. Some interesting points to highlight here as we went from 2019 to 2020. You can see that there was a drop in terms of the overall rate. And what we did see there is we did see a couple of larger customers coming online with very high load factors. So again, that's beneficial overall to the rate when we look at that as a total composite because they've increased both the revenue and usage. And then, as I highlighted earlier, it's useful to talk about what we can anticipate for 2021, realizing that we don't have the data. I won't provide specifics in terms of cents per kilowatt hour, but we will expect to see this likely increase. We have a number of customers that are on the 261M, which is a pass-through where they pay the market price of power and had to weather the polar vortex, which was fairly costly. So we will expect to see this rate go up in 2021 as those costs would be reflected here again, but it won't be reported until next year's monitoring report update.
So a quick question on that point. Sorry to interrupt. That's something you would expect to see in the SPP states and maybe not quite so much on the MISO states, since that's where the polar vortex took place? Maybe.
Correct.
I mean, we're guessing here. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think you'd see a more significant influence in SPP versus MISO.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, I wanted to stop and give a break. So we've gone through.
Can I just briefly mention one quick comment? And thank you, Director Yoder. That's a great question. The planned outages really happened in SPP, but the effects of the storm really were felt across because it was gas prices, right? And so I think that, I would say there's a healthy selection of utilities in MISO and outside of an RTO on the West Coast that also felt those effects. So I would say that I tried, when it comes to cost, the planned outages versus the cost are not necessarily linked. We all felt it.
Yeah, thanks for the observation. I appreciate that. Well, we'll know soon when the numbers are released. So fun to speculate, though. Director Williams, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks. So we talked a little bit about the higher load factor and understanding the dollars or cents per kilowatt hour between the different classes. And I appreciate that. I know we've talked about that in the past. So thank you for re-highlighting that information. I guess my question would be then, when we look at OPPD compared to others in the West North Central or in other areas, the load factor is not specific to OPPD's operations. Other utilities would have those same considerations, and they seem to have a similar lower cents per kilowatt hour number. But when we look at the residential, commercial, and industrial classes, OPPD additionally has a larger margin by which we are lower than our competitors as we move from residential to commercial to industrial. And so Rick talked about the discussion related to values that we want to express through our rate structure. And I'm curious if there's any comment or discussion here about essentially what we're reflecting here is that we are proportionally lower compared to the West North Central in the industrial and to a smaller degree the commercial categories than we are in the residential category. And so that's something I'm interested in evaluating. That is a balance of the values of the organization as how we set rates for different rate classes. And so I'm curious if there is additional information that we have, about the variance in classes now, or if we want to move all of that to the later date discussion about values and affordability and how we update SD2 into the future. So I'm not sure if that's a question for you, CFO Bishop, or for Rick, but that is a point that is particularly interesting to me. So thank you for whatever discussion is appropriate now.
I'll defer to Mr. Bishop at this point.
I think a number of different pieces that you raised in your really good point there, Director Williams. I think as we look at specifically what is causing the difference in price per kilowatt across the different customer classes and how load factors influencing that. What we're seeing here, I think, as you look at OPPD, I suspect, but I haven't seen the data relative to what's going on, for example, with the other states in terms of their industrial rates and what's coming on in terms of customer consumption. So are they seeing an increase in data centers across the board? I would tend to think so, but again, I'm doing some, I don't have all my data. So I think that would be something we would want to continue to look at. But more importantly, I think back to your point on when we look at this and we look at the different issues regarding how we incent activity or consumption and rates and how we want to design that moving forward, that'll really be, as you'd highlighted, something that we will tackle in spades as part of the rate principles and the rate design. So what are the underlying principles that we want to ensure are prioritized across the utility and by the board? And then ultimately, how does that translate into how customers are charged and what we're trying to motivate in terms of their consumptive behaviors? That'll be specifically what's tackled in terms of the 3-day offsite and then also the overall project for around rate design. And if that's helpful in response to your question.
Yeah, it is, and I appreciate that. And I guess I mentioned it today specifically because in a little while we'll have the SD11 policy language update related to economic development, and we received some comments. And at that time, I'd like to discuss the difference between economic development and economic growth. But I think this is another good reflection of a similar values question about the policies at the organization and what type of consumption of electricity are we encouraging through the rate making process that we use. And I think that that is something that is specifically the responsibility of the board in our regulatory capacity. And so when we look at the black line being lower compared to the other lines on the industrial rates relative to the residential line, that's an important question. And so I do appreciate the way in which the information is presented now, and I want to make sure that I will take notes myself, but when it comes to that offsite and we discuss the potential updates to SD2 and affordability and the values that we express in the future, again, this is one that's very important to me. We have talked in the past about the success in economic development, specifically in the industrial sector, and I want to make sure that we tie SD2 and SD11 together and recognize the influence that one has over the other, and then within SD2 that one rate class has relative to another rate class. So I appreciate the data here, and I look forward to the ongoing discussion in the future. Thanks.
I think it will be a rich discussion, and am thankful for the opportunity to have this monitoring report just prior to our first meeting. So very good. Director Bogner, I see you have a question, or your hand up, brother.
Yeah, not really a question. I just want to acknowledge that EIA does have 2021 data. I understand it to be preliminary, and that's why you guys haven't referenced it here. But in the event that our public is familiar with the data source, I just want to acknowledge that that is out there and available. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you much for that update. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bishop.
No, I was just going to provide a little more context. That was a discussion that we had, Director Bogner, regarding do we use preliminary data or not? One of the concerns we had was if the numbers were to change, which they have the possibility of doing, might that create problems in terms of what we're reporting out? So we did go through that in detail and had made the decision to hold tight until the information was finalized. But again, I do acknowledge that the information is out there, just in a preliminary format.
Thank you for the acknowledgement. I think for the public benefit, that was a great call out. Thank you. And just to extend that just a little bit, EIA is the data source for energy information in the United States. EIA was created in 1977. And at that time, it adopted the West North Central region that had been used by the Census Bureau since it finalized their regions in 1910. So there are 10 statistical agencies at the federal government. EIA happens to be one. And so there's a lot of sharing of boundaries and data sources. Director Molhoff, I see you have a comment. Director Molhoff, you had your hand up.
There.
There you go.
I didn't unmute. So just a couple of comments about this rate target. One workshop that I was at regarding rates is something that stuck with me is that it's not prudent to want to have the race to the bottom on revenue, certainly. So we want to make sure that really and I know that OPPD does this, is to base rates on costs and what we need to adequately maintain and improve our systems. And so I think, this is only one aspect of the rate SD, and I think that it's important to keep the rates low for our customers. But the race to the bottom is a little bit fraught with some landmines, I think. So just want to commend the organization that even though we're not at the 20% below the average, we have been very prudent in making sure that our rates cover our expenses that we need to maintain and operate the system in a way that enhances reliability and resilience. So that was just a comment that I wanted to make. And then to just speak to Eric's comment about our industrial rates and how, the gap is, the percentage is lower than our residential rates. Earlier, CFO Bishop mentioned that there's this pass-through for some of our industrial customers. And that is specifically so that they can use renewables, and that is supportive of our goals as an organization for net zero. And so because they have this pass-through rate, if this is incorrect, let me know, but the pass-through rate was to allow them to have the wind energy that they needed to meet their corporate goals for their own carbon emission reduction. So, and so part of that industrial rate gap between the difference between the residential and the industrial is to allow them to use that wind energy from outside the district and bring it in to run their data centers. So that was just a comment I wanted to make, and if that's incorrect, I'd like to know, but I think that it does reflect that pass-through rate. Is why it's lower.
That's correct. Some of our customers do have their own generation renewable projects in play. The 261M then reflects has a high degree of correlation potentially as they sell that energy onto the market with what they're going to be purchasing it from us at. So it does a decent job of hedging that. So your point was spot on.
Well, if I could weigh in with a slightly different view maybe, and take a step back and then dive right back down into it. The step back is that, again, these are effective prices. They aren't rates per se, as we do this calculation. And then these data about the effective price, I'm trying to correlate it back to policy actions that the board has taken. So Director Moody and I, our first meeting, we had the opportunity to vote to approve in January of 2017. We had the opportunity to vote to approve 261M. And so supposedly there would be some lag time between that approval and before the revenues would start to come in. I don't know exactly, how many months or years that was. But looking at this graph, we would see that consistently since 2011, we are either the lowest or the next lowest, and presumably still using Bond Bright's criteria for cost of service. Somehow we are always at the bottom. So 261M may in 2020 be a reason why we're solidly at the bottom. But I think from 2017 to maybe 2019, that there's probably some other reasons involved, and certainly since 2011, 261 wasn't a factor. Taking it for Mo, could you go back to the residential, back 2 slides? Then I just don't know how to tackle using the same kind of analysis. We ended the no rate increase in 2021. So it started in 2016, and that it was implemented in a stepwise fashion. So I could see why there might be some drop from 2016 maybe to 2018, but I'll be anxious, I guess, to see when the 2021 data is involved, how that verbalized as a flat rate ended up with us having so much variation in the curve. So maybe there's no relation. The only takeaway is that reinforces that these are effective prices and they aren't rates as seen by the customers. Any other comments, Mr. Bishop? I don't see any other hands. Can we move forward?
Fantastic. I know I'm keeping folks between lunch. So we will jump into the rate principles. Mo, if we could go forward. Perfect. And so this is the first of the 6 principles of developing rates. Very important, maintain fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory rates as required by the Nebraska revised statutes. To do this, and to achieve this, we use a cost of service study. And what does that cost of service study do for us? It ensures that costs are allocated across classes according to their unique energy usage characteristics, and then establishes the costs that are needed to be collected, that they're collected appropriately and allocated across the 3 rate classes. This is utilized across the industry, seen as a best practice. As part of that, we've also have a review process that's completed independently by the Brattle Group, a very well-respected industry expert who independently reviews the cost of service study for us to make sure that we've done that appropriately. I will highlight a couple things relative to the team's efforts over the past couple of years. They've really tried to improve the process. So the ability from a speed perspective to get that work done has greatly increased. And again, just the overall process, we had a chance to walk the board through that in January and do a cost of service review, which again, appreciate the team pulling that together, appreciate the board's interest in that, and that highlighted some of the improvements that we've had in the process. Mo, if we could move on to the next slide. Okay, now we're on to principle number 2, which is to equitably assign costs across and within all customer classes. And so what we've got here is how they're broken down between customer costs, energy costs, demand costs. And then for demand, as it relates to demand at the commercial and residential level, we don't have the technology in place at this point in time. So the demand gets broken apart between energy and customer. We don't have a separate demand charge in place. An important piece to highlight here is we use cost causation principles. And again, we're trying to make sure that we equitably assign costs across rates and customer classes. Customer demands are largely fixed, and then your energy costs are based on usage or variable. Again, this will be an item that we have the opportunity to flush through in the upcoming rates review project that will be happening later this month. And the other piece that will be critical as we move forward from a technology perspective is really jumping on and delivering our automated meter infrastructure so we can get better information from customer bills. Now that's not required. We can still begin to move forward in a number of different areas in terms of customer rates, but that technology improvement will really help us in the long run. Any questions on this?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay. Well, let's move on to the next slide, please. Okay. This one we're going to talk in more detail about. This is principle number 3, which is to monitor affordability indicators. Up front, it's important to talk about the data that we use and how we look at it. Really impressed with your background on EIA, Director Yoder. That was fantastic. That covers the first bullet point in terms of making sure that we've got access to independent, publicly available data. We use EIA and then also the median household income, which is U.S. Census data. One item that I did want to talk about was the impacts of weather. So when we think about what is the largest impact on usage, that is weather. And so what we've got here is a description of heating degree days and cooling degree days. And what we do is we normalize this out over the course of time so we can make sure that on an annualized basis, we're looking at normalized data so it doesn't take into account hotter or cooler weather that may have happened in a specific period, but we can actually just pull that variable out and then just specifically look at consumption without the impact of weather. And again, that's utilized across the industry. At times it's difficult to get in terms of the systems, but the team does a very good job. And again, that's an industry best practice that the team's able to incorporate. Mo, if we could go to the next slide. Okay, so moving on in terms of affordability indicator, this is looking specifically at the residential bill. So it's not specifically, this means much more to our customers. It's their average bill versus a specific rate. At least for myself, that means a lot more to me in terms of what my toll or dollar payment will be. The average for OPPD for 2020 was $105.82 per month, which is 4% below the West North Central average. We're the second lowest compared to Minnesota. So again, a really good outcome. One item that we did also want to highlight is when you're trying to look at the bill, you also, as we highlighted, the largest variable is going to be weather impacts. And so when we compare over in the upper right-hand table, you can see that we're looking at the West North Central year on year, both heating degree days and cooling degree days, and then comparing that against OPPD. And we do see a very high degree of correlation. Again, so that makes us feel comfortable that in general, we're experiencing the same weather impacts as the others are within the benchmark. Any questions before we move on?
I think you're good.
Okay. Well, let's continue on with the theme of affordability indicators. One of the pieces that's been added over the course of time is the electricity burden. And what is this? So what we do is we take the average electricity bill over annual income for our customers. And again, so it takes into account the personal income. And again, that can vary wildly across not only our service territory of the state, and then as we look more from a national perspective. When we look at the electricity burden, we see that for OPPD, we're at 1.83%. That's better than we have at the state level, which is 2.08%. I do want to commend folks in terms of, and we're going to get into this detail, the data in a little bit more detail here in a moment, but I do want to commend folks in terms of how folks have been creative in terms of trying to develop this data so we can use it and illustrate how we're performing, how our customers are being impacted. It wasn't available, this information, so we had to take the weighted average of counties' median incomes and adjust that by the estimated population. I just wanted to highlight folks thinking creatively how we can get better information. And that theme will continue. I'm going to take us to the next slide, where we'll look at how this has changed over the course of time. Mo, if you don't mind going forward. You can see that from a historical perspective, over the course of time, the electricity burden, albeit very important, it's decreased both from a state as well as OPPD perspective. The blue line is Nebraska, the orange is OPPD. Again, having no general rate increases, I think, is a benefit that can be observed here. And again, you can see that we're below Nebraska at a state level. Any questions on this before we move on?
Proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Mo. All right, so this is some really useful information. This is what do our average monthly bills look like, and this is a distribution of the average monthly bill, again, at the residential level. In order to make sure that we calibrated this appropriately, we had to make sure the customers that were in this population, they had 12 months of billing history, and that's using 2020 data. Does not include taxes, does not include adjustments like late payment fees or reconnect fees. Again, it's trying to get assuming we've got a paying customer, trying to look through specifically what they are paying. It does include the LULI and the energy management credit that those are reflected in this data. So again, what is the customer truly paying, even with different types of customer assistance that comes into play. What we do see here is the average bill is $109.47. We can see that the median bill was lower than, and it's skewed towards heavier users, right? You can see that as you go out on the chart, as it goes out to the right. As we look at overall, the minimum average bill was $16.82. Just as a data point, as we look at that, one might be scratching their head. We have a service charge of $32.07. But with this customer, they're allowed to, they're doing net metering. And so any excess generation beyond their consumption results in a credit to their bill. So that's where we see the reduction to $16.82. And then lastly, on the max bill, we can see that the max bill was almost $2,800. And this is a rural farm configuration where they've got a number of outbuildings that are based off of one residential meter. So you'll see an increased amount of usage there. Interesting enough, the next highest consumer was a crypto miner, where we had gone to figure out what was going on with their bill, and they actually opened the door and said, hey, we're doing crypto mining in this location, and we were able to see the servers and infrastructure that they had in place in doing that. So
those anecdotes are fun. Director Williams has a question.
Yeah, thanks very much. I had requested some of this type of information a few years ago, and I really appreciate it being included. I think it's difficult to overstate how important I think this is as we consider rate making in the future. Specifically, in the past, we had talked about the declining block structure, and that removing the declining block structure would have disproportionate impacts on some people relative to others. And I think the extremely long tail here shows that, yes, there would be people who would be impacted by that type of a rate structure change, but they are an extreme outlier minority relative to the residential rate class. When you look at people who are more than $200 per month average bill, or more specifically, more than $300 per month average bill, they are a very tiny fraction of the overall residential customers. And yes, they would be disproportionately impacted by that type of a rate change. And I would encourage us to keep in mind that perhaps the standard residential rate is not the appropriate place for someone who has multiple farm agricultural outbuildings and is consuming $2,700 per month through the residential rate structure, or who is a crypto miner. I think that when we had this discussion in the past, the number of people who would be negatively impacted were highlighted, but the number of people who would be positively impacted by that type of a rate structure change, which was dramatically more people, was downplayed relative to the negative impacts. And again, as we look toward the values that we express through the rate making process, a huge majority, and even 58% of people, are lower than the mean bill. So the weight that the very long tail and extreme outliers have relative to the entire residential rate class through our rate making process should be given some consideration, but I don't think that we should let that influence things that we can do that we know would benefit both helping people save energy, save money, and encourage the conservation and efficiency that we want to see in line with the long-term vision for the organization. So I find this information extremely important. I'm very glad to see it included in the monitoring report. And I hope that when we go through those future meetings and we talk about what we should do with rate structure in the future, that we can remember that while, yes, it might be some thousands of people, and thousands of people sounds like a lot, when you view that relative to the entire residential class, even a few thousand people is a tiny percentage. And I would encourage us to find different answers that don't rely on maintaining the structure that we've had in the past only because some people would be negatively impacted, and use that to defend against a change which we know would help a huge number of residential customers. So that's not a question, but during a monitoring report, as we look toward future rate making, I think this information is extremely helpful. I appreciate it being included, and I look forward to continuing this part of the discussion in the future as well. Thanks.
Very good. I don't see any other hands up. Call out if I'm missing something. To you, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Director Yoder. Thank you, Director Williams. Mo, if we could move forward. Fantastic. Okay. Again, over the course of time, with suggestions from the board and staff, we've been able to provide more information. This is the last slide regarding affordability indicators. What we've got here is a heat map of our service territory, looking at the electric burden on the left-hand side, and then we've on the right-hand side, you've got the energy assistance program. Again, this is broken down by zip code. Great work by the team in pulling this together. Just as a data point, this reflects customers that have, again, at least 12 months of billing history. does not include taxes or adjustments, and it does include discounts as well. And you can see here in terms of when we look at the electricity burden, so I guess the left or the central heat map, you can see that the range of the electricity burden is anywhere from 1.2% to 5.1%, average being 1.8. And when we look at that specifically, those areas that are below are colored in the bluish color. And then as you get into the salmon, orange, and dark brown, that's where you see where they go above. Some important things to think about as we're looking at this, and I know this has been mentioned in the past, that not all of the customers have the same heating sources, heat pumps, natural gas, propane, and we do see that at times that's impacting some of our rural customers. May have higher usage as they don't necessarily have access to natural gas and may be more heavily dependent on electricity as their source. Again, this is a piece that both the rates, but the product development team continues to look at the impacts on our customers, and will continue to bring forward different recommendations as we move forward. As we look over to the energy assistance payments, I wanted to highlight down at the bottom, again, we've seen an increase in the amount of assistance payments over the course of time, going from 5.9 million in 2019 to 9.4 million in 2020. And we can see that the average by zip code increased from 1576 to 2147, which is over a 30% increase year on year. One piece that's important to keep in mind is the fact that we did have some COVID assistance payments come into play, which did increase that. We expect that. We hope that there'll be other assistance opportunities in the future, but that may have partially accounted for a portion of the increase to the 2147. And then with that, just a general observation, as we look at areas where we've got the lowest burden but the highest energy assistance payments up, it looks like in the northeast portion of our service territory. Again, it's important not to infer too much. We've got in some zip codes a fairly dispersed level of income just in a matter of blocks. And so again, it's important to have some of that in your mind as you're looking at what these results are reflecting and what can be inferred from that. But with that, I'll open it up to the board with any questions.
Director Williams, I see your hand.
Yeah, thanks. Similar to the last slide, I appreciate this information being made available. I think this is critical to understanding what we should do in the future for rate making. This is extremely helpful. I'm not sure what's going on in the very southeast portion. Perhaps Director Yoder knows, where there is high energy burden but low EAP payments. That seems like a gap that perhaps there's an explanation, but I don't fully understand it. It could be just due to relatively low population. The data can get more away from the average. But you mentioned the Northeast area, and as the director representing North Omaha, I have commented in the past that these are not the only maps that reflect Northeast Omaha specifically having more challenging economic conditions than the surrounding areas. This is not a zip code map. Maybe it is a zip code map. Is that the block that we're seeing here is by zip code? Okay.
Right.
Yep. So the number of maps that show zip codes 68104, 110, and 111 having significantly negative impacts from policies and negative economic conditions, it's not specific to energy. It is systemic. And so again, I appreciate the fact that we have this information, and I look forward to using this to help us develop policies and programs that can address the energy burden where we see disproportionate impacts. We talked earlier in the year about the Customer Assistance Program pilot, which I am very strongly supportive of. I know that that is moving forward, so thank you to staff for the work on that. But this information, again, is very critical to my feelings on where we should go with our rate making in the future. And I appreciate it being available. And I think it does give a pretty clear picture of areas where we know we have work that needs to be done. And I hope that we can develop some mechanisms to address what we know to be impacts in some parts of our community worse than other parts of our community. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. No other hands are raised, Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Director Yoder. Mo, if we could advance forward, we just have a couple more slides. The fourth principle lined out was pursue rate process and structure changes to reflect cost of energy when it is used. Again, following the cause of cost, bear cost principle. I think this is fairly self-explanatory in terms of the rates that we have in place today for residential and small commercial rates. They have a seasonal energy charge, and we've got some of the information there specifically on the timing. Again, as we continue to employ, go into the last piece, as we continue to employ different technology over the course of time, we'll be able to better improve this. But again, there's a number of different offerings that are in place in terms of making sure that the cost of energy is, that we've got the appropriate structures in place to charge those to our customers. Mo, if we could go to the next slide. Okay, and then this is the fifth principle, offer flexibility and options and rates. Shown below, we've got the residential and general customers. All customers are required to be on a rate schedule. However, if they qualify, they can take part in some of these riders. This highlights today what we have in terms of the number of products and services available for residential and general service. In the future, again, that's a lot of the work that the product development and marketing groups looking at pricing and rates in terms of what are different products that we can offer in the future. And again, I'm excited to see what they bring forward. Mo, if we could advance forward.
Dr. Williams has his hand raised.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mo. I don't mean to be talking too much, but I have strong feelings here. In this category, the flexibility in rates, I know we talk about AMI frequently, and I am very supportive of doing everything we can to advance the hardware and software and rate structures and programs and policies to get AMI and more flexible, more responsive rate structures available to our customers. Again, I know that's something we're working on, and I know I appreciate the work that's ongoing, but I just wanted to reiterate my very strong support for bringing that forward, because there are additional types of rate structures that we cannot offer right now because we don't have the hardware or software available to make that a reality. And I very much look forward to, again, everything we can do to advance bringing that program forward so that we can offer more flexibility and we can achieve our desired outcomes more effectively through peak management, off-peak charging, time of use, all of those things that can be enabled through the technology that will give us more flexibility. So again, I know that's not a question, but strong support for AMI, everything we can do to get there, as much support as we can give. I would encourage the board to help make that available to all of the business units so that we can get to that very beneficial long-term outcome. Thank you.
Appreciate the support, Director Williams. All right. Mo, if we could move forward. So the last principle here is to make rates be simple and easy to understand. And so quite a bit of work's gone into making sure that we've got the appropriate materials out. We're communicating this, and big body of work that was completed at the end of 2021 was our biannual report on rates. If you're like me, I actually enjoy reading that. It is a fantastic brief on how do we charge our customers? How does that flow through? And it's very well written. It goes through in detail the rate setting principles, fundamentals, revenue requirement, change in retail rates, and kind of what we're focusing on in the future. As with anything, the communications team does a fantastic job to get this information out there and make sure that our folks are educated. And so, again, can't underscore their partnership enough and the value that they bring. But we do feel like we've continued to advance and try to improve, which, again, the biannual report and then working with communications is just an example of making sure that we're open and transparent and that we've got rates that are simple and easy to understand. And with that, Mo, I guess we'll open it up to the rest of the board for comment. And Director Yoder would look for potentially a recommendation to advance this forward.
Hey, Jeff, if I may, and I'm going to call on a friend here. And Heather, I don't know if you're available to speak up. I see you're probably on a mobile phone. If you're in a safe spot and you can unmute yourself, Would you mind sharing your thoughts around the question that Director Williams asked earlier about those zip code maps where we saw a higher energy burden in the southeast rural part of our service territory compared to the relatively lower energy assistance payment activity? I know you and your team addressed these last year, and I don't know if you have any thoughts to share. What efforts we are taking to improve the usage of our energy assistance program, and if there are any barriers that you and your team have seen from your experience with these customers. And you may not be in a place where you can safely chime in, so let's. I just want to make sure that we have that opportunity. I see you got off
Hi,
mute.
Javier, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, sorry. I'm driving my son home, and I just pulled over into a parking lot real quick.
Great.
To make sure that I was safe. But I can comment on that. The visual representation of those graphs in a side-by-side sometimes is a little bit confusing. And actually, Director Yoder, you kind of hit the nail on the head. It has a lot to do with the population. And so how the energy assistance payments are, I guess I'll say, shown in that heat map maybe don't accurately represent that we are in fact solving for the energy burden in that area. It's just that it's a more densely populated area. And then I would also say that we have done quite a bit of work. So there's two things. That's one of them. And that's just numbers behind the scenes. And then the second thing is we have strengthened our partnership, and we've done some modifications with our marketing tactics with our rural communities to make sure that they are aware and that they know of the assistance that's available to them. And so we have two partners. Southeast Nebraska Community Agency is the partner that would help the households in that area. And so we've done a lot of work with them over the last, I'll say, 6 to 9 months to really strengthen our partnership and marketing efforts. So I think that we'll see us start to close the gap. If there's a gap there, we'll start to close that here shortly.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Hopefully that helps.
Thank you for being safe and for chiming in. Your expertise is very much appreciated. Director Yoder and Director Williams, I hope this addresses the question you had.
Yeah, it's a very welcome addition to the conversation, and thank you, Heather, for being safe and for taking the time to answer it. As for the moving back to the slide, the recommendation, the Finance Committee did recommend on this slide before moving into our new phase. On this slide, do any board members have any questions or comments pertaining to the recommendation to approve that OPPD is sufficiently in compliance with Sd2? I don't see any hands. I see thumbs up. So, okay, very good. That will be an action item for Thursday night. Moving on, please, Mo, thank you very much for all the work you're doing, by the way. And Scott, if you need to remind us here what's going on, please feel free to do so. Any additional reflections on what has been accomplished or challenges or gaps? Scott, did you want to say anything?
No, I was going to, but I believe that you covered it very well, Director Yoder. So
Well, it's a good slide. That's why. Okay, Mr. Moody.
Yeah, just a couple things. This is a very important and complex topic that touches on so many different things that we do, right? And the reference to SD11 as an example is, it's striking to me how just kind of far-reaching the effect here is, but what we charge people for the services that we provide is really, really important. I've been reflecting on one of the instances where I voted against a strategic directive monitoring report was SD2 probably about 4 or 5 years ago. And if I recall, I was unhappy with the depth of information that was provided and how we weren't really looking into affordability at the time. And so I'm reflecting on just how far we've come and how good this is to give us good insight into where we've been, where we are, and, you know, kind of a hint at where we're going in some ways. So I wanted to acknowledge that accomplishment. And then I'll just say that I'm really, really, really looking forward to where we're headed in the future, thinking about challenges or gaps, and the principles work around rates that we're going to get into next week. I'm really excited for those conversations and board-wide clarity for where we're headed and what that's going to mean for us in our future. So no questions, just comments. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Director Moody. It is an exciting thing that we have moving ahead, and there has been a great deal of accomplishment. Other board members? Not seeing any hands raised. Yeah, absolutely. Kudos for the work that's been done. I think, Mr. Bishop, you mentioned that the LPPC has asked about some of the activities that have been going on here in discerning affordability. I think the report that came out last year, the inclusion of the slides mentioned by Director Williams, I think is evidence of the leadership that OPPD has taken on this, and the seeking out and finding information. And then, Mr. Bishop, you said, and I'll give you an attaboy for that, you're still looking for better information. So thank you very much for the work you've put in, for helping us better understand affordability, and actually to everybody on the Finance Committee for our continued effort to improve SD2 as we move forward. I think that with that discussion going on, I don't need to spend much more time talking about particulars. Thank you very much, everyone, for a great report, great work that you've been doing. Last call, anyone else? All right. With that, the Finance Committee report is complete. Thank you, Chair Bogner.
All right, thank you. We're going to break for lunch now. We will return at 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay, I have 1 p.m., so we'll get started again. Next up is our Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee report. Director Williams.
Great, thanks very much. The Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee met virtually on June 2nd. The discussion items are on the screen here. We'll talk about SD9, the resource planning policy, here in just a little while. We spend most of the time discussing the proposed language and then potential clarification on that language, which again, we'll see here as its own item just in a little bit. We also discussed Strategic Directive 7, Environmental Stewardship, and the potential for a policy update there in the future. This has been discussed in the committee and mentioned to the board in the past. The focus is on identifying a timeline, milestones, and metrics that can be included into Strategic Directive 7 to help provide accountability from the staff to the board and from the board to the public on achieving our long-term goal of getting to net zero carbon by 2050. And so the committee is anticipating additional work on SD7 in the future. Specifically, we anticipate having some language ready for our next committee meeting before the August board meetings, since we don't meet in July. And so there will be some discussion. We do not anticipate having that finalized by August, but initiating that discussion in the committee and then moving forward to seek additional input on that update in the future. The majority of the focus in the committee was on Strategic Directive 9 and how it relates to both the work that, both SD7 and other work that we'll discuss today. So with that, I'd like to move to the next item, which is Strategic Directive 9, the Resource Planning Policy Language Update. And I believe Brad Underwood will give us some information about the proposed language update and background about how we got to the policy that we have here. Brad, are you ready?
Yeah, very good. Sounds great, Director Williams. Well, good afternoon to you and the board and those listening online. I'm really excited about the proposal today for the SD9 changes that we are presenting. Before we talk about the changes, please allow me a few moments to provide some contextual comments around our process framework and the work that's been done so far on today's strategic directive revision. Back in August of 2020, the early discussions began on the potential revisions to SD9, currently titled Resource Planning. Since then, the executive leadership team worked with the board to collect feedback on governance policies, board linkage policies, as well as strategic directives, or SDs as we often call them. We took that feedback into the board workshop in October of 2021, and through the discussions in the workshop, SD9 remained as a priority work item and maintained its status on the board work plan, and we'll talk a bit about that in a minute. Since then, we've been working on Strategic Directive 9 improvements with the Systems Committee to take our next step in refinement of our resource planning policy. Some of the comments from the board back in Q4 of 2021 included a desire for a more clear codification of the board's expectations for things like reliability and resiliency. We took the board feedback and we integrated critical factors that we as system planners need to consider when we make OPPD infrastructure or demand-side management decisions, and included their incorporation in the proposal of the revised SD. The revisions that we'll propose today for the board are really helpful to better understand the expectations of the board around these subjects and to ensure the outcomes that we achieve through the resource planning process at their highest level are aligned with our strategic objectives of affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive energy services. So Mo, if you could please go to the next slide. You can see the current state of SD9, which gives a good bit of clarity to OPPD leaders on the board's expectation for our resource planning efforts. These expectations include the ability to periodically assess the district's integrated resource plan, to consider multiple scenarios in their modeling to evaluate the potential range of risks by intentionally varying key assumptions, and to ensure our resource strategy pursues objectives that are specifically articulated and defined in some of the other strategic directives. Examples of this are of these other strategic directives include outcomes that can be found with our desire for low rates found in SD2, our expectation and desire for reliability in SD4, customer expectations in SD5, and our cleaner world goals, which are documented in SD7. This framework is critical, but like I discussed earlier, it's time for a revision. The following slide, Mo, if you would, is included to provide greater clarity on the governance framework that Mr. Foshe and Mr. Fernandez have been using with the board. Very similar to my characterization earlier on how the SD9 revisions originated, the need for the revisions were identified and placed on the board work plan, prioritized, and then they were assigned to me as the accountable executive to be worked within the systems committee. Mo, if you would, on the next slide, please. Now, some of these changes are significant compared to the current SD language. So I'm going to take a little bit more time than I normally would to read the SD to help level the group. Before I do that, you'll realize as we progress through the discussion that the proposed language does a better job of acknowledging that the system and its components are highly integrated across all OPPD resources, across all voltage levels, and customer resources and overall system use. Additionally, we have tried to incorporate the use of metrics, which was another piece of feedback, as well as other important expectations on compliance, essential reliability services, and fuel supply, to name a few. So after I read the proposed revisions briefly, I think it'd be a good time to pause to have more discussion to ensure that this is the right next steps to take or not. If the board is comfortable with the proposed revisions, we can proceed to public comment, which would be open until a few days before the August board meeting, since there's no July meeting, or in the event there are more changes that are desired, we can take those changes and take the product back to the systems committee and bring back the proposal at a later date. So I'm going to do a bit of reading here. So I'm going to look on another slide. First off, you'll notice the name change. We're proposing a name change to Integrated System Planning from Resource Planning. Integrated System Planning is the ecosystem of planning processes used to efficiently integrate the transmission system, supply and demand side resources, and the increasingly complex distribution system. Through integrated system planning efforts, OPPD will continually plan for, adapt to, and enable both the needs of our customers as well as the rapidly transforming electric industry. The successful integration will ensure both a reliable electric system as well as the resiliency of the system and its components to prepare, withstand, respond, adapt, and quickly recover following a non-routine event. OPPD shall ensure that the year-round supply side and demand side resource capacity exceeds forecasted load in compliance with resource adequacy and planning reserve margin requirements of the Regional Balancing Authority, in our case, the Southwest Power Pool. Ensure compliance with applicable planning-related North American Electric Reliability Corporation reliability standards, or NERC, including consideration of essential reliability services. Ensure planning accounts for potential extreme weather events, changes to demand and supply side regional resources, as well as extended periods of low energy production by variable energy resources. We'll compute the resource adequacy metrics that quantify the ability of OPPD's resources to meet its forecasted electrical demand. We'll measure the frequency with which a system's demand is expected to be met by system capacity over a time. This will be expressed in terms of percentages. And we'll also measure the percentage of total energy that a system is projected to be able to serve over a period of time. We'll consider opportunities for supporting energy adequacy through resource design, fuel supply, and other infrastructure investments. So Director Williams will leave this slide up here, and I'll turn it back to you in the event you have questions or would like more discussions on certain aspects of the proposal.
Great. Thanks very much, Brad. Excuse me. And perhaps other directors have noticed that the amount of time on the agenda relative to the number of slides for this item is higher than a lot of others. And that is specifically to encourage questions and discussion, because there are some very specific topics that are covered here. And a huge portion of the discussion in the committee was focused on what things need to be specifically identified as capitalized items because they are unique and specific nouns, what things need to be defined, how do we specifically understand the terms reliable or resilient, how do we develop metrics related to the two sub-bullets that are listed there, what are those metrics, where do those come from? And so, again, I want to make sure that we take the time to ask questions and then understand fully, because this is a particularly technical and complicated subject. So I think with that, I'd like to start with just, are there general questions, comments, feedback from board members who are not in the systems committee, who have not had the multiple hour-long discussions about the language that we're seeing here today? So if anybody has has comments, thoughts, I see Craig's hand up. So Craig, if you want to jump in, go ahead.
Yeah. What additional or different direction or guidance does this provide to the CEO and the executive leadership team? I'm trying to understand what's sort of happening today and how does this just sort of reinforce what's happening today, or does this provide some clarity or a different direction than is currently happening?
Yeah, Director Mooney, let me just start, and maybe the team can expand. I would say this is something that has existed ever since the electric utility industry was invented, or ever since we started existing as an industry. It has not been a topic of discussion or a lot of focus in years when we as a nation have had ample capacity to grow. You've heard me in the past talk about margin, right? When we've had more resources, when we've had excess resources as we accommodate the growth in the nation, I think this has not been as important, or we haven't really had to focus much on it. Of course, we have a lot of engineers who focus on this on a daily basis, but as a CEO, I would say my predecessors had to focus more on the more immediate type of interruptions, which are addressed in SD4 reliability, right? When the power goes out, how fast can we restore power? How frequently are our customers losing power? What is the equipment availability factor of our units? Those are on a daily basis things that we have had to deal with for a number of years. These one, on the other hand, it's the type of events that we don't see very often. We actually never want to see happen, right? But it's one that has become more and more important as the capacity, the capability of the electric utility system in the country has diminished, right? As we continue to grow and use more electricity, the industry has faced a reduction in that available margin, right? So all of a sudden, these strategic directive for me as the CEO of the Omaha Public Power District gives me that additional tool to direct resources to the organization to make sure that at all times we are working towards the planned reserve margin standards, that we are observing the NERC reliability standards, and that we're making the right investments that may not be necessarily felt by our customer owners, right? But we want to keep it that way. It's all of those investments that need to be in the background. These investments are not necessarily going to prevent outages caused by storms or the frequency of restoration. Again, those are addressed in SD4. What these investments are going to allow me to do is ensure that we have a robust system, one system that can accommodate the growth that we're seeing in the region, and that we are building a system that is resilient so that we can avoid, region-wide blackouts. Things that we haven't really talked about much in the past few decades, we have started to talk about those more recently. So that, I think, the emergence of these new SD9 is a reflection of the conditions that we're experiencing at OPPD, and I would say, generally speaking, in the entire country.
So yeah, that's all. So let me try and summarize it to make sure I'm understanding. So it's in some ways sort of a response to the realities of today that didn't exist in terms of risks in the past. It's an elevation of this work as a priority, not that it wasn't happening before, but it's an elevation of it in terms of priority. And I think you also said, which I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps which makes it easier to ensure that resources are deployed towards that work in an easier way. Is that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Essential reliability service, for example, those are things that we've always focused on, but the degradation of essential reliability services in the past few years is now more concerning than it was before. So these SD will allow me and the teams to focus on this area to make sure that we are investing and that we're focusing on improving our essential reliability services in this example.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, and in the committee meeting, we talked about the relation between SD9 and SD4, and Brad, correct me if I overstate this, but SD9 includes the term planning in the title, specifically forward-looking and anticipating how we will achieve the desired outcomes in the future, and SD4 is a little more responsive in if there are things that occur, how do we react and how well did we react after something has occurred. And so in understanding the relation between different policies which have overlapping interests, we talked about that a little bit in the committee. SD9, more forward-looking, anticipating where we are going. SD4, a little more responsive, a little more backward-looking. Brad, is that an accurate summary from your understanding from the committee and overall from the way the policy is intended to function?
Yeah, I think it's a great summary of a lot of discussion, and the only thing I would offer, with humility is if we saw something in the monitoring of SD4 of what's sounding like it's moving to operating a system reliably, if we found something there, we would probably go back and revisit the expectation in 9 and kind of hone and refine that to make sure that the outcomes that we get from the future system are acceptable. So there's quite a bit of a reciprocal nature between the two as you described. And again, SD4 is a draft. There's not a lot of great places to look to get a boiler template for what this kind of thing looks like. So I just say that, we're sort of compiling this and feeling this out as we go. But I think to your comments earlier, we've had a great bit of discussion on 9. we feel like 9 better reflects the things that the board needs to speak to when we make system decisions. And so we think that's a great advancement.
Great. Next, I see Director Yoder.
Thank you. So I've got a couple of questions in or comments related to the questions on the left. Anything that needs clarification is where I'll start. I'm mindful, after having gone through the annual report for the Finance Committee, that within the Finance Committee charter, there's language that ties Finance Committee review to the review of SD9. So where I saw that possibly landing here is in that opening paragraph where it talks about the ecosystem of planning processes. Does that include financial planning as well?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. When we optimize for the outcomes, we would try and do so as efficiently and economically as possible. And I think that's very consistent with SD2. I think the voice of the board in SD2 is a great way to inform what we're trying to optimize here. I could say the same thing around SD7. I could say a similar thing around SD5. And so we really try and hear the board's voice and some of those other SDs to drive the most optimized outcomes.
And if I may, Director Yoder, maybe a little bit of just context. One of the reasons why resource planning was also part of the Finance Committee charter had to do with organizational design. Resource planning, the function of resource planning, used to sit under the purview of the Chief Financial Officer. As after I took over CEO, I took resource planning away from the CFO, and I combined resource planning with transmission planning, distribution planning, and alternative energy management, and created the new business unit that Brad Underwood leads, which is systems transformation. So I think there's a little bit of legacy in how in addition to the functional reasoning of the link with the Finance Committee, there was also the organizational design link to the Finance Committee back then. Just providing that as a context.
I appreciate the context, and I think it is important to recognize that there are legacy systems and structures and not just within the organization, but within our mindsets as well. But what I guess I'm trying to get to is SD9 focuses on the resources that will be needed looking into the future. And I'm very mindful that of the conversations that we had with your predecessor as Power with Purpose was coming on. How does the board understand the financial impact of that? So if we're investing in A, that opportunity to invest in B may go away, save for raising the rates, right? So what I'm trying to get to is how does the board understand that relationship of how our decisions in resource planning tie with the impacts and decisions that we're doing in financial planning? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I would say my initial response is this is during the corporate operating plan review process. I could make the same argument about how does the board understand the financial implications of investments we are making for customer satisfaction, or for environmental stewardship, or for safety,
Sure.
or for technology, all of which have their own SD, right? So SD9, granted, it probably has some of the largest investments we're going to make, but it's not unique in the relationship to the financial review. So I would say that the analysis, the opportunity for the board to get a briefing on how these investments tie into the financial plan usually comes towards the end of the year as part of the corporate operating plan review. But I don't know if my colleagues have any other thing to add. I don't know, Jeff, if you would add anything.
Yeah, no, I share your thoughts. I think it's part of the COP process in terms of where those costs come to play. And obviously, as we're going through the different integrated plans, we're looking at the impacts from a costing perspective. One item that we're trying to also incorporate as part of the annual operating plan is to bring a longer term view, so potentially 5 years forward. So those were all intended to provide better visibility in terms of what the financial impacts of these decisions would be.
I really appreciate that, Mr. Bishop. I do, it's a good reminder and for the board to have a placeholder in their own minds of that conversation come November. So really good. Another clarification then. Do we have language here that clarifies, and maybe this is presumptive of me, but language that clarifies how the focus is on transition and the transition that's been thrown out there in conversations is matching load to generation, matching load to flexible generation or variable generation and away from matching generation to flexible load. Is there some kind of language in our resource planning that emphasizes and says the board is interested in that, or is that just kind of the ecosystem you operate in, and you covered that in that first paragraph?
Yeah, I think it's part of the ecosystem. You know, principally, I think you have very astute comments on system balancing and making sure that the instantaneous supply of energy matches the instantaneous demand. I think as the system evolves and transforms, and we're able to incorporate technology in the future like storage, the balancing act there can potentially be alleviated. So I'm not necessarily sure if the best path forward would be prescribing it the way that you had, I think, conceptually kind of talked about it. But when the board says we will ensure we'll have sufficient capacity year round to meet demand, I think they're effectively getting at the point I perceive from you, Director Yoder, if I'm following you correctly.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I guess the language that I'm hearing and I want to get clarification on is as the system evolves is kind of a reaction to what's happening. And I'm wondering if the board has the opportunity to be a bit more directive and saying we want to move in this direction. Does that nuance?
Yeah, I think so. When I read SD7, I think that's a great directional statement on where the board would like to see the organization go from an environmental stewardship perspective. When I read SD2 about a targeted rate level relative to a regional average, I think that's a really helpful directional statement that informs the staff on how we should think about these decisions relative to the goals that we have. So I feel like there's a healthy bit of documentation there on the board's part, to your collective credit, on how we should think about the future of the organization within the context of the decisions of today.
So following on Rick's question, Brad, your response pushed over toward SD7 related to environmental stewardship and kind of emissions reductions or related metrics that we'll talk about in the future. From my understanding of Rick's question, the top bullet lists specifically the supply side and demand side resource capacity. And I think it sounds like he's asking about the demand side and distributed energy resources functionally, all of the things that are coming online and will have larger influence over our load profile in the future. And it sounded to me like Rick was asking whether or not it would be appropriate for the board to express more of a desired outcome in a direction toward specifically indicating we support more demand side resources or distributed energy resources. And I don't want to speak for Rick specifically, but this is a question I also have. So sounds like he agrees there. So do you have any comments about whether or not it is appropriate for the board to specify in more detail an outcome like an increase in the demand side or distributed energy resources through an integrated system planning policy update?
Let me chime in quickly. We've talked about this concept many times in past years. Just hopefully at least this is my perspective on this. There are certain elements that are more absolute than others. For example, SD7, when we talked about lowering emissions, that in and of itself, it's a good thing. It comes with a lot of other concerns about reliability, affordability, et cetera, but lowering emissions, there was consensus about that is a goal. I posit that while I tend to agree with Director Yoder or Director Williams, what you were saying about demand side management, distributed energy resources being something that we want, we don't know if those necessarily would help with essential reliability services. My opinion is they likely would, but it would be a sub-optimization within the policy. What we're asking the team here to do is ensure that we are considering essential reliability services, ensure that we're looking at resilience and reliability in a way that needs to be looked at. The results of that will be dependent on our ability to deploy those programs. Now, the board could say, hey, we want more DSM, and we would basically optimize our plans based on these input that we're getting from the board. My contention has always been, let's not sub-optimize the process. Let the process come up with the optimization of resources. But of course, this is your prerogative, and as board members, you get to decide. But that's the only challenge I put in. I tend to agree that DSM and DER need to be part of the solution and will likely be a part of the solution. Stating that as a goal without the optimization process, to me, feels out of sync. But that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I feel the case for those demand side and distributed resources is strengthening over time. I guess the point here would be that there is no specific indication in any of our policy that we recognize that value. It is left to the resource planning or integrated system planning process to come out with that outcome. And so, it sounded to me like Rick was saying he would prefer that we do pre-specify that. And I don't know if other directors have thoughts about whether or not it's appropriate to indicate a preference for something that seems to be gaining support in other places. In reading strategic directives from SMUD, who we often reference, they do identify specific resources, both distributed and electrification of transportation, within their policy related to resource planning and environmental stewardship. So it's not unheard of for the board to specify desired outcomes that are more specific than the affordable, reliable, environmentally sensitive top-line mission in order to get to those. And I guess I would be open to hearing from other directors how you feel about the balance of what is an outcome, what outcomes we feel is appropriate to specify versus how it should be achieved. We can achieve lower emissions through utility scale renewable resources alone, or we can achieve lower emissions through a mix of utility, community, and individual net meter distributed energy resources. But there is no preference between the two expressed in the policy language that we have in front of us. And so, I think we know that there is a resource planning process that will, as both Brad and Javier have indicated, optimize for those resources. But I also am concerned that there are additional things that are not accounted in some of the standard metrics that do provide benefit that are extremely difficult to quantify, but that we know do have benefits. And so, I guess I would open it up and invite if there are other comments on this specific question about whether or not additional specificity in outcome is responsible or appropriate in this policy. Do other directors have thoughts on that specific topic? And if you do, please go ahead and just jump in. I see hands, but I think they're hands for other questions. So, Craig,
I'll see if I can address that. I think we have to look at where we are in a process, where we are in the country, where we are in our particular state, and where we are right now. We are not Southern California. We are Nebraska. I like this policy because it's not specific, but it says, let's see here, that first paragraph, through integrated system planning efforts, OPPD will continually plan for, adapt to, and enable both the needs of our customers as well as the rapidly transforming electric industry. And that to me is a kind of carte blanche. When the time comes that we can do what we know will be the most helpful, will help us pivot. That statement is in there. I find that reassuring. And same thing in the next sentence. You know, respond, adapt quickly. This is still talking about let's position ourselves so that we can not only be resilient and reliable, but so that we can change when we need to. And I think, well, I guess I'm not persuaded that creating a policy for the next 50 years today with SD9 is maybe the best course of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Spurgeon. And I don't mean to pick on anyone, but Craig, related to governance, I did see some head nodding, shaking. It seems like you may have some thoughts specifically related to specificity of outcomes relative to process. Is there anything that that you wanted to contribute there?
Yeah, I think it's an outcomes question. What outcomes are we as a board after? And you know, I'm going through the bullets trying to figure out, I think the first two are kind of yes, no's. We're either, you know, we're either doing those or we're not. So to me, I feel like the outcomes that are described in here that are measurable are those metrics that are in the fourth bullet. Is that, I mean, to Javier's point, like what's the pinnacle of what we're after here? And if it's not a set amount of demand side management resources meeting a target that's specific to that, I feel like that is sort of a means to an end probably. So what is it that we're after? What's the outcome?
And Craig, just to jump in there real quick, you identified what the committee also discussed specifically that the top two bullets are noticeably different from the bottom three bullets and sub bullets in the way in which they guide the integrated system planning. So we also came to that same conclusion, and we're aware of that in what you see presented here. Brad has had his hand up for a little while. I do want to get back over to Brad if you have a specific response to some of the discussion that's going on here.
Yeah, thank you, Director Williams. I think Director Spurgeon had a lot of great comments about how the SD is explicit for the inclusion of some of the resources and customer options that you described. I would just want to counsel that there very well may be unintended consequences by the potential prescription for specific thresholds and volumes of resources. The way the SD is proposed today, it talks about the things the board would like to see done. And at the same time, the framework that is included in the SD allows us to give you the best, most optimized solution in light of the other requirements within the other SD documents, which is, like I mentioned earlier, exceptionally helpful. So from my perspective, the approach today would avoid unintended consequences. It gives staff clarity on the way we should think about integrated systems. And we take a directional signal that's quite strong from the other documents as discussed. So thank you for letting me make that comment.
Yeah, thanks very much, Brad. I guess in order to just make sure we're considering both sides of this. Last night, I met with a customer owner who described an interest in solar, both on an RV and on their home. I described economic considerations. That wasn't the primary concern for them, but they were specifically interested in the ability to meet their own electric needs in the event of an outage, which is not something that would be quantified or something that we could specifically characterize through the integrated system planning only from the utility side. And so there are not only unintended negative consequences, but there are also intended or unintended positive consequences. And so I'm not suggesting that we definitely need to prescriptively list demand side resources and quantify them out, as I did reference SMUD's specifics. But I do think that similar to past policy updates, if we can look toward some type of we've used the term legislative intent, but an understanding that by using the processes which we feel are outlined in the policy are the things that we expect to be reported on so that we can get a gauge of whether or not we are achieving some of those other factors or those other outcomes. Specific example, we receive an update about the distributed energy resources customer owned generation in the SD7 monitoring report annually. Now, there is no specific bullet in SD7 that specifies a quantity or a metric for net metering, but that is something that is reported, and generally we understand the desire of some customer owners to see a trend upward in that category. So I don't know if this is something that the systems committee could work to provide guidance on some things we think are relevant to the demand side resources, not in the policy language, but that in future monitoring reports would be reported, that would move in the direction of understanding some of these more difficult to quantify items. I'm not sure if that's a question for Brad specifically. I know Javier's hand went up there also. I guess I'll let one of you take a shot at some response there. And I don't want to drag this specific point out forever, but it is one that we have encountered in other policy updates and that I don't feel has been 100% resolved. And so I want to make sure that we are proactively discussing it today.
Thank you, Director Williams. If I may, and I hate to sound like a politician, but it depends. And so let me give you an example. What we're discussing here are applications, customer applications and tools that could have very different effects. For example, demand side management. You have a demand side management program that is focused to help lower energy consumption, and it could also help lower emissions. This is something that could be better reported in SD7 because of the goal that it's doing. You could also have a demand side management program that is designed and implemented to satisfy customer expectations. That could be represented in SD5. You can have a demand side management program like the one we have today, where people can opt out of demand side management. That wouldn't help significantly SD9. It wouldn't have the same effect as if you had a demand side management program that is mandatory, where you could really count on that curtailment to happen on the times of the day of the year that you really need it, where it could really make an impact on SD9. It may not have as much of an effect on customer satisfaction. It may not have as much of an effect on SD7, but it would have a bigger effect on SD9. So the same term of DSM would come in different flavors depending on how the tool is designed and how it's implemented. So I've also mentioned the example of energy efficiency. Energy efficiency from a perspective of customer satisfaction, from a perspective of rates, from a perspective of reliability. There are different effects that each one of these tools would have, and they would touch on different SDs depending on how they're implemented. So that's why that's my only caution about putting something in writing saying we will have a reporting out of DSM here on SD9, where it may actually be better reported in other SDs depending on how the program is deployed. I hope that makes some sense.
Yeah, thank you, Javier. And perhaps, as I said, perhaps the systems committee can work to collect input from directors about specific areas of interest and determine what would be a way that we could receive reports on that in the future. Again, to avoid putting something overly specific into the policy language, but that would still get to an understanding of, number of electric vehicles, for example. I consider that to be a very strong influence over the future design of our system. And understanding how many electric vehicles are in our service territory, or how many are in each county or in a more specific jurisdiction, I think would be extremely important. We don't currently have a specific policy that says something related to electric vehicles, but I do think that understanding that is inherently related to the way in which we manage our supply side and demand side resources as listed in this policy update is important. And so I guess maybe a last word on this, Brad, do you think that the systems, that you and the systems committee and staff could work together to identify some of those things that would be included in monitoring reports, either related to SD9 or perhaps SD4 or 7, that we could kind of have a more clear understanding, even if it's not a metric and a desired specified outcome, but that we could have more clarity on some of the things that we know are influencing the system and have those external benefits that are hard to quantify. Is that something you think we can work toward as we finalize this and move forward?
Yeah, I think that's fine. And I think in other settings we've seen where some incremental measurement over time sometimes will inform the shape of the SD as we continue to hone and refine these things. And, I would just want to reaffirm the liberty, of the board if there were components of behavior or program adoption or system use that you are interested in. We're happy to provide that to you at any time, even outside of the system, even of the monitoring report setting. And so I think we do a lot of that in customer trends. I think the PD&M folks bring that content fairly regularly, and it sounds like we may be able to refine that a little bit more to better meet the target.
Yeah, Brett, again, I mentioned specifically the customer-owned generation related to SD7, but the customer trends reporting is another example of something that is not specified in policy language, but that does have strong influence on whether or not we feel we are successfully achieving the outcomes from the policy. So I think we do have some good examples specifically achieved over the last couple of years. Thanks for bringing that one up. Janice, I'm sorry, Director Molhoff, I see your hand as well. If you have a question or a comment here, be glad to hear that.
No, so I just want to say that I think that the second sentence in the proposed new SD really addresses what you were talking about, customers who have preferences on how they're generating their own energy, because it talks about that we will plan for, adapt to, and enable both the needs of our customers as well as the rapidly transforming electric industry. So I think that gives management the flexibility to consider both demand side management and utility generated electricity depending on what our customers want. So I think that this new language gives, and Brad, you can confirm that, gives the organization some direction, but yet some flexibility on how they are going to achieve what we're asking them for.
Yeah, I think that's right. And, as a general comment, we have programs and framework to be interacting with our customers on a regular basis. And in the event there was a new product or offering that needed to be derived, I think our programs and our framework of interaction would pick that up. We publish a lot of that information, and we continue to do so. So I agree with your comments, Director Molhoff.
Great. I see Director Yoder's hand is up. Rick, you got something else?
Another clarification, if that's all right. I'm struggling to understand or have an example of what that last bullet is telling me.
Yeah, so the last bullet, I'll go ahead and read it for folks that maybe don't have eyes on the screen. Consider opportunities for supporting energy adequacy through resource design, fuel supply, and other infrastructure investments. I think this is a firm nod to part of the outcomes that we want in SD4. Going back to Director Williams's comments around, is the system performing the way we want it to, can be achieved by some of the aspects of system planning that are described in that bullet, but that may be more difficult to impute a metric on or define a binary, this is acceptable, this is not acceptable, this is good, or this is bad. And so I think what the board is doing by speaking to these attributes within the framework of the proposed integrated system planning SD is saying, when you make these decisions, we want you to consider these things. We want you to consider energy adequacy. We want you to consider fuel supply nuances and whether or not we have sufficient fuel supply in an unexpected disruption. And we want you to think about, in a more broad sense, other infrastructure investments that may produce some of these outcomes related to reliability and resiliency. I hope that helps.
I'm still struggling with trying to put a circle around what this allows and what it doesn't allow for consideration.
In terms of, sorry to interrupt you.
Just what it says. In terms of just what it says. I'm struggling to understand what it bounds. And maybe that's just my lack of understanding of, supporting energy adequacy through resource design.
So Brad, I would be happy-
why in particular fuel supply is in and that something else is not.
Was there somebody else there that spoke?
Yeah, Brad, this is Colton. I would be happy to talk a little bit more about the topic of energy adequacy and sort of the breadth of design options that may be able to address those, if that's useful to this conversation.
Sure.
Sure, go ahead.
So resource adequacy, just as a broad topic, has been relatively well established looking at sort of peak capacity and system needs. The topic of energy adequacy, I would say, is a relatively emerging topic, and it's emerging within the industry, as we get more of an abundance of sort of variable energy resources. And so, with sort of an emergence of the topic, there's not necessarily the clarity of the topic, but I would say this gets to the fact that we're not just planning for peak capacity. When we get to periods of time with low renewable output or extreme events, we also need to have enough energy adequacy or energy assurance to carry us through those events. And so depending on what those events are, there's a diversity of potential solutions. One of those is if you're depending on those firm resources for, called a Dunkelflaute, that cold or dark doldrum event. That might be making sure that your fuel tanks are appropriately sized to pull you through, but it could also mean making the right investments in wind generation for weatherization in those cold weather events so that they continue to output so you don't need to rely on fuel tanks. It could also mean investments in your solar panels for high wind speeds to be able to make sure that they're producing at those times. And so I would say that there's probably a diversity here of design solutions, and it's just a topic that we need to consider as we transition from resources that have had more security in on-site fuel to resources and a system of resources that don't have the same attributes. So hopefully that provides a little bit of maybe a system planner perspective on what that could mean.
Yeah, and so I'll move from clarification then into consideration. So in response to what you just described, I'm presuming that somewhere there's a curve, right, or two curves and they cross over. That we've got a likelihood of the event goes downward. So a 1 hour outage is, pretty likely versus a 6-month outage, is a low likelihood. And that the other curve would be the cost of the system that we would have that would handle a 1 hour outage versus one that would handle a 6-month outage. And that, so what's see here, and what I would ask the committee to consider is that we aren't in our view of resiliency as longer reliability issues or multi-day or multi-week reliability issues, that we aren't building a gold-plated system and completely redundant, that we've got, where is that point? Where does the board say, where's the public say that, yeah, an hour is an annoyance and, I'm willing to risk it, that we aren't going to have a 6-month outage. So where's that time frame? And maybe it's in the current industry discussions of resource adequacy, but from, this goes back to my first clarification comment, how much are we willing to spend to risk how much of an outage?
Yeah, I think, thank you for your comments, Director Yoder. There is, to your credit, a, probabilistic distribution of events. And some events on that curve are more severe than others, and I think you denote that well. Really what we're trying to do as it relates to the last bullet point is we're trying to create a space for the board and management to have a conversation around fuel supply. How are we thinking about fuel supply? How are we making sure we have an adequate amount of fuel supply? And having that conversation in the monitoring setting really allows the board to say, you're doing this sufficiently or you're not doing this sufficiently, or more so maybe to ask questions. Why did you decide it that way? How come it wasn't this way? Those sorts of dialogues that I think in the past have been critical to how we make decisions and why we make decisions the way we do. I don't know that we would get the outcomes that are interested, if I understand your comment correctly, by saying, hey, from a probabilistic perspective, we want to plan the system for 1 day in 10 years. I don't know that everybody sort of has the level of understanding that you might around that. And there's some education that we can do there. But the way we've tried to state the SD is if you pick it up, you understand a few of the most critical components for how we plan the system. We want to have enough resources throughout the year. We want to measure our ability to meet load. We want to measure our ability to provide sufficient amounts of energy. We want to think about times where renewable production is not what we want it to be. We want to have a conversation around fuel supply. We'd like an acknowledgement around the reliability and resiliency of the system and how we think about those things within the context of integrated system planning. And so I think ultimately that's where we're trying to take the conversation and frame those environments where we can have those conversations, I think, in a more meaningful way as our environment continues to change around us and as our own resources and load continue to change in pursuit of some of those other goals that we talked about in some of the other SDs. So I hope that's helpful.
That's very helpful. Very helpful. It just occurred to me as you were speaking, and I don't know if this is any kind of a good idea, but it just occurred to me as you were speaking that in the finance, we do have specific metrics on things like how much operating capital we have on hand. Maybe there's something similar that could be done on what you're shooting for here in resource capacity. The last consideration I have is is there any way to tie the goal of the system planning, and maybe you've done it, maybe it's there, but specifically the system transformation to the utility of the future? And do we have any way to identify attributes that are described in Powering the Future 2050 as attributes we would consider, or maybe even in the monitoring, of what we're doing with the planning here? Is that too much of a reach, or does that make sense?
I think it makes sense. I think it's a great question, and I would welcome Scott Foshe into the conversation if he has any thoughts. But I know for the crossover levers and some of those key pillars of the Powering the Future 2015 vision, there are decade-based milestones of either technology capability, customer preferences. There might be some regulatory components in there, and I think that the framework of how we think the next 2 or 3 decades is going to advance on our way to 2050 really does a good job of augmenting the district's minds on how we think about these things. They're very forward-looking. Sometimes they have a high degree of uncertainty, but we know some things are transcendent, like customer freedom, perfect power, cleaner world, future-ready posture. Those are the things that we think a widespread adoption within the district will help us get to where we're going the fastest. And I don't know, Scott, if you would have any additional comments in that space or not.
Thank you, Brad, for asking. I do have one additional comment, and Director Yoder, I appreciate the question. The first paragraph, really in its entirety, I believe is designed and intended to support what we intend by powering the future to 2050. It might not get into the very specifics of the language in terms of what we're doing in the 30s versus the 40s, for example. But what it does attempt to do is I would say, build that and strengthen that virtuous that we've talked about by having language like navigating through the rapidly transforming electric industry and meeting the needs of the customer, which speak to customer freedom, or the reliability of the system, which does speak to perfect power. I would say, as this was being developed and drafted, I was looking at this policy through that lens, and I felt it very comfortably reinforced in a way that you would expect and want policy to reinforce what's being spelled out in PF 2050. So that was the filter I look at it, and I would just offer that up for consideration.
Thank you. I'm complete.
Great. I don't see additional directors with additional comments at this time. There was one more point that we highlighted during the committee that I wanted to make sure and mention here. That SD9 is a little more guidance on how the resource planning or integrated system planning will occur and does not contain specific outcomes or what objectives there are. And that's kind of understood, specifically related to the decarbonization process. SD7 is more instructive or specific on a metric related to the environmental stewardship outcome. And so the committee did discuss the relationship between SD9 and the way in which our integrated system planning will achieve the desired outcomes related to reliability and resilience and the other specified terms that are included here, but it doesn't specify any of the metrics related to the environmental stewardship outcome that is known to be left and intended to be in SD7. And so the committee, as I mentioned in the chair report, the committee intends to look at SD7 for an update related to interim metrics, and that would be separate from what's occurring in SD9. But during the integrated system planning process, an update to the metrics on the way towards the long-term goal of net zero by 2050 would influence the integrated system planning that's covered here and potential updates to SD4 as well. And so I wanted to clarify that we do, the committee does understand that there are specified outcomes that could be written into SD9 but are not. And we recognize that that is included in another location, and that we are looking at that update as well. So just to clarify that we're not skipping over specifying a percentage of renewables or anything like that. We don't feel that that was the best governance practice, but that other locations specify things that would put kind of guardrails or guidance on the way in which the integrated system planning will occur. SD7 related to environmental stewardship, SD2 related to rates and affordability. Those would influence the integrated system planning. So that's just a reminder that the strategic directives work together to achieve the mission of the district overall. I see a hand from Director Moody. Did you have an additional comment or question on this now?
Well, maybe if we skip ahead, I don't know if you're intending to send this back to the committee or publicize it. If it's going back to the committee, I've got a handful of things that I can just send to you in writing. But if you're thinking that it's ready for public, then I definitely have some questions, and mostly for clarification, honestly, that I would prefer to ask. So tell me which way you want me to go, Eric.
I tell you what, let's go with the questions now, because without a July meeting, the intended next steps of getting ready for public comment over the summer period, so we could be back by August for potential discussion and approval, as listed, the potential approval shown at the top. So go ahead, Craig.
Yep, sounds good. I'll just say, backing into a few things, the last bullet, I know we had a discussion about it, but I'm still struggling to see kind of how it adds value. So I just offer that as my personal comment, that I get the idea that you described, Brad, in terms of like instigating a good conversation, which I value, but in terms of a policy, considering opportunities doesn't feel particularly meaty to me. Help me understand. So back to the first question, clarification, the two sub bullets, measure the frequency with and measure the percentage of total. Could help me understand what those are. When I read them, I assume that from a layman's perspective is those should both be 100% all the time, every day. Help me understand what those metrics are.
So Craig, let me jump in here and highlight that we did have a very robust discussion about this, and there are specific terms that were included in previous drafts. And so, Brad, I don't know if you feel comfortable mentioning the specific acronyms that had definitions that were included in previous drafts of this, or that might be included as the metric we would use during the monitoring report. I'll leave that to you based on if you think that is appropriate to discuss now. But Craig, that is something that we did talk about in great detail.
Yeah, no, thank you, Director Williams. I think you're right on top of it. The only thing I would supplement is there was a lot of really high quality conversation around the user experience and can they pick it up and can they understand principally what we're trying to codify here and pursue. And to Director Williams' comments, the first, I'll say, child under that fourth parent, for lack of a better characterization, is loss of load expectation. So when we had loss of load expectation included, it kind of left one of these like, huh? And so I think that feedback was great. We've modified it to try and get something that would connect maybe with a little bit of a broader audience and say, this is something we're going to measure. We want to measure our ability to hit system demand. And we want to report that and have a conversation around it. And then the one below it is expected underserved energy. So I'll just give a brief example of this. You may not be able to pick it up from what's in there, but we would talk about this sort of thing in the monitoring space. If we lose power at the Underwood household at 1 a.m. for a half hour, that is a very low volume of energy. If we lose power at the Underwood household when the Underwood boys are home and it's 3:30, 4 o'clock, and it's a day like today or yesterday or maybe tomorrow if I remember the weather right, and there's a big load coming from the house, or what I would think is a big load, that's a much more higher volumetric loss of energy. And the experiences for the customer in those two settings can be very, very different. So it helps us pinpoint kind of where the system is having the most stress, which historically has been peak, and what's the amount of energy that potentially we could be challenged to provide when the system becomes stressed. So this is all things that we kind of have to wade through, I think, in the monitoring. But we did try and change the language to help it land with a broad audience. And maybe we're not there yet, but that was our intent with what we had written there. And I'm sorry, Director Moody, if it's okay, I would say you brought up an exceptional point that the expectation of us is that we provide constant power with no service interruptions. And I think I don't know of any uncertainty in the building around that. And I see a lot of efforts perpetually in pursuit of that. When you talk about system planning, you would normally use 1 day in 10 years as the standard. And that is slightly different than perpetual power all the time. And that's a very nuanced thing. And I would just wrap this piece of the conversation to say that we can pursue 1 day in 10 years and still have an expectation that service is not interrupted for customers. And I think that's a tough concept to get your heads and hearts around, but I think it's true at the same time.
Yeah, that's a helpful distinction, Brad. I appreciate you sharing that. I'm not sure that I'm wrapping my head around the second one yet, but we can do that offline. That's perhaps my challenge. I think the only other thing that I'll toss out for conversation right now, and again, I think it's just a question in terms of understanding what we're after here, but back to those first two bullets, I feel like we had some of this conversation in SD7 a while ago, which was really about like, what's the point of putting a bullet in an SD that says we need to be compliant with something that we really have to be compliant with anyway? So and maybe if there's merit to having it in there, great. I don't have any heartburn about it. Those feel like sort of those things that are necessary that we have to do anyway. Perhaps I'm wrong.
I'd like to add to that, Craig. So I think what we talked about in committee is that this language about the things that we have to comply with then leads itself to potentially in the future, we can modify it to be more strategic in that effort and not to gold plate, but to say, okay, we see a trend where RTOs are starting to require 15% capacity instead of the 12.5 that we're at right now, net margin. So do we make then the strategic decision to change that, and this language then kind of teased the ability to be modified in that way into the future. And then that obviously has then a financial resource commitment that we would then also have to deal with in another SD. So that's, I think, why the committee was interested in having some of that language addressed now, acknowledging what we have to by law and compliance, but then also give us more of the option in the future for, I would say, a more strategic scenario. Does that make sense?
Sure. Again, I was seeking clarification and understanding. I don't have any heartburn with it. If it adds value, then there it is, and I'm good with it. Director Williams, I think everything else that I have is mostly editorial, so I can plop it into a Word doc and redline it for you.
So because the next actions considered are return to committee or move forward with public input, I guess I'm curious from a logistics standpoint, would we because the next meeting is not until August and we generally do the approximately 1 month public input timeline, would we have the opportunity to make any updates or clarify anything between now and a version that goes out for public comment? Or is this a binary? It has to be what we see on the screen that goes for public comments. Would we be able to receive anything? I guess, Craig, do you feel that your comments would lead to any changes to the letters and words on the screen now?
Not substantive. I mean, yes, I hope it leads to changes to tidy some things up, but I don't think it'll be substantive unless we decide that last bullet doesn't have merit to retain. But again, I don't know that that's. And I also would say, like, unless it's really, really meaningful, I don't think there's any. And Scott or Steve, correct me if I'm wrong from a governance perspective, but I don't think there's any huge challenge with, sometime in 3 weeks, you as the chair saying, I think this is ready, getting affirmation from your committee colleagues, and then letting it fly there. I think you have the ability to make that determination to go to the public. We're always going to have an opportunity as a board to review it and provide additional comments before we approve it.
Yeah, great. Regarding the last bullet, perhaps some of the additional information that was discussed in the committee and some of the clarification and background information can be provided to other directors via diligence. I know that, as we talked about a little bit, the relationship between SD9 and a pending SD4 discussion and update is strong, and the language included in the last bullet does lead to, as was mentioned briefly here, does lead to and draw a connection to SD4. And so I do think that we can provide some clarification about the specific relation between those two. Brad, we did talk about the two metrics on the sub bullet or the children bullets that you identified there. Do you think that the additional kind of terms and definitions information could be provided to directors to help clarify some of how we got to the language that we see here prior to a final agreement on being prepared for public input?
Yeah, I think we have that ready and available, Director Williams. We're happy to share that.
And yeah, and that was a kind of a supplemental page to either 1 or 2 drafts ago in the language here. And although it might not be included as an amendment or an attachment to the final version, I do think it would help to clarify, because there has been several hours of meetings internally on the committee, and the other 4 have not been privy to all of that. So I understand why it is and why that can be challenging. So I guess sorry, Brad, you got a hand?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Director Williams, for the ability to speak again. One thought that maybe is a little bit, in my perspective, more nuanced than in this SD than other SDs is we make statements in here, or proposed statements, that I think in this space are well understood. I think there are people outside of this space that maybe don't have the expertise and experience, where reading some of those statements, their knowledge of how the board is directing management to plan the system, I think could grow in some really meaningful ways. And so I think the conversation around is this or is this not strategic is a meritful conversation. I would just offer a perspective that sometimes in this setting, it can help customers and honestly, the layperson understand how we're thinking about things when they don't have a working knowledge around what the balancing authority requires. They don't know what NERC is. They don't even know that essential reliability services are critical to keep the system up. And so I would just offer that as counsel, where if it's possible, maybe we could be a little bit more liberal in our language in this setting, in pursuit of an enhanced experience for someone that may not be as familiar with this, who picks it up and consumes it. So thank you for letting me just make that administrative comment.
Great. So it sounds like I think we have a slide that proposes next steps, option 1, option 2, and strangely, it sounds like we have something like an option 1.5 that we plan to carry out, which is that additional questions may be submitted by directors to and through the systems committee in order to gain clarification, and that additional information can be provided, including the terms and definitions sheet that was shown a few drafts ago, can be provided to all of the board members. And after those couple steps occur in, let's say, the anticipated next 2 weeks or so, then we would look toward the public comment period, and then the public comment would be taken into the systems committee meeting before the board meeting in August. So sometime like that first meeting in August. Does that, I know committee direction is a thing we do generally at the end, but is that, Brad, does that make sense to you? Each of those next steps?
Yeah, very good. I think that sounds great. And I would just want to, I think, call in Mr. Foshe to make sure that he agrees. Maybe he can give us a thumbs up or some form of support to make sure we're still within the process expectations. But I think it's creative. I think it's a good solution. We certainly have more information, and we're happy to share that to keep this moving if that enables it.
Thank you for the question, Brad. I fully support where it is that we're sitting, and I think you rightfully, Director Williams asked for Steve Bruckner if there were any comments or concerns with that approach as well, and I would just ask Steve to offer final validation to that proposal.
Happy to. I agree. I think this is the appropriate way to go. Thanks for asking.
Great. Well, despite not having the proper meetings, it sounds like we can handle digitally some of the work to keep things moving forward, and still aim for a timeline to receive input in August, and then the committee would consider this for a vote after that public input period. So that's a little confusing, but thank you everyone for helping to move that forward. And I know this item ran a little bit long, so thank you all for the focus there. With that, I think we can conclude the discussion about the SD9 policy update language. And the next item is related to power with purpose. Chair Bogner, from the agenda, you would like to continue on the power with purpose update now. Is that correct?
Yeah, let's do the power with purpose natural gas and transmission update, and then we'll see where we are and perhaps take a break then between that and the next topic.
Sounds great. So whoever will present this item, please go ahead. Thank you.
Mic check. Yeah, just real quick. Thank you, Director Williams. We're definitely pleased to provide this update. There's a ton of work taking place behind the scenes, lots of activities. We've got Megan Walker here, who will provide the update for the construction process of the 2 new generating facilities. And she is managing that project and doing just a fantastic job in managing those complexities. And then we also have Danny Belt here today, who's the Director of Engineering, who'll provide an update on the transmission and the substation components of the power with purpose work that's also being done. So with that, I'll turn it over to Megan.
Thanks, Troy. Appreciate that. Next slide, Mo. All right, I'll just jump right into it. For our Standing Bear Lake and Turtle Creek stations, significant progress has been made over the last several months related to our preliminary grading. Both sites are approximately 90% complete. We've been having coordination between Zachary, our engineer, procure, construct vendor, and Ames, our grading contractor, to help prioritize that level of work in anticipation for the near-term activities that will be following by Zachary. For our EPC activities at the site, happy to report a major milestone at both sites as started last week. We began foundation work under the what will be with the major equipment at Sandy River Lake. That would be the engine hall, and at Turtle Creek Station, that'd be where the combustion turbine equipment will be located. Specifically, foundation work related, which we call auger piling, was commenced, and so we're very happy that those efforts have proceeded and commenced. Additionally, at Standing Bear Lake, we are anticipating mobilization of the subcontractor for the substation as early as this month, potentially early in July at Standing Bear Lake. And for Turtle Creek Station, they have successfully mobilized to the site for the substation and have begun preparing that area for their upcoming work. Additionally, at both sites, we are anticipating the major equipment to be delivered this fall. That would be the engines from Wardzilla at Standing Bear Lake and the combustion turbines from Siemens Energy at our Turtle Creek station. Another item to note for our Siemens combustion turbine equipment. Happy to report we were able to do witness testing. That's where we are physically present to observe electrical testing that was conducted on one of our generators, and we had project team members from OPPD, HDR, owner engineer, and Zachary present for that testing, which was completed satisfactory. On the right-hand side, you'll see recent drone photos of the sites. In the top is Standing Bear Lake. That's looking at a bird's eye view from Military Road south at the site. 120th Street would be off to the right, just to give you some orientation. I will note that rectangular area, kind of in the what would be seems to be the northeast area, would be what's the engine hall, and that somewhat triangular area to the left of that is the substation area, just to kind of orient. And then on the south, or on the bottom picture, is Turtle Creek Station, and that is from Fairview Road looking south at the site. And kind of the order, I'll call it, of rectangles is the first one you see kind of after that green patch grass is the EPC laydown area. Just south of that would be the substation area, and south of that would be the power block. Next slide, Mo, please. And then I'd like to share just a couple project pictures. Both the left and the right-hand pictures are examples at each of the sites for the piling or foundation work that has commenced. On the right-hand side, they're actually setting up the rigging for that. And on the right-hand side, you can actually see one of the auger pieces of equipment that's just going to take place prior to installing the piling. And then in the middle, you'll see our project team in attendance at the Siemens facility for one of our witness testings that I spoke about earlier. I'll just pause now before I turn it over to Danny to see if there's any questions on either Standing Bear Lake or Turtle Creek Station. Okay, Danny, you're up next.
All right, thanks, Megan, and thanks, Troy, for the introductions earlier. So on the transmission and substation components of the project, progress is going very well. The map that we're sharing on the screen here is really the same map that we've used since our original public hearing back in September of last year. It really defined the final routes, as has been kind of shared over the last couple of months of progress. Really nothing has changed around the routes or the alignment of the transmission lines as it's shown and depicted on this map. Just to orientate the audience around some of the finer details that might not be so easily read on this drawing or on this map, but really the yellow and blue segments of transmission are really indicating a double circuit 345 and 161 transmission line, kind of preparing us for future expansions as well. With the green line being just a single 161 line. Go ahead and flip to the next slide, Mo. So from a construction progress standpoint, we're doing very well on the overall transmission efforts around this SARPI Southwest transmission project. Easement acquisition at this point is complete, and we've kind of put a statistic in there of the success that we've had in the easement acquisition portion. So really what this means is that 96% of the landowners that we needed easements from were able to successfully negotiate either the terms or the values or whatever the challenges might have been. So overall, a good effort for our right-of-way teams in successfully acquiring the easements needed. Right-of-way vegetation clearing is complete. So really trying to take care of all of the trees and bushes and other things along the right-of-way that would impede our construction or the operation of the line. Those have been complete on this project. Foundation progress going well at this point with 18% complete. 18% complete. And then material deliveries are progressing on schedule. One thing to highlight around material deliveries is with the current supply chain issues, we are monitoring this very close. There's a lot of active work taking place on a weekly basis with all the different suppliers as well as sub-suppliers that are supplying individual parts and pieces on the project to ensure that they're still meeting their expected deliverables. And right now, all of those things are on track, although we are seeing minor variances that occur with routine on by a week or so, but the overall deliveries are still meeting expectations. The remote end substations, and maybe just to align on that terminology, for us, remote end really means the opposite end of the transmission line. So if we consider the Turtle Creek station being kind of the main substation connection point to the generation asset, the remote ends would be kind of where the remote ends of those transmission lines connect. They require substation modifications, and in the case of the 144th and K-Part substation, we're really looking at a new substation to both serve customer load as well as to interconnect and provide resiliency for that generation asset. The photo at the bottom right is kind of indicative of and showing the construction progress on that 144th and K-Part substation. So you'll see a lot of the infrastructure sitting there, including the larger substation dead ends where the transmission lines will connect once they get to that stage of transmission construction. The actual in-service date for that substation is going to be a little bit into the third quarter, so the commissioning effort starting somewhere around now, going into the August timeframe. The other main substation for interconnecting on the remote end side is the 180th and I-80 substation, and progress on that is also going well with the foundation work complete, and our own substation crews from OPPD have moved into that site and are underway with all of the above ground construction, so the electrical equipment, structural steel, those sorts of modifications. Next slide, please. Normally Tim O'Brien would be on the call and kind of touch on the stakeholder component for the overall project, but as always, the Community Connect website remains our primary source for keeping our customer owners and the rest of the general public informed of our project process. So just highlighting a couple things, we now have banners placed on both the Standing Bear Lake site and the Turtle Creek site as well, pointing passersby towards this website information so that if they want to provide any comment or receive any or identify any kind of changes on the project, that's their primary source. We continue to update those pages frequently, including some of the photos that you saw today that Megan shared over the overall grading progress of the sites. And our project team continues to have one-on-one touch points with other stakeholders in the community as issues come up. So if there's any items such as noise or dirt or what is the activities that are taking place on certain properties, those individual meetings are being held as well. And so with that, I'll take any questions.
Great, thanks very much for the presentation. Glad to see all the updates and that everything is moving along well. I don't see any hands raised. I don't see anyone visually. I can see some of the people, but I don't see anyone shaking their head or waving or jumping up and down. So if you do have any questions, let's go with 5 seconds. Oh, I see Javier. I see Javier's hand is up. Go ahead.
This is just a kudos to the team. I want to make sure that I take the opportunity to thank every single employee who is behind all of these projects. Megan, the work you're doing as a project manager of Standing Bear Lake Station, Turtle Creek Station, and Danny and Scott Edom and everybody around it. I want the members of the public to realize the amount of work that is happening today at OPPD is one that we haven't seen perhaps ever. And we're gonna hear the decommissioning report later on. Between decommissioning a nuclear station, building 2 new power plants, we're going to talk about the transformation that's going to happen in North Omaha, the solar acquisition of solar. We are actively, or will be actively working on over 2,200 megawatts of generation, whether retirement, decommission, building new. 2,200 megawatts of generation. To put that in perspective, we currently own accredited generation of just under 2,700 megawatts. By my count, we are transforming almost the entire fleet of OPPD as assets age, and we're bringing new projects, and it's not an easy task. Building one generation station alone would be complicated. We're building two, decommissioning another one, and building all of these transmission lines and substations. So I am in awe of what the team is doing, and I want to publicly commend the team for doing a fantastic job, and always with a focus on safety. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Great. Thank you very much for that input, and I also share the significant and heartfelt appreciation for all of the work, both the projects or aspects of the project that we've seen today, as well as all the other work across the organization. So we'll hear a little bit about the nuclear decommissioning in a little while. As far as this, I've talked for about 5 seconds. I still don't see hands. I don't hear any comments. So with that, I think we can conclude this item, and I will anticipate passing it to Chair Bogner for probably a break.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break for maybe 10 minutes or so. Thank you. We'll return at 2:40. All right, we are coming back. Eric, I'll let you lead off here. Maybe we get some clarification on a couple of these items and then we can go into the discussion.
Great. So we received the technical update on the construction process of some aspects of Power with Purpose. The update that we'll receive now is more forward-looking about the comprehensive set of projects related to Power with Purpose and how it will support the reliability for the district long-term. This is a long agenda item, and so there will be a presentation, and then there will be Q&A with the board at the end. I guess, do we anticipate holding questions to the end, Javier or Brad, or I'm not sure who would like to make the decision about the structure on this one, but
I think we can do it in a different way. There will be natural pauses. The presentation has I'm going to call it compartmentalizing different topics. So I suggest that at the end of each topic, the presenter will probably pause, ask for questions, and move on. The presentation is complex enough that if we wait until the end, we may lose some of the technical aspects of it. So probably something in between.
sounds good. Let's try and hold, but when we get to natural spots, let's make sure we ask questions that are relevant so we don't lose them. But with that, I'll pass it over to whoever is opening the presentation on Power with Purpose Reliability Update.
Very good, Director Williams. That would be me again. So in a continuation of themes that we just saw in the draft proposal for SD9 revisions, integrated system planning, we're going to continue our discussion around reliability. And as many of you recall, the district focused on some specific needs for the system in 2019 as it relates to Power with Purpose. And those needs originated from some aging generation that we have on the system, growing and dynamic communities here in eastern Nebraska. And we set those capital expansion, new infrastructure efforts in motion back in 2019. The beautiful thing about the Power with Purpose effort that Dan will talk about here momentarily is that it was a premier optimization of affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive. We checked all the boxes with Power with Purpose. And I think that was one of the things that really made it such a convicting solution for us to continue marching towards Powering the Future 2050. And it's important to say at this point that there's no change to that. The direction that we're marching down, we feel is the best way to get to where we're going in 2050, to serve a dynamic load, to make sure the community can count on reliable power here in eastern Nebraska. And so today, we're going to have Dan Lenahan, our Director of Planning and Strategy for our transmission and distribution system, give us an update on the reliability of the system. Dan has over 20 years of T&D planning experience, and Dan's hand has been on the plow, to use an agriculture analogy, for a long time. And Dan knows our system very well. And Dan's been collaborating with Colton Kennedy and many other people in the organization to make sure that we continue to monitor the changes on the system to ensure they happen at the right time and at the right pace. And so Dan's going to talk about some of the changes that we've seen along the Missouri River corridor. He's going to talk about some national and local challenges that we've seen when it comes to interconnecting new generation onto the bulk electric system. And he's going to also talk about what those challenges mean for us, specifically in 2024 and beyond. So in 2019, we were really focused on the 2022 system, 2023 system, and Dan's going to talk about that. Now that we're in 2022, we're focused on the 2024 system, and is it going to look the way we want it to look? And Dan's going to give us a great bit of detail on that. So before we start the discussion, I'd just like to pause for a few comments if they exist, and if they don't, Dan, you can take it away after 5 or 10 seconds.
All right, I think I paused long enough. So quick audio check. I'm assuming you can hear me by those grins. So excellent. Yeah, thanks for that introduction, Brad. So again, I'm Dan Lenahan, Director of System Planning here at OPPD, and I'll be doing the bulk of the presenting today on this Power with Purpose Reliability Update topic. And I think Brad already pretty sufficiently went through kind of the outline or the agenda that we're going to talk about today. So if you want to go ahead and move to the next slide, I'll start getting into the background for Power with Purpose. So I want to start off with a little bit of background on Power with Purpose, since it's been almost 3 years since the Power with Purpose recommendation came before the board. I extracted some materials and graphics from our October 2019 public board meeting presentation on our Power with Purpose recommendation, and hopefully it jogs the memory of some of those board members that were here at that time. And for those that were not here, it should at least help provide a level set. So the Power with Purpose project identified the need for up to 600 megawatts of natural gas generation and 400 to 600 megawatts of utility scale solar generation, balancing affordability, reliability, and environmental sensitivity. And this Power with Purpose project was initiated to facilitate 3 main things. It allows for the planned retirement and fuel conversion of some of the oldest generators in OPPD's generation fleet, which are located at North Omaha Station. We currently have 5 generating units in operation at North Omaha Station, and all 5 of these units used to primarily operate on coal when they were originally built decades ago. And then a few years ago, we initiated a transition plan to retire and partially convert the station. We converted 3 of those 5 units from coal to natural gas a few years ago, and 2 of those units remained operating on coal as they do today. And the next stages of that plan were to retire the 3 oldest units, which are units 1, 2, and 3, and then refuel the remaining 2 units, which are units 4 and 5, from coal to natural gas. And the Power with Purpose project is a big enabler to fulfilling that North Omaha Station transition plan. In addition to facilitating the planned retirements and refueling at North Omaha Station, Power with Purpose also facilitates very large load growth we have occurring on our system. Now, both of these items are shown in the graphic on the lower right, which was copied from our 2019 public board presentation material, where we highlighted our projected load growth, which is indicated by the increasing orange line and arrow on the top of the graph. And the gray shaded area underneath indicates our generation supply, noting a declining trend primarily due to the planned retirements at North Omaha Station. The orange space in between the load growth and on the top and the generation supply and the gray on the bottom shows a gap representing a supply deficiency. And if that gap is left unmitigated, we would not have enough generation capacity or supply to meet our forecasted electric demand. And the Power with Purpose generation project fills that gap. In addition to filling that gap, Power with Purpose also maintains critical and historical system reliability and resiliency levels. So with our growing load and planned generation retirements and refueling plans at North Omaha Station, This creates a scenario where a significant amount of bulk generation changes are set to occur where the coordination of in-service dates for power with purpose becomes critical for successful project outcomes and maintaining system reliability and resiliency. And I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on what I mean by maintaining system reliability and resiliency on the next couple of slides. So if you go to the next slide. Okay, so as part of the original Power with Purpose 2019 Public Board meeting materials, we shared a similar version of this graphic on the right, which referenced the changing generation landscape in and around our system, along with our experiences to some extreme weather events. And we talked about these two items are challenging our ability to maintain the reliability and the resiliency of the grid, and how they both need to be accounted for as we plan our system of the future. So the changing generation landscape involves the retirement of traditional generation power supplies, like those of coal and nuclear, and the addition of emerging generation technologies, primarily in the form of variable renewable energy sources. As the generation landscape across the entire country started to change a few years ago, our federal regulator over grid reliability, NERC, or North American Electric Reliability Corporation, issued a notice that the quickly changing generation landscape could pose a significant risk to grid reliability, and that these bulk generation changes need to be more closely evaluated and monitored as the grid characteristics are beginning to fundamentally change. And as the changing generation landscape was occurring across the country, it began to occur locally as well. We noted on the graphic that approximately 1,000 megawatts of large conventional baseload generating stations located in or very close to our service territory along the Missouri River corridor have retired, and an approximate equal amount of wind energy has come online, with most of that energy being located remote from our system, which has fundamentally altered the characteristics of the grid in our subregion. And whenever generation changes like this occur in the bulk electric system, we're required to evaluate grid reliability impacts in accordance with federal regulations as directed by NERC. These studies evaluate those electrical system attributes I bulleted in the lower left-hand part of the slide, such as thermal capacity, voltage profile, system stability and frequency response, load ramping and balancing, and resource adequacy. And without going into details on what each of those items are, it's just important to know that keeping those items in check helps ensure we avoid large-scale blackouts on the power grid. So through each of these significant generation changes illustrated on that graphic, our system maintained compliance with the federal grid reliability regulations, but we identified and noticed an impact on our grid reliability and resiliency margins, especially as we experienced extreme weather events like flooding, tornadoes, and polar vortexes back in 2017, 2018, and 2019, which are depicted on the far right-hand side of the slide. And as our system experiences those extreme weather events, it became abundantly clear that simply complying with the federal grid reliability regulations as they were defined back in 2019 was not sufficient in and of itself, and that by maintaining reliability and resiliency margins in our system helped us successfully ride through those previous extreme weather events that we experienced without having to implement controlled or rolling blackouts for our area in order to keep the bulk power grid up and running. And to further illustrate my point on maintaining these reliability and resiliency margins and why they're important, I have a graphic on the next slide, which we can go ahead and transition to. So the graphic on the right, we also showed during the October 2019 public board meeting. And this was used to illustrate the declining grid reliability and resiliency margins corresponding to the generation landscape changes and load growth in that Missouri River corridor area over time. And we stated that left unmitigated, we would breach our threshold that would put our system in an unacceptable state. Therefore, Power with Purpose was put in motion to maintain our reliability and resiliency margins, along with supporting load growth and facilitating the North Omaha Station unit retirements and fuel conversions. So upon approval by the board for Power with Purpose in the fall of 2019, we started on project execution for that project. But shortly thereafter, we began to experience some pretty significant challenges and events, which are being shared by many other electric utilities across our entire industry, which I'm now going to get into and discuss. But I can maybe pause here and see if there's any questions on background before I transition to the industry challenges and events. Okay, not seeing any, we can go ahead and move to the slide. Thank you. Okay, the first industry event and challenge I want to cover is the continued changing generation and load landscape. As I mentioned previously, back in 2019, when we were evaluating power with purpose, our federal regulator over grid reliability, NERC, identified that the quickly changing generation landscape, also commonly referred to as the changing resource mix, was becoming a top risk to grid reliability. And it's now 3 years later, and NERC has reaffirmed the changing resource mix as a top risk to grid reliability. And unfortunately, this once emerging risk has now become reality that our industry is dealing with today, as evident by the fact that regional generation capacity markets across the country are tightening, and in some cases going beyond just tightening. In NERC's recent 2022 summer assessment report, so for this summer, it identified certain regions of the country are either at an elevated risk or at high risk for not having enough generation capacity to meet their electric demand. So if you note the graphic in the upper right-hand corner where NERC highlighted those regions, that covers half the country. The orange shaded regions were identified as having elevated risk if certain extreme weather events present themselves. And the red shaded areas were identified as having high risk, even under more typical summer-like conditions. So in addition to the NERC assessment, each of these regions completed their own deeper dive, more detailed regional summer assessments, which augment the NERC national assessment. Now, OPPD's region, which is the Southwest Power Pool region, has publicly issued a notice that it projects sufficient regional generation supply for this summer, even under a wide array of impactful scenarios. Conversely, 3 other regions, specifically California, Texas, and the neighboring Midwest regions just to our east, which are circled on the graphic in the lower right-hand side of the slide, all issued public notices of potential rolling blackouts due to possible generation supply deficiencies this summer. And the changing generation landscape coupled with load growth were pointed to as primary factors. So the reason I go over this is to reinforce the fact that our federal grid regulator over grid reliability saw this risk coming years ago and warned the industry about it. We took that warning very seriously and incorporated it into our power with purpose generation expansion plans, bringing on a balanced generation mix of modernized natural gas plants and utility scale solar. But unfortunately, this is not where the industry challenges end. So if you want to go to the next slide. So on top of the changing generation and load landscape, there are significant challenges with getting new generation onto the grid. Interconnecting new generation to the grid is a heavily regulated process by the federal government, and those regulations are administered by various regional entities across the country. As part of those regulations, any new generator requesting to interconnect to the grid is required to formally establish its queue position or get its place in line, and then go through an interconnection request evaluation study process to ensure federal grid reliability standards are maintained. And this process actually worked fairly well until relatively recently. So new generator grid interconnection requests have skyrocketed across the entire country the past few years, creating a landscape where each region's interconnection request studies are severely log-jammed and backlogged by multiple years, which are quickly becoming a major impediment to adding new generation to the grid in a timely manner. In the graphic in the upper right-hand side of the slide, there's a map of the US showing each region's backlog generation interconnection requests. And in total, over 1,000 gigawatts of new generation interconnection requests have been submitted to regional grid authorities all over the country that are waiting to be evaluated. For reference, that's a massive amount of new generation requests that would more than double the nameplate capacity of the entire existing generation fleet in the United States. And the transmission grid that has been built out over the years was not built to support anything of the likes of what we're seeing here. And these regulated grid reliability impact studies that the regions,
then just as for reference for those for the members of the public who are watching, you know, at 1,000 megawatts, OPPD for our purposes, our peak load is 2,600 megawatts, right? Our generation is about 3,000 megawatts. This is 1,000 megawatts of new generation interconnection that has been requested across the nation. So just to put a little bit of context, what does 1,000 megawatt generation interconnection mean, and how large this is?
Yeah, I guess I'm just I might have said it wrong too, but there's 1,000 gigawatts. So
gigawatts. Yes,
Orders
you're right.
of magnitudes well above our existing fleet of generation. Yeah, we have
I'm
very
not
small
helping here with a clarification. So our generation is 3 gigawatts. This is 1,000 gigawatts, just for comparison purposes.
Yes, correct. Thanks, Javier. Yeah, just the order of magnitude and scale of these new interconnection requests is just massive and is fundamentally changing and delaying how these grid interconnection studies are being done. So these grid interconnection studies are complex electrical engineering computer modeling simulations which determine transmission grid expansion requirements for these new generators. And the more requests that are included in these studies, along with the composition of those requests, mostly consisting of emerging renewable energy technologies, makes these grid evaluation studies that much more complex and time consuming. So due to this dynamic, the interconnection request processing durations in each region have almost doubled from what once was 1 to maybe 2 years in duration has now extended to 4+ years across the country. And furthermore, larger transmission grid expansion requirements are being identified in these studies, which also further delays the ability of new generators to come online from when they originally wanted to. So a very, very complex and cumbersome issue and process, a lot of reform debate going on how to deal with this, but this is the current landscape of where this is at across the entire country. So go ahead to the next slide. So a third and final set of industry challenges I wanted to discuss specifically focus on new solar generation. So earlier this year, the federal government opened what's known as an anti-circumvention investigation, where they are investigating if certain entities are circumventing or bypassing regulations or laws around solar panel imports into the US. And this investigation has essentially brought the solar panel supply chain to a pseudo standstill as this investigation continues. There was a recent announcement on executive action from President Biden aimed at providing some near-term relief, but it's too early to tell the impact that will have. In addition to that, there's been a lot of siting challenges for solar, where zoning jurisdictions are passing moratoriums blocking utility scale solar development, either to discourage solar development altogether or to temporarily pause solar development so that new solar regulations can be developed, as utility scale solar technology is new to many zoning jurisdictions. And we've ran into both situations locally. So as a result of these two solar challenges I just mentioned, and the other industry challenges I mentioned on the changing generation landscape impacts on grid reliability, and those backlogs and delays in the federally regulated grid interconnection study process, there's numerous examples of electric utilities across the country deferring generation retirement and generation expansion plans. And I've listed some headlines for just a few of those examples, which I just wanted to read real quick. So the first is Evergy, which is the largest electric utility in Kansas, scales back plans to add solar power by 2024. Will keep Lawrence plant partially open. So the largest electric utility in Kansas has significant utility scale solar expansion plans, along with plans to retire older coal plant facilities in the Lawrence, Kansas area. But due to grid interconnection study backlog challenges and delays for many of the newly proposed solar generation projects, this utility had to put those plans on hold and delay retiring their conventional power plant until these grid interconnection backlog issues could get resolved. In another example, NiSource, which is an electric utility in Indiana, cites the Commerce Department solar investigation and plans to delay coal plant retirements. So in this instance, the electric utility in Indiana had plans to retire older coal plants and add new utility scale solar generation. But the federal government's investigation, anti-circumvention investigation, created massive uncertainty in solar panel supply chains. And it's causing the utility to defer both its generation retirement and generation expansion plans by a couple of years. And then finally, just yet another example, PNM, or Public Service Company of New Mexico, seeks to extend life of coal plant for summer demand. Just yet another example of an electric utility, this one in the state of New Mexico, that had plans to retire older coal plants, add new utility scale solar, and is having to delay its coal plant retirements to maintain grid reliability while they continue to battle those same industry challenges of bringing on new utility scale solar generation. So again, these are just a handful of examples of electric utilities altering their generation retirement and expansion plans due to all these recent industry challenges and events. And there's many more examples like this across the country. So how does this all relate to our Power with Purpose project? Well, unfortunately, our Power with Purpose project is not immune to these industry challenges and events, and we're dealing with these as well. So if we transition to the next slide, I can get into those specifics. So similar to other electric utilities, OPPD has plans to retire, refuel, and expand our generation portfolio. Specifically, as a reminder, we had long-standing plans to retire our older North Omaha Station units 1, 2, and 3, and to convert and refuel the remaining 2 units at North Omaha Station, units 4 and 5, from coal to natural gas. And all of these changes were set to occur by the end of 2023 in accordance with previous board resolutions. And those previous board resolutions were made about 6 to 8 years ago. And at that time, the industry landscape was very different than it is now. For example, 6 to 8 years ago, we had very little load growth, and now we have surging load growth. Also back then, there was an abundance of generation supply in our region and most other regions of the country. And as I mentioned earlier, numerous regions are now warning of potential generation supply deficiencies this summer, and that rolling blackouts might be needed because of it. The generation resource mix back then had a limited amount of renewables on the system, and operating experience with that changing resource mix was very limited. Where now a lot more renewables have come onto the system, we've gained more operating experience with that and a more and better understanding of the changing resource mix impacts on grid reliability. And finally, at that time, there was a lot of environmental regulatory changes that were being proposed and debated, and those regulations evolved a lot from their inception to where they ended up in the final rules. So fast forwarding to 2019, as our industry landscape was changing, we made our Power with Purpose generation expansion recommendation plan that was targeted for commercial operation largely by the fall of 2023, which would have been prior to the North Omaha Station retirements and conversions. And then fast forwarding to now, our industry continues to change. We're running into those same industry events and challenges I just discussed in the past few slides. So supply chain, other project execution issues are challenging construction of the Power with Purpose gas assets. By the end of 2023, even though we just had a presentation where we're making progress, there are some challenges that are stressing that. Zoning regulations and the federal focus on solar panel imports are challenging progress on the Power with Purpose solar assets. But the most impactful challenge we are dealing with on the entire Power with Purpose generation expansion project is the multi-year study backlog in the regulated generation interconnection request evaluation process for new grid interconnections. So OPPD is part of the Southwest Power Pool, or SPP region, who's responsible for overseeing the regulated grid interconnection process in this region. And that SPP region is highlighted in red on the map shown to the right there. Similar to every region across the country, SPP's generation interconnection process is significantly backlogged and delayed, which is impacting our Power with Purpose generation and service dates. And due to the magnitude that this impact is having, I just wanted to unpack that in a little more detail on the next slide.
Hey, Dan, and while we transition to the next slide, let me just make a comment about the Southwest Power Pool. In this case, I see it, it's a good analogy to think about them as the air traffic controller. They are helping all of us, all of us utilities that are transforming and putting new generation interconnection requests for all types of assets generation, a lot of renewables. They are helping us do this in a way that is coordinated, so that we don't inadvertently inject more power into a transmission system that is not ready to accept all of that power. So I remain incredibly grateful to the work that the folks at SPP continue to do for us, because they're allowing us to plan ahead and to do this in a responsible and careful manner. So I just want to mention that note of support and how grateful I am that here in the United States we have this construct of regional transmission organizations that help us coordinate all of this work.
Thanks, Javier, for that ad. And it's probably worth just reminding, I think the board knows, but just in general, the public, that the transmission grid is what connects cities to cities and states to states together. That's why it's so heavily federally regulated, and that there's regions that administer and overlook these processes as well. So that was a good ad. Thank you for doing that. So if we transition to the next slide, I'll unpack a little bit more about the backlogged interconnection process. So the graphic on the right here shows a timeline of how our power with purpose generation interconnection requests are progressing through the federally regulated SPP administered generation interconnection study process, illustrating how that process has evolved and been more delayed over time. So at a high level, wherever you see a gray colored bar in that timeline graphic, that indicates the original estimated duration for our power with purpose gas generation interconnection requests to work their way through the regulated grid interconnection study process, noting that the original timeline would have had us completing the SPP interconnection study process by the end of 2023, which would have been before the North Omaha station generation retirements and fuel conversions. And wherever you see a colored bar that's orange, green, or red, that's the updated portion of how the SPP interconnection process has evolved and been significantly delayed due to all the dynamics I just mentioned on the previous slides. So we implemented numerous mitigation plans in an attempt to minimize the impact of this generation interconnection study backlog, which I just want to briefly discuss. So our power with purpose generation site selection criteria included optimizing existing transmission grid capacity to help minimize potential large transmission build-out requirements that may come out of these studies. Also, we submitted our power with purpose generation interconnection request to SPP in early 2020. So that was as soon as our site selection options were narrowed in order to establish our queue position to get our place in line for these request evaluation studies. And at that time, the SPP interconnection study process duration was estimated at approximately 2.5 years, which again would have been done before the North Omaha station conversions and retirements were set to occur. And also at that time, of note, there were relatively minimal amounts of transmission network upgrade requirements being identified, especially for requests in our or near our subregion. However, the SPP interconnection study backlog landscape drastically changed since we entered their queue in 2020. Unfortunately, request processing times doubled from what was once 2.5 years to now 4, almost 5 years, pushing our interconnection requests out to the late 2024 or 2025 timeframe before we could anticipate receiving final grid interconnection system impact study results. In addition, massive regional transmission network upgrade build-out requirements started being identified for requests in all parts of the region, pushing out new generator and service dates even further as the lead times for large transmission grid build-out is significant. So due to this growing study backlog, SPP developed a new short-term option called interim interconnection service to allow generation projects a potential option to bridge a gap until the final interconnection study would be complete. And we began pursuing that relatively new option. However, that option has multiple risks in that it doesn't guarantee power injection rights, as it can be revoked year over year based on changing system conditions through annual reassessments. And these interim studies are now starting to see the same challenges as the standard backlog interconnections process, as more generators are evaluating this relatively new interim option. Therefore, this interim service option cannot solely be relied on to mitigate our grid reliability and resiliency concerns. Also, OPPD staff has continued to promote and advocate to SPP and our federal regulator, FERC, or the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, what we think are needed changes to reform this generation interconnection request evaluation process due to how much the landscape has changed. And some of our recommended changes have been effectuated, and others, they're still being debated and considered. So despite all these mitigation efforts, the bottom line is that the backlogged generation interconnection process has not been resolved for our power with purpose generation requests, and a new mitigation plan needs to be considered. So there's a lot of information on the grid interconnection backlog that I walked through here. So I may pause and see if there's any questions before I transition to the next slide.
Yeah. Dan, related to the the interconnection process, have there been changes made at SPP based on identifying this extremely lengthy increase in the time to do an analysis for new resources coming online?
Yes, great question. I think every year for the past 3 years, SPP has received a lot of stakeholder feedback on how to make the process more efficient and get through these quicker. And they've initiated changes each and every year, some of which were changes we recommended. Just for example, due to the sheer volume of requests in their backlog queue, a lot of these requests come from developers, which are somewhat speculative on projects that they're pursuing, and their first level of evaluation for a project is to see what these grid interconnection studies reveal. So instead of those projects going through this formal queue process and log jamming up the queue potentially, SPP has invoked higher financial security requirements and more land and site control requirements before you can enter their queue to try and curb those more speculative requests, to try and weed out those from coming through and log jamming up the queue, to have them focus on more firm requests that are more shovel ready and ready to go. That's had some beneficial impact, but it's still working its way through their backlog mitigation process. And so I think time will tell, but it seems to be having some kind of beneficial impact, but we're still working through that. And that's just one example of many that they've tweaked and modified their process.
And Derek,
go ahead, Connor.
Your question prompted me to just another reminder. And I think that this is a great conversation. The other reminder is Dan mentioned a few times already the federal legislation, federal regulation around transmission interconnection, and part of it is it's a non-discriminatory process where, you know, regional transmission organizations cannot differentiate interconnection applications from load-serving entities, utilities who need the generation, versus other utilities who want to put in generation. They may be speculative. They may want to at some point sell that generation to a utility. So the Southwest Power Pool and any other RTO has to be agnostic to who's making those requests. And that's why they can raise the bar, if you will, by doing what Dan just described, you know, making it more expensive or making, you know, putting more skin in the game for people who want to have an interconnection, but that still leaves the list really, really long with a lot of speculative interconnection generation that may or may not happen. And we are competing against those projects in the same queue where we are a load serving entity and we have the need to serve and put these assets. So I think it's a national conversation. FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, is taking these really seriously. They are looking at ways to modify the regulations to unlock the logjam that has been created by all of us requesting these generation interconnections.
I think the conversation's been really well had here around first come, first serve. And I think that's been an important messaging thing for us as far as interconnection requests go. And so we do operate in a first come, first serve in accordance with federal law. And Dan made a great comment around the collaborative nature by which we're engaging SPP on this. SPP understands the severity of the issue. And one of the beautiful pieces of SPP's charter is it's effectively a member organization. So we're able to have these conversations in a collaborative way to try and advance this as efficiently as we can while satisfying the various objectives that have to occur within the process. And so I think that's worth saying. And for a long time, that process worked very well. This federal law has been in place for a number of decades now, and we're just getting to a point now where the volume is really starting to stress the RTO's ability to manage, and that piece is a national issue. So thank you for letting me make those comments. I see Director Moody with his hand up, Dan, so I'll pass over to him.
Thank you. Quick thread on that's federal regulation, which would, to your point, Brad, in order to change that, is that an administrative? Is that congressional action? Do we know? Just quickly, I'm curious about where that burden lies.
Yeah, it's really a FERC matter, the Federal Energy Regulatory Corporation, and so just as recently as June, FERC released their proposed docket to continue the discussion on the generator interconnection. And so we see FERC acting on this. We try and work with SPP to interface with FERC around what we're experiencing and ways to improve the process. And we're all watching that very, very closely and participating whenever possible to see those discussions advance.
Yeah, so the commission votes. It's a commission who determines this. Of course, the commissioners are nominated by the president. They're confirmed by the Senate. There's a process, but it doesn't go to the Senate or the House. It's at the FERC level.
Yep. Okay. That's all. I was just trying to understand who had agency. Okay. I've got a handful of questions. So colleagues, if you want to thread on anything, by all means, please just hop in. I won't be offended. Dan, as I was reviewing this, one of the things that I didn't previously, when we had earlier conversations, connect the dots between a study, the results of that study, any actions that were required of that study, and then an agreement. Could you help me understand how those things are threaded together, and when, you've talked already about kind of the delays in the study length, but what happens then once the study is complete? Do we anticipate, and maybe this is the red bar here, a year or two of network upgrades, and then the agreement comes thereafter? Help me kind of put all of those dots together, if you would.
Yeah. I mean, I think you got it. And the red bar is the probably biggest concern, is maybe stepping through the process. Is first you submit a request to connect your generator to the grid. Next, the regional entity does an impact study to see what the reliability impacts are for interconnecting that generator to the grid. And in that study, when it's done, they will identify, hey, here's the transmission build out requirements to reliably integrate your generator into the grid. Those get codified in a service agreement saying your generator can't operate until these facilities are built. And so you can get an executed service agreement, but then it's basically your operation of your unit is contingent upon the fulfillment of the service agreement requirements to build new transmission that was identified in the study. And to your point, is on this graphic, that's the red bar. That's the longest lead potential concern for this.
Okay. That's helpful to understand how those all fit together. I want to talk about the interim GIA just for a second. You described that as revocable. Help me understand. So this is a new tool that they're using. If I remember correctly, they're not common, or we don't have a lot of history. So help me understand on what grounds they might revoke an interim GIA.
Yeah, so this is a little bit more complicated, but I think going back to the principle, either Brad or Javier said it, that it's current policy, federal policy is first come, first serve. And first come, first serve means you have, whenever you establish your queue position through your request, you have first rights on an open access transmission system to the transmission system capacity. So depending on where your spot in line is, if there's generators that have their spot in line ahead of you and they decide to pursue this interim study process, they effectively have first dibs at available transmission capacity compared to your project. And conversely, our project, depending on where our spot in line, has dibs on transmission capacity ahead of where projects are after us in line. And so that's that constant jockeying of who's in line to get capacity, available capacity on the grid. And so the issue you're dealing with is that higher queued or generators with their places in the line that are higher than ours can come on the grid potentially later after ours come on the grid and say, well, we want interim service as well. There has to be a reevaluation study based on those prioritized spots in line, and that could impact what was once maybe granted as available capacity could get reassessed the next year and get taken away. So it's a complex, convoluted process, but it's basically based on first come, first serve principles and where your spot in line is and what other generators ahead of you are doing with their projects.
Okay.
And let me interject here really quick, and I think this is important. An important point of to note is the care that took place by the OPPD team many years ago in selecting the sites for both Turtle Creek Station and Standing Bear Lake Station. So these sites were carefully selected for a number of reasons. One, of course, you need to have availability of fuel and natural gas pipelines, et cetera. But the other very important piece that was thoroughly debated and considered here with the team was proximity to load. And so the closer we are, the closer the generation is to load, the lower the probability of additional transmission infrastructure needs. This doesn't mean that risk is completely mitigated, but I do want to call out that a lot of care was put in place to select the sites that we currently have on those two stations to lower that probability. From Dan's perspective, he's absolutely right. You know, the interim generation interconnection agreement can be taken away because of what he just described, but I do want to let the public know that this is we selected sites that had the closest proximity to the load precisely to lower this probability.
Okay, that's good. Thank you for responding to that. Last question on this slide specifically. This is all gas assets. Power of Purpose is bigger, and we've got the 400 to 600 megawatt goal for solar. Help us understand how solar fits into the color scheme that we've got here. What just could you kind of help me put that puzzle together just a little bit to understand?
Yeah, I think maybe the way I'd answer that is for the gas assets, OPPD is the owner and the submitter of those generation interconnection requests. Whereas for the solar assets, we issued an RFP to evaluate responders to respond to that. They're responsible for going through this interconnection process. And so we don't have control over that. So we just put in here the assets we have more direct control over, if that helps.
Yeah, that does. I was just wanting to make sure I understood kind of the whole landscape of it. And
I guess just to add on to that is the solar projects, whether we submit them or a developer submits them, they're still going through this same process, and same issues are arising there as well.
Right. They're in the same queue, yeah. And because it's agnostic, doesn't matter if it's OPPD is a publicly owned utility or a privately held development company. Same queue, same treatment, right?
Yep, correct.
And last question, and then I'll yield the floor. We don't need to go back slides, but while we're talking about solar, you've talked about siting issues a little bit. And can you remind me, 1 megawatt of a utility scale solar requires how much land? Roughly?
I'm going to jump in there, Dan.
I was about to say I could phone to help answer that question. I want to say I thought it was 5 to 6 acres per megawatt, but Courtney, please fill that in.
Yep, it's about 5 to 7 acres per megawatt, depending on topography and some other things.
Okay. Which when you start to multiply that times 400 to 600 megawatts starts to help us understand the nature of the siting issues that we're running into. Okay, I'll yield. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the generation interconnection backlog issue here before I move? I think I saw other hands raised, but
I've got one. Thanks, Dan. And it seems like haven't been paying attention when I ask my question here, but I'm a little confused on the navigation. At the bottom paragraph here, despite these mitigation efforts, blah, 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 a new mitigation plan needs to be considered. So needs to be developed or needs to be considered by the board I'm just, who's doing the considering here and when is it put forward, the new mitigation plan?
I think one thing we tried to do is give people a good understanding on this slide, Director Yoder, around how we were intending this to go based on the information that we knew in 2019, how it's progressed over the last few years, and then the various things we did to try and mitigate these potential challenges that are surfacing for us. And so at the end of the content today, we have some recommendations we'd like the board to consider to mitigate some of this dynamic.
So we have already developed a new mitigation plan. That's what we're presenting today, and it will need to be considered by the board at a future board meeting for vote.
I think that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, if that was the last question, that's actually a great segue into the next.
Sorry.
Slide, but I don't think it is. So I think I saw another hand.
Yep, thanks, Dan. We talked earlier, and in our SD9 integrated system planning discussion, we talked about how other resources that are difficult to quantify influence our system, and distributed generation on homes and businesses does not require interconnection. I realize it does not address the same problem, but the specific reason that I asked earlier about how we identify a priority on bringing other types of resources online is because while distributed generation and customer-owned distributed energy resources and customer-owned generation doesn't address the capacity problem that we're trying to solve here for reliability, it does have benefits that are difficult to quantify and that are being more comprehensively studied by things like the Vibrant Clean Energy Study that was released a few months ago. And so in the SD9 discussion earlier, I was essentially leading into some discussion about recognizing that distributed resources do not solve this problem, but we cannot say that they do not contribute benefit to the utility and to our customer owners directly. And that's not a specific question, but I do just want to highlight that this is specifically why I asked that question during the integrated system planning policy update discussion earlier. This problem is having comprehensive difficulties for us and other projects and other utilities. And there are other things we can do. And I hope in the proposed mitigation plan that we are looking to other things that can provide benefits to the utility and to our customer owners in the intervening time while we consider what we do for the long-term, more substantial capacity and reliability needs. In the interim, what can we do to continue moving things forward? So I look forward to that part of the discussion here in a little bit. Thank you.
Yeah, Director Williams, I think one of your colleagues has mentioned to me that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the next best time is today. And I think to your point, there is certainly a focus on distributed energy resources, demand side management that needs to happen soon. And also with the acknowledgement that the magnitude and the speed at which we need to solve this problem is one that cannot necessarily be solved by distributed energy resources or demand side management, but it has to be part of the solution for a number of reasons. So I wholeheartedly agree with you, and also looking at this new mitigation plan that we're presenting to the board as combined strategies that we need to move forward with. Thank you for that.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that comment, Director Williams. I think that was all the hands raised that I see. So I think we can proceed to the next slide unless I missed one or two. All right, not hearing anyone jump in, I'll go ahead and transition here. So this is kind of a transition summary slide of where we're at to this point in the presentation. So as a reminder, Power with Purpose generation expansion plan was originally intended to largely be put in service by the fall of 2023 to facilitate the North Omaha Station unit retirements and conversions, to support OPPD's growing communities, and to maintain grid reliability and resiliency. The same industry events and challenges that are impacting generation retirement and expansion plans for many electric utilities across the country are also impacting OPPD's plans and causing delays with Power with Purpose. In order to ensure OPPD's reliability and resiliency margins are preserved to help prevent large-scale blackouts, a mitigation plan for Power with Purpose generation delays is recommended to be put in place. Based on the magnitude of the generation portfolio changes and the local and national challenges, there's very few options available. If you go to the next slide, we have a couple that we'd like to present here for consideration. Option 1, retire North Omaha Station Units 1, 2, and 3 and convert the remaining North Omaha Station Units 4 and 5 from coal to natural gas as previously planned by the end of 2023. This has the beneficial environmental impact of reducing emissions from North Omaha Station. However, As mentioned previously in this presentation, the Power with Purpose project was intended to facilitate the North Omaha Station generation retirements and fuel conversion. But with Power with Purpose being delayed due to all the industry challenges and events I just discussed, proceeding with the North Omaha Station unit retirements and fuel conversions, as previously planned, would lead to significant grid reliability and resiliency impacts. Particularly, our voltage stability and import capability, which are both critical electrical properties that need to have margin to help avoid large-scale blackouts, would reduce by approximately 60% of current levels, leaving the OPPD system degraded and in an unacceptable condition. Therefore, we have an option too, and that is to defer our plans for the North Omaha Station generation retirements and fuel conversions until there is certainty for the Power with Purpose gas generation grid injection and operation. This has the benefit of maintaining grid reliability and resiliency. The district will need to make additional investments to extend operation at North Omaha Station, but those investments are estimated to be offset by the anticipated regional wholesale market revenues. So considering the two options presented here, we recommend option 2 for extending North Omaha Station for an interim period. And on the next slide, I'm going to unpack a lot more details regarding what I mean by that interim period and this recommendation. So I think we want to transition to the next slide. And then after I get through this, I can pause for questions. Because I know there is a lot of information on the slide, but we felt it was necessary to provide as much detail as possible around the conditions for which we would recommend to continue operation of North Omaha Station in its current capability. So I'll simply just begin by reading the specific language for the recommendation. So, to ensure grid reliability and resiliency, extend North Omaha Station in its current capability until all conditions, including but not limited to transmission network upgrade requirements, as set forth in the executed generation interconnection and transmission service agreements for Power with Purpose gas generation, have been satisfied. So I'm going to spend a little time breaking down what I just said in a bit more detail to try and make that clear what that means. So you will notice the words current capability are underlined and bolded in that first bullet point. As a reminder, North Omaha Station's current capability means that units 1, 2, and 3 primarily operate on gas, and units 4 and 5 primarily operate on coal. Also, current capability does not mean we operate the units exactly as we have in the past. Rather, it means that the units need to be capable of operating like they have in the past to preserve grid reliability and resiliency when called upon.
Also, then, I don't know if you're going to mention this later on, but I think it's important context. There is limited availability of natural gas to the North Omaha Station. So today, we have enough natural gas during the summer months to operate units 1, 2, and 3, but not enough to operate 4 and 5. A question may come in at some point, hey, why don't you switch 4 and 5 from coal to gas? The answer is not enough availability of natural gas. So that's part of the current capability takes into account the limitations we have of natural gas supply into the North Omaha Station.
Correct. Thanks, Javier. That's a good contextual item to add there.
And also, you know, when we converted North Omaha State units 1, 2, and 3 from coal to gas back in the 2015, 14-15 timeframe, again, that was important to know how much gas we had. We're going to talk a little bit about emissions later on. That conversion of those 3 units from coal to natural gas, along with the addition of almost 1,000 megawatts of wind generation through power purchase agreements, have resulted in the North Omaha Station CO2 emissions are today about 2 million tons lower than they were back when we had those 3 units on. So we have already achieved significant reductions of CO2 by having those 3 units capable on gas. They don't operate, they rarely run. But when we need them to run is on the most important parts of the year, and we need to have that gas available in those units in good working condition. So just adding a little bit of context there.
Thanks, Javier. So I think where I left off and where Javier added some more great context is on the current capability of the units in the station and what that means. And so what I also want to talk about is additionally the time frame for extending North Omaha Station in its current capability is recommended to be directly correlated to when our power with purpose gas assets complete the federally regulated SPP, regionally administered grid interconnection process. And so we anticipate receiving those Southwest Power Pool service agreements by late 2024 or 2025 timeframe. And upon completion of those service agreements, we will reevaluate the North Omaha Station extension for potential termination at that time, or further extension pending what the final SPP transmission build-out requirements are that are identified in those studies and that are put in those service agreements, and how long those transmission upgrades would take to build. For planning purposes, we recommend to prepare extension of North Omaha Station and its current capability until at least 12/31 of 2026, which would be a 3-year extension from beyond previous plans. So the reason for this time frame is that we need to prepare for that possibility now, as the decision to extend operations at North Omaha Station cannot be made on a month-to-month or even a year-to-year basis, as there's various factors involved with extending the operation of North Omaha Station that require long lead multi-year preparations, which I'll discuss shortly on the next slide. And this preparation for extending 3 years doesn't mean that the plant will exactly extend for that duration, but we have to plan and prepare for that possibility now. So as part of the plan to extend North Omaha Station operations, we would also attempt to balance environmental impacts and reliability needs by exploring possible options to minimize North Omaha Station coal unit emissions if system conditions allow, along with pursuing interim grid interconnection service for power with purpose generation. Even though it's revocable, we would still pursue it in parallel. And we will continue to advocate for energy regulatory policy reform for new grid interconnections regionally and nationally, as we've done in the past. So in addition to extending North Omaha Station, moving to the bullet points on the bottom, we would plan to expand our large customer demand response programs, primarily commercial and industrial customers. And we would continue to pursue those critical power with purpose utility scale solar resources. So now that I've got through all the bullet points on the slide, I know there's a ton of information on here, but like I said, we wanted to clearly communicate the parameters around extending North Omaha Station in an interim state. And again, that interim state duration will be determined by how our power with purpose gas generation assets are able to proceed to the backlogged federally regulated grid interconnection process, which is an important thing to understand. So with that,
Let me
I can
chime in
transition
really
to the
quick.
next slide or just pause here. So I'm
Before we go on to the next slide, because the next slide we're going to talk about why all the things that we're going to need to start working on to make these a reality. Let me reaffirm to the board and to the public our commitment to execute our power with purpose strategy is unwavering. We will get these done. We will retire units, North Omaha units 1, 2, and 3. We will convert North Omaha units 4 and 5 from coal to gas, and we will install and have the new generation online to continue to serve our customer owners. The issue we have today is a reflection of something we have discussed in the past. The transition into a cleaner utility framework, it's neither fast nor easy nor without risk. And what we're finding right now is that we have to take a lot of care, make sure that we are moving at a pace where we can always assure that we will have, ensure that we will always have reliability, that we will have a adequate system protection to make sure that we have the power flowing to our customer owners when they need it, and that we are taking the risk mitigation actions that we need to in order to maintain reliability. It is not lost on me or any member of the OPPD team that this delay of the North Omaha conversion will result in also a delay of the CO2 emission reductions that we were planning to achieve in 2024. That is the biggest concern. And I want to make sure that the members of the public and the board know that we are very aware of that. We want to continue to reduce emissions as much as we possibly can, and we also don't want to put the system at risk. So that's the reason for this proposal for the board. I don't want to minimize the aspect of emissions and how important it is, not only CO2, but all greenhouse gas emissions. We are committed to minimizing and eliminating coal operations at North Omaha when we can safely and responsibly do that. And so I want to make sure that I was able to state that and open it up. I see there are a few hands before we move into the next part of the presentation.
Maybe I'm maybe I'm managing questions. Rick, you can go ahead.
Your hand was up before mine.
Great, I'll go ahead. The proposed extension lists anticipation through December of 2026, but based on the process outlined here, we are subject to external forces, and this is not something that we can guarantee today. Is that correct? Yeah, I guess I just wanted to make it clear that there is an anticipation here, but this is a particular item that in the past we have on multiple occasions had board resolutions and votes and authorization for actions by OPPD leading to the eventual retirement at North Omaha that did include timelines, and the proposed or the recommended mitigation plan today does not have certainty of timeline. And I just want to make sure that we're clear that that is what's included in the proposal, that due to external forces which are not directly controlled by OPPD, we cannot provide certainty at this time about the conclusion of the conversion. I understand that we are focused on that, and CEO Fernandez, I appreciate your unwavering commitment, but I do want to make sure that it's clear that there is not a anticipated explicit date for completion of the conversion included in the recommendation now.
That is correct, Director Williams, although, you know, that's one of the reasons why you see the December 31 of 2026 date on the screen. We wanted to provide you and your colleagues on the board and members of the public an idea of when we believe that we should be able to deliver the whole conversion. But as you very accurately stated, our plans are dependent on many other utilities, not only in our region, but across different RTOs, as we are all trying to inject new sources of renewable generation. So from an environmental perspective, I am excited because I hear many other utilities trying to move in the same direction as we're trying to move. We're all trying to move in the same time frame with a transmission system that has limitations, right? And that is what's slowing things down. But ultimately, I believe that this is due to the fact that the industry, are all trying to move forward with significant amounts of new renewable generation.
And my only other point there for clarification, we did specify that the extension of the operation at North Omaha would impact our ability to reduce carbon emissions, but coal combustion does have other types of emissions which are also quantified and federally regulated, and those emissions would also continue and extend beyond the originally proposed deadline. And as North Omaha Station is in my district, I am especially sensitive to the impacts that come from the combustion of coal in a particular part of town and the people who live closest to that facility. So we talk about other mechanisms, including the current capability, meaning capable of generating, but the potential for modification of the way in which we operate our coal fleet. We've talked in the past about rather than a self-commit, a market commit. I'm sorry, rather than a self-commit, market commit to the SPP. I look forward to more discussion about what can be done in the interim period while we await the external constraint to complete the conversion. What can be done to mitigate and reduce the emissions of all types as much as possible through the time when we can successfully complete the conversion. And I know that we're not going to address that specifically today, but I want to make sure that we don't overlook and that we do recognize there are additional factors that are that will also be impacted by the recommended change. With that, Rick, I see your hand next. I'll pass it to you.
Director Williams, if I may, just really quick, I appreciate what you just said. I also want to remind the public and remind the board that in addition to the different operating plans that you just mentioned, we will continue to aim and what we have achieved so far in the past few years of having our coal units being categorized as low emitter status. This is a great opportunity to remind the public that we have limits at which we can our coal units can emit. We have been able to achieve half of those emissions, and if we achieve half of those emissions on a quarterly basis over, I believe it's 3 consecutive years, those units receive a low emitter status. And so I want to remind the public that we have achieved that low emitter status on all of our coal units for many, many years. I believe we may have lost one of those units recently because one quarter we may have been a little bit higher than 50% of the limit, but that's another commitment that we have. It's something that I think needs to be understood and shared, that we are trying to do our absolute best to limit those emissions, even beyond what could be allowed by federal law.
Rick, are you ready?
I think so. Well, I appreciate all of the information we've gotten. It's and CEO Fernandez, I do appreciate your doubling down. I'm not sure doubling quite covers it, tripling down on the commitment to the goals that we have, and certainly markets have changed, the context has changed, and we just have to respond to the world as it changes around us. In our presentation of this information, certainly looking at this slide and just at the words on this slide, the 4th sub-bullet under bullet number 1, we talk about balancing environmental impacts and reliability needs. The reliability needs have been well described. So I'm wondering, can we offer more insight into the environmental impacts that our operations have? You don't have to do it right now, but as we move forward with the discussion and as we move forward with the information that goes out to the public, we're certainly spending a great deal of time, resources, and effort and detail on the reliability needs. I'm not sure that the public is as up to speed on all of the environmental impacts that are involved here.
Yeah, thank you, Director Yoder, for that, and we will take that for sure. Really, this is going back to the conversation we had earlier in the meeting. This is really looking at SD7 and SD9 as proposed, and how do we look at those environmental needs and reliability needs. I would say, if you're talking about environmental impacts, we haven't talked about reliability impacts, right? What could go wrong if we were not to address these? So I want to make sure that we're really addressing those two at the same time. And very clearly, SD7 is something that we have in mind, and one of the reasons why we know this is an important topic for the board to consider. But at the same time, it's one that helps us ensure that SD4 on reliability and SD9 as proposed on resource adequacy is that we are meeting those requirements.
Sorry, Greg, go ahead.
Thank you. Could we go back a slide, please? And Javier, you hinted at this, but Dan, I'm wondering, the voltage stability and import capability, I didn't write down your words, but what does it mean for it to be in an unacceptable condition? What are the practical implications of that for customer owners?
Yeah, appreciate the question. So I think I'd probably just start off by saying there's a real delicate balance to how much information we want to reveal based on all the numerous assessments we've done on this, which have been a lot. we have to be very careful about revealing critical energy infrastructure information publicly to talk about specific vulnerabilities to the bulk power system. But we also need to articulate the gravity of the situation, that if we don't proceed in the manner we're recommending in option 2, that the orders of magnitude of reductions of certain margins on our system will occur. So this was our best compromise on how to articulate this. The bottom line is that 60% reduction on those electrical attributes I'm mentioning are extremely concerning, and that would, in our opinion, leave our system very susceptible to potential rolling blackouts to ride through those type of degraded system conditions. So that's probably about simply stated as I can make it there.
Yeah, and I'm not looking, obviously, for you to reveal anything that's sensitive. I'm just trying to understand what, again, like what a degraded system results in X, what is X? And I think you hit it in a sufficient way to help me understand that. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? And Dan, this is kind of where I was asking the question about the connection between study and grid enhancements, and then agreements. So help me understand the recommendation until all conditions, including but not limited to transmission network upgrade requirements. So the study would get completed. They would tell us what the needed network upgrade requirements would be, which I read as transmission enhancements. And so am I reading this correctly in that all conditions being met would include those transmission, the full transmission upgrade being complete and online, and we're ready to go? Is that the point at which all conditions are met?
Yeah, I mean, so the language is including but not limited to those transmission network upgrade requirements, but those are by far the longest lead items that come out of these service agreements. So that's the primary long lead item that could impact the duration for the extension, which is why we specifically called that out. But there's other conditions in these service agreements, but you got it.
And so that's what I'm after. So the service conditions are met when the service agreement is in place. It tells us the things that we need to do in order to get online. We would need to fulfill those requirements as articulated in the service agreement, and then we're up and running. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
I think Director Moody, the other piece, I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. The other piece that's important here is it could be, linear line miles of 161 or 345. That could be an outcome. It could be component upgrades to a substation or something that is not as significant as the former. And so I just want to create the uncertainty here, or the visibility around the uncertainty that the outcomes can vary. And until they complete the study, we won't know those. And when we know those, then we'll be more informed to have a discussion on the in-service timeline. And we can discuss that as soon as we get that information. So I just wanted to kind of propose the ulterior outcome there, that it could be shorter.
That's helpful in trying to understand the potential scope and scale. And last question then. I mean, earlier in our meeting today, we talked about status update on both of these facilities and the transmission planning work that's underway, right? So in other words, we're not just waiting for the study to be complete to tell us how we're going to connect to the transmission system. We're taking immediate action to move some of that stuff forward. The interconnection study may tell us what else we would need to do beyond what we're already doing today. Yeah.
That's exactly right. The stuff we talked about earlier is minimally required for local interconnection. It's the larger regional dynamics of what other generators are coming on in Kansas, South Dakota that impacts kind of the larger, higher voltage network grid.
So your traffic control that we talked about earlier.
You got it. Yep.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't see additional questions here. I do have one more myself, and again, comment more than question. We've talked about other types of policy updates today, and now that we've had the presentation discussion here, the integrated system planning process that we've identified earlier, I hope will put us in a position to be more proactive at long lead time types of activities that will be necessary, because to date, we are completing more work than we ever have in the past. but I think it's we are able to anticipate that the pace of additional work will increase into the future. And so I hope that the policies we are working to update with SD9 on the way in which the integrated system planning is handled, with SD7 specifying the desired outcomes along the way toward 2050, and with SD4 about the resilience of the system, I hope that those will help us to provide guidance on as much forward-looking action and planning as necessary so that we can avoid similar types of situations happening where things outside of our control negatively impact our substantial plans. And if that is not the case, I want to make sure that we take the appropriate amount of time in each of the policy updates that we are implementing so that as we come to future decision points about becoming the utility of the future that is described in the Power in the Future 2050 vision, and that we've talked about again and again for the last several years, that we have policy that will allow us to achieve that as anticipated. And so I appreciate the focus on multiple parts simultaneously. And if we need to make any changes to other policies in order to be prepared for those future resource planning and integrated system planning decisions, I hope that we can proactively incorporate that into policy now so that we'll be more prepared the next time we need to make decisions like this. Javier, looks like you have a response there.
Yes, a response that perhaps it's a great segue for the next section. And so you mentioned very clearly, and I wholeheartedly agree with you on the need for us to have those processes in place, the policies for us to really look into the future. And it's to ensure, and this is on me, to ensure that we are growing this organization and that we have the labor, the capital, the infrastructure capability to meet the growing demands of our customer owners. Very clearly, something that we saw during the Pathways to Decarbonization study was all the different electrification scenarios. And it is not out of the question that by 2050, we could have load that is 2.5 times the load that we have today, right? So as we're looking at policies and planning, my duty is to present to the board the needs, the organizational requirements that we're going to have to meet that growing load. And it comes in all flavors: more people, more capital, more tools in order for us to grow with the region. Ideally, you want to grow a little bit before the region's demands grow, not too far into the future, but not too slow. So it's picking the right time. And I think this goes back to your point, Director Williams, of having policies that really allow us to build that margin to continue to grow and meet the growing demands of our district. Think about electrification of the economy, transportation, and heating and heat pumps, and it's getting more complex, and it's growing at a pace that we haven't really seen in the past. So we have our work is cut out for us in the future, and I really appreciate having this discussion because it really highlights the challenges and the opportunities that we as an industry have going forward. And perhaps this is a good segue into the resources. I talked about resources. I think we're going to talk about more tactically what needs to happen in order for this recommendation to move forward, and all the pieces that in this puzzle that need to come together. So Dan, I don't know who's going to take the next part of the presentation.
Yep, no, thanks, Javier. That's actually a great segue. So if we can go to the next slide, I think I've got just a handful more slides and then we'll conclude. So as you mentioned, as we prepare for possible 3-year extension for North Omaha Station and its current capability, as the decision to extend North Omaha Station can't be made on a month-to-month or even a year-to-year basis due to the long lead planning items involved, I just wanted to describe some of those long lead planning items that I talked about. So first of which is staffing. Review of critical staffing requirements to operate the station and its current capabilities currently in progress. And the qualifications and training required to operate the station takes several years to obtain. So a thoughtful and careful approach to maintain adequate staffing levels is required. Also, there's going to be additional maintenance and capital improvement work needed. So using your car as an analogy, just like you need to perform maintenance or replace old equipment on your car for extended operation, so must we do too for a power plant. And planning and coordinating that work during limited planned outage durations requires a lot of long lead time preparations. Also, there's going to be additional fuel acquisition required, along with environmental permitting considerations. And our environmental regulatory affairs and energy production teams will continue the strong partnership with our regulators to ensure sufficient regulatory margin and permit compliance for this recommended change. And finally, there's going to be a significant stakeholder outreach effort involving communication to inform the many stakeholders on this recommendation. And we'll spend a bit more time on that stakeholder outreach plan shortly in the next couple slides here. So if you go to the next slide. Before we just unpack the stakeholder outreach plans, I just wanted to go over a summary of what our next steps are. And first, we're going to initiate plans to prepare for North Omaha Station Extension and its current capability, not execute plans or execute the project, but initiate plans to prepare for it because of the long lead items I mentioned. We're going to do that while pursuing options to address environmental impacts and reliability needs. So just as a quick reminder, I think we've talked about this a fair amount today during the committee meeting, but OPPD's board has developed strategic directives, or SDs, which guides much of the district's or management's decision making. And there's a select set of those SDs which address environmental impacts and grid reliability. And the board's continually reviewing those SDs, like we talked about earlier, based on emerging trends, events, and challenges that continue to impact our industry. So we just wanted to quickly highlight some of those potential revisions to those relevant SDs as they pertain to the topic today. So the first is SD9, resource planning, and we already talked about this, but the board's evaluating potential revisions to this SD to clarify how grid reliability and resiliency are considered in integrated system planning. Next is SD7, environmental stewardship. The board's evaluating potential revisions to incorporate interim metrics as OPPD pursues our net zero carbon goal by 2050. And finally, there's SD4, reliability, and the board's evaluating potential revisions to that to narrow this to SD's focus more on operational reliability metrics, pending the outcome of revising SD9 to focus more on planning forward for reliability and resiliency. So also, as part of our next steps, OPPD will continue advocacy for energy regulatory policy reform for new grid interconnections at both FERC and SPP. We will continue evaluation of interim interconnection service options for power with purpose generation, along with expansion options for our demand response program. Stakeholder outreach efforts will commence from now until the August board meeting, and we will describe that in a little more detail in the next slide. And then finally, the mitigation plan recommendation to extend North Omaha Station in an interim state is requested to be voted on at the August board meeting. So with that, unless there's any questions on our next steps, I'll turn it over to Lisa Olson to talk more about our stakeholder outreach plans and further details on this timeline.
So a quick question here. You noted early on that one of the market is changing. One of the bottlenecks / barriers, I guess, are the zoning regulations in the nearby counties. And that does seem to be an area where OPPD has some influence as well. Is that something that would weave into this, or is that?
Yes. We have some influence, but as you are well aware, as a member of a local elected body, local control is very, very important. So I think we have engaged with as many county commissions, planning commissions, trying to share the importance of all of our generation plans, including utility scale solar. We have some ability to influence, but not unilateral. We have to work with county commissions, especially under the purchase power agreement concept, where we have been relying on the tax credits that private developers can achieve, and they have to engage and they have to get approval from county commissions. So I personally, and you know this, Director Yoder, we have been working really hard, working in partnership with our counterparties in the county planning commissions and county commissioners, helping them understand the need. And for us also to listen to their concerns, the concerns about land use and location of potential solar setbacks. We have learned a lot through this interaction, and we're making some progress, sometimes a little slower than we would like to, but we're working very hard trying to get county commissioners comfortable so that when a project comes to their table, they're comfortable approving it. but ultimately it's up to them. And so we have also discussed internally with my team the option, the potential option of us owning and operating and building solar on our own, something that we haven't necessarily pursued in the past, because we always like to work hand in hand and in good collaboration with our neighbors, with our counties. They are our customer owners. But at the same time, we have a service to deliver. We have timelines. Our load is growing, and we have a need for us to install and connect generation as fast and as safely as we possibly can. So nothing is off the table. We continue to work with counties, and we will keep these body and our stakeholders appraised as we make progress. But thank you for the question.
Yeah, I think, you know, one thing, Director Yoder, I just want to make sure you saw is two slides ago, we had a bullet point on the criticality of continuing to pursue the solar. And so there's been a number of counties where, you know, the conversation has gone really well, specifically around conditional use permits. And so we're trying to continue to stay connected with some of those counties and leverage what those counties have been able to do, maybe in some other counties that are interested in what this might look like. But I do want to be really clear on Javier's point. When we announced Power with Purpose in 2019, there is no aspect of Power with Purpose that is elective. We need the resources to serve the load. And we're working very diligently with a lot of partners to be able to do that. And so I appreciate being able to make that comment.
Well, if I could thread on that, that's really well said, Brad, that none of it's elective. But for purposes of today and this recommendation, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm really connecting, and I'm looking at the specific recommendation is about gas generation. The if is the gas generation, the then is the North Omaha. And even if by chance we see a massive rush on solar because all the barriers just slipped away magically, it's still about that gas asset, those gas assets, right?
Yeah, and I think that's a great characterization. And this is a point we should be really clear on. The dispatchability of the natural gas assets allows us to continue the desired work at North Omaha Station. Our ability to serve load predictably across the system as a whole requires all of the resources that have been recommended and approved. So thank you very much, Director Yoder. I'm sorry, Director Moody, excuse me.
Nope, that's good. That's what I needed. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, if you want to go to the next slide, please, Mo. So as you have seen, a tremendous amount of work, and experts have been working on this, and we are not coming to you with this recommendation lightly. And we also take great pride in our stakeholder outreach, and we're going to continue that. So I'm going to leave you with a quick notification of our stakeholder outreach. You've heard me say success of stakeholder outreach is that you may not agree on the outcome, but you understand the why. And that's going to be extremely important because so many of you, for the public, have been along this journey with us, and we've taken this very seriously. And so, you know, we just came off of the Pathways to Decarbonization stakeholder outreach, which was very successful, and many people in the community participated in that. This isn't about if we're going to do it, it's just about when. So it's not if, it's about when. And so let's talk a little bit about the stakeholder outreach that will be happening through the August board meeting. So with that, Ms. Kate Thomas is going to be going over the stakeholder outreach. Kate?
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. Is my audio good? Checking. Excellent, thank you. Just a little bit more color commentary to the nice setup you offered, Lisa. Our objective here, we know that we've just taken the past hour plus to go through some really complex work and topics, and we want to make sure that as best our ability that we're communicating this challenge and this recommendation in a way that resonates with our customer owners. And so From now until what is now scheduled as a board vote at the August board meeting, we'll be doing various outreach and education efforts. And if we look to the timeline on the right, just will kind of show you where we're at yesterday, just in keeping with our commitment to making sure our employees are aware of decisions or recommendations, rather, that will be presented. We completed employee communication, and huge kudos and thank you to our leadership and our ELT for making time to really have great, robust conversation with our employees. And then today, following our board committee meeting, we will make some preliminary education materials available. So both on OPPD.com, and if you go to OPPD Community Connect, they'll take you to the same page. We'll have an overview of this recommendation, a downloadable PDF handout for people to review. And we think it's laid out very methodically and in layperson's terms. And then we also have a nice overview video. So those are some just initial pieces that you will be able to find yet today after our committee meeting. And also just a reminder that this very deep dive presentation that Dan Linehan masterfully led us through today will also be available on OPPD.com within the next day or so. So we'll begin those, just some resources. And then also through June and into July, that's when we really start having those stakeholder conversations one-on-one. So we'll begin talking with our community leaders and various organizations. Speakers Bureau is a tool that we leverage in making sure that we're giving this presentation and answering questions in a way that resonates with various groups. So just be on the lookout for that. That outreach will continue throughout July. A reminder, we do not have any July committee or board meetings. We also will ensure per our normal processes that our board members receive any comments and questions that come through our our board contact pages, and you'll be apprised of those on a weekly basis, so that by the time we get to August in our committee meeting and then the proposed board vote in August, you'll have lots of feedback about questions about what our customer owners are thinking and feeling, and we'll have had some really robust touch points with our customer owners. If you go to the next slide. Really, I think the three things, if you're on the call today, we want to make sure that our takeaways are is, one, reliability and resiliency are so important to us, and we're taking necessary actions locally to address a really complex and industry-wide issue. And you can learn a little bit more about that on OPPD.com later today. Two, we've spoken to this, that we're committed to achieving our net zero decarbonization goal and continuing to build a cleaner world. And that you can visit, again, those resources, OPPD.com or OPPD Community Connect to learn more. Lisa, let me pause. What might I have missed?
I think you covered it nicely. We also have robust FAQs that we will keep populating as questions come up. So we want to make sure that you get the information that you need, because if you have that question, others are going to have it as well. So with that, if there's any questions from the board, I will pass it back to Javier.
Well, really, it's just wrapping up the conversation, Lisa and the team, and thank you to all board members for your questions. As you can appreciate, and as the public can appreciate, this is not a decision that we take lightly. It is one that we have spent many weeks, months discussing, developing, figuring out how could we continue to move forward to our commitment to providing reliable, affordable, and environmentally sensitive energy services to our customer owners, and do it in a responsible manner, right? Doing the way that OPPD always does things. We need to be responsible and making sure that we keep our customer owners in mind at every single point in the journey. So I want to thank you all for listening, and again, back to you, Director Williams. We're still in systems, so I don't know if you want to continue to moderate more discussion on this topic, or you decide when to move to the next topic.
Yeah, thank you. I think we've had robust discussion today. We have a longer than usual public input process, and then we have meetings in August where we can discuss additional points if necessary. So unless there's any director who wants to jump up, wave their hands, flag me now. I think we can wrap up this item for today. Look forward to the input from the public and additional discussions, and move to the last item from the Systems Committee, which is the Nuclear Oversight Committee report. And I will pass it to Tim Euling for that report.
Good afternoon. If we go to the next slide, please. In addition to the safe and secure storage of fuel, 3 items I wanted to talk about today. The first one is the reactor vessel segmentation project. That is our critical path project. We've been undertaking that since November of last year. That is on track to complete by the end of this year. And then once that project is done, we'll start changing our focus to creating the conditions needed to start the vessel segmentation throughout 2023. I'm going to skip the middle bullet for now because we've got some pictures to go along with that. But if we go to the last one, in May, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission was on site for a routine inspection. They found no issues. They did both a review of documentation and a tour of the site to watch work in progress. The frequency of those inspections has increased this year, and that's just basically due to the amount of work we're doing and the type of work that we're doing. So we expect another inspection in the middle of July. And if we could go to the next slide, please. To talk about structural demo, I wanted to level set everyone again. And usually I show you these buildings from the other side. So this is what I'll refer to as the back side. So the turbine building to the left, the auxiliary building that's at multiple levels, that's horseshoeing around containment in the middle, and then the processing building to the right. And so this picture was taken back in February. Next slide, please. So by about the middle of April, I guess the end of April here, we had started into demolition of the auxiliary building and started in that center section there. So you can see a fair amount of progress was done by April. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see what we accomplished in the following month. So I'll start on the right. There's no longer a building there. That processing building is completely demolished. All that remains of that is the foundation. Then if you look, the large building right next to it, the auxiliary building, that portion of it, that building is all cleaned out. Now it's just a matter of taking that structure down. And as of today, about half of that structure is down to ground level as well. Next slide, please. And then this just gives another view so you can kind of see the side and how we take down those structures. That auxiliary building was a very robust structure, basically designed to handle everything that Mother Nature could throw at it. So it takes a whole lot of pounding with those excavators to get that building down to ground level. And there is a lot of work that remains even once those are at ground level. Some of these structures have foundations and that's the end of it, but some of them have basement areas that get cleaned out as well. And that is the end of my report. Once I say that we remain on track for substantial completion by the end of 2025 on budget. Take any questions.
Great. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate the photos. We talked about that last month. Glad to see the updates this month. I don't see hands or hear comments or questions now. So again, thanks very much for the update and for the ongoing excellent performance. Glad to hear that we are on schedule and expected to be on budget for the final completion of the entire project. So thank you. And with that, I believe the Systems Committee is complete. And I believe Director Bogner has returned from her technical difficulties. Is that correct?
I'm here. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Only gone for a few minutes. Okay, we are moving on now to Public Information Committee. Director Molhoff, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Director Bogner. Public Information Committee met on June 7th. And we had just a couple items on our agenda. We talked about this Power with Purpose reliability update that you've just seen, and then discussed the SD11 economic development policy refinement. And I will turn it over to Vice President Olson for and kind of where we're at and where we're going.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you. Mo, next slide, please. We're just going to go over quickly. I want to pause here for a moment. I want to thank Scott Foshe and the governance and process that he has put together so beautifully for us to revisit all of these SDs, because it is a balancing act between all of them. And some are easy to measure outcomes and others are not. And I would put that SD11 is in one of those categories. So the Public Information Committee wanted to address SD11. And so if you could have the next slide, please. I'll just go over the process that we did. It was part of the board work plan. Then it was prioritized at the workshop. And then Javier and our CEO and assigned it to the right particular group that needed to have it. The committee went through it over the last several months, and then the board has requested, or the Public Information Committee has requested to have it come back to the board. So next slide, please. So the committee did review it on May 17th, and during the committee meeting, it was asked that we would put it out for public comment, which we did. Next slide, please. And I will say that we received some really good feedback, but we also did a different approach here. We proactively went out to the chambers, the regional and statewide organizations and service providers, thanks to the help of Tim O'Brien and Brooke Aiken and the economic development team, to get their insights. Since really, let me pause here for a moment, because I'm going to read the definition of the International Economic Development Council. Economic development is the intentional practice of improving a community's economic well-being and quality of life. It includes a broad range of activities to attract, create, and retain jobs, and to foster a resilient, pro-growth tax base and an inclusive economy. The practice of economic development comprises of a collaborative effort involving industry, government, and a myriad of community stakeholders. So with that definition, we took the feedback from the board and from the community and reviewed this with the Public Information Committee on the next slide, please, and landed on the proposed language. So on the right-hand side is the changes since what was proposed last month to the feedback that we received from the public and from the board members as well. So with that, Director Mulhoff, I will pass it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Just for context, I think some of the context comments that we got from the public were, there was some comments, first of all, like, why is OPPD even doing economic development, and what does this do for us? And then some others just automatically jump to the Google and the Amazon and the Facebook data centers. But as I go around my district, I see biotech and fulfillment centers in Blair, and 3M expansion in Valley, and new commercial developments in Ashland. And one of the things that we included in this was language about being a trusted partner. And if we can be a trusted partner to communities for economic development, then they will also trust us when we come to them to talk about solar and generation and transmission and those kinds of things that we need to really make sure that our business is serving all of our customers and all of our communities. So that was kind of how we landed on the final wording that you see on your screen. The only thing we did talk about, there was a suggestion that we explicitly include in the SD that these economic development efforts support the goals of reliable, affordable, and environmentally sensitive operations. So we talked about that, and we decided not to put it in, but if there's a consensus that we need to have that in there explicitly, we could add it. But it's really implied in everything that we do at OPPD is our mission statement of reliable, affordable, and environmentally sensitive operations. So we did include language about sustainability and that we want to support existing customers and small businesses, as well as the larger entities that are landing in our district. So I would take the committee was recommending that we bring this forward for a vote on Thursday, but I would take comments from other board members and Brooke, I really appreciate all the work you did on this. I know that was a heavy lift and we had you working overtime, but thank you for the final result. I'm pretty happy with it. So I don't see hands yet, but.
Director Williams has a question, Director Mulhoff.
Okay, go ahead.
Great, thanks very much. I did see the comments about specifically the definitions related to economic development and economic growth. Lisa, I appreciate you providing additional information and indicating that we received that public input and we understand how that interacts with the policy language that we have here. I've mentioned in the past the focus on efficiency and conservation as a way to reduce energy costs, and that is another type of economic development, but does not generate additional economic growth. I think this is relatively in line with some of the feedback we received. And I'm curious, as we talk with other policy updates, is it possible that we can identify things that we can quantify in a monitoring report to indicate that this is important to OPPD? We do recognize the small business development where a number of employees, number of other smaller contractors working on especially energy transition projects would be quantified and understood as a benefit to the community. I think that would help to respond to questions we received about large industrial types of customers being viewed generally as clearly associated with economic development, but smaller commercial operations being a little more difficult to both quantify and recognize as a benefit. So some mechanism of, in the reporting after the language is updated, quantifying some of those benefits would be helpful. Additionally, with the efficiency or the conservation measures, I know that is a very challenging thing to try and quantify, particularly the more specific you want the measurement to be. But understanding something like energy use and quantifying it compared to GDP or population or per square foot of buildings, something like that to recognize that as we see economic development, we know that it is possible for us to support our customers in ways other than just more. Sometimes it is better for us to support them in less. And so I don't have specific comments, nor do I want to insist that any changes in language be made here, although I have made comments about efficiency and conservation in the past. I appreciate the work that's been put in here, and with understanding that monitoring reports can capture additional clarity that is not specified in policy language.
Correct.
I do think that the work put in here is helpful and moves us in a positive direction.
Director Williams, if I may, that's a fantastic point, and I'll draw an analogy that really didn't happen that long ago when we were talking about rates. And Sd2, I had lengthy conversations with some of you back then, and back then and still today, the language says we're going to monitor affordability. Right. At the time, we didn't know exactly how we were going to monitor, what we were going to monitor, and those metrics have continued to evolve. Today, we're using energy burden. That was not prescribed in the SD, but it's something that we, through conversations with the board and the finance committee, we decided, hey, that's a good direction we're going. And I can say probably that energy burden is not going to be there forever. We're going to continue to find other ways, right? And it's continuously looking to refine those metrics and really getting into the objectives that the board is making. So I really appreciate your comment, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to do something similar to what we did on that one.
Absolutely. Thank you for that comment, Director Williams. And Brooke is on the line as well, because we take measurement very seriously, and we also do studies to make sure that we're on the mark as well. Brooke, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Lisa, you covered it well. We really do follow the industry best practice around economic development, from how it's defined to how we even educate ourselves and continue to get recertified in the economic development landscape and really try to follow industry best practice. So the International Economic Development Council has a number of different indicators around economic development and metrics that we are continually looking at, and we've got a running list of all the different outcomes that we can think about reporting on as this gets approved. So we're excited about these changes and the feedback we've gotten, and I don't have anything additional.
Great. Thank you. I also want to echo what Director Molhoff said. Brooke and the team just did yeoman work on this along with Scott, since it was the first one out of the gate, and we wanted to tie it to Powering the Future 2050.
Great. So one additional point there, Chair Bogner, a couple times we've talked about additional ways which we can indicate intent associated with policy language update. I'm curious if that's something that the governance committee might take up, or if we could work with Scott or in an appropriate channel to help clarify and capture some of the things that are highlighted during discussion when a policy update is made, but are not included specifically in the policy language, but are understood to be how we are interpreting the language and how we expect monitoring reports to help clarify and provide detail associated with the specific language of the policy. And so I guess I would leave it to you if that is something appropriate for the governance committee to consider, or how we might provide some additional background. Policy language is one part, resolution language is a second part, whereas clauses. Additionally, could we provide some documentation so there's a record in the future of the comments received from the board at the time, which may not have directly influenced language on the page in the policy book and the policy manual, but that was clearly understood by board and executive leadership team about what we intend this language to be carrying forward. Thank you for that consideration.
Yeah, I think that certainly can show up, Javier. I saw you shaking your head. Is there a particular mechanism that you want us to use to document that?
I'm not going to do this on the fly. I'm actually chatting with Scott Foshe. I think that's a great idea. And so Scott Foshe, and, from a governance perspective, and I will work on something, and we'll bring it back to the governance committee and provide a proposal. I think this is a great way for us to refine and capture the conversation that's happening, so that next year, when there's the monitoring report, we can refresh our minds. Like, hey, that's what we were talking about last year. How are we doing? Right. So more to come. I have that as an action item, and Scott Foshe and I will work on it.
Thank you. Director Moody.
As the chair of the governance committee, I fully support what you guys just decided there. How's that? I gotta be honest, I'm struggling a little bit with this. To answer one of your first questions, Janice, I think you made the right call with respect to not including reliability, affordability, environmental sustainability into they're threaded throughout. They have their own places, and the minute we start doing that, then all of a sudden it just gets littered throughout everything, and I don't think that's the best practice. Lisa, when you read that definition, that was super helpful. And I'm hoping that I found it, but economic development is programs, policies, or activities that seek to improve the economic well-being and quality of life for a community. Is that the first sentence, perhaps?
It is. And we had put the link inside the chat.
Oh, got it. Okay. Didn't see it yet. So I think part of the reason I'm getting stuck a little bit is because of that definition squares with the way that I think about economic development, which is about a community's economic well-being and quality of life. And I personally struggle to see attraction, retention, and growth of businesses to be the thing that really always leads to that. We've talked a few times about, or at least I shouldn't say we, but I've mentioned a few times, to me, the biggest challenge that we as a community have is not about business retention and growth, and it's people. And so I'm still getting stuck on that. I know that the The SD as drafted talks about community needs, which is a great addition. It's also super vague, and when I think of needs, I think of basic needs rather than something more expansive. So maybe this gets to Eric's point a little bit with respect to how do we define those, and what does that look like as we really start to pivot and or add to the work that we're doing in order to enhance the community and make it aligned with what that definition is describing in terms of economic well-being and quality of life.
Great comment. I also want to make sure that the part of the beauty of our economic development team is one size does not fit all, right? So one community may need one need and another community will need another one. And that's the beauty of Brooke and Devin and James, and David going down and in those particular areas and finding out what do they need? What we need in, Murray may be different than what we need someplace else.
Yeah, certainly is, and that's undeniably the case. And again, I think, and this goes back to something that Director Williams talked about when we discussed this a month ago, which was, to what extent does it make sense for us to align our work towards, our Powering the Future vision? And to me, that vision is not only our vision for our organization, but our vision for the communities that we serve. And I think it's fair to say that in some cases there may be things that are occurring that are perhaps antithetical to the vision that we've articulated. I don't know what to do with that, honestly. I've wrestled with it and I've thought about it. I'm not sure that we want to get into the habit of saying, well, we'll participate in this economic development activity, but not that one. I think that's dangerous, and I wouldn't recommend that, but I guess I'll just offer that I'm struggling with it a little bit, trying to think about exactly what our role needs to be as we show up in the economic development work in a very diverse 13 county territory. Right. That, to your point, Lisa, has to be, the way that we show up has to be different for all of the different types of things that we're doing, whether it's Javier's participation on the Urban Core Committee or something that we're doing in a different county down south. So anyway, I'm just being honest and saying I'm struggling with it a little bit.
And I appreciate your honesty. As you know, because you were chair of public information when we did the other revision on this. And once we do one of the monitoring reports, then we could make some other revisions on top of that to see if we've hit the mark as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Continuous improvement, right?
Yep.
Yeah. That's totally right. Yeah, I get it. Okay, I'll stop. I see Rick's hands up. I'll let you go, Rick.
Yeah. So you caused me to just make this observation. In a world or even an organization of limited resources, we are always making choices about whether we're helping Murray today or we're helping Falls City, because we only have so many resources. So I think it is legitimate for the board to say when there is a tension, or if there's a tension on where to apply resources, that's what these strategic directives should be. They should help guide where those decisions are. So I'll just say that, and then because you didn't ask it, and you often do, to Lisa, how is this new language supporting or changing what you do with your economic development efforts, or Lisa and Brooke and all of the ED team?
I'll go ahead and let Brooke answer that, since she's the boots on the ground.
For sure. Well, and I think through this process and the feedback we've heard, one thing that's resonated really clearly is as we think about our competitive advantages, even as a utility, but also beyond that as a region, those are going to continue to evolve and change. So it's up to us to keep a pulse with our economic development partners and other cities, communities, and state on how we adapt and adjust and remain nimble and flexible in that way. And I think it's a directive as it's written. It gives us that flexibility that we need. We had an opportunity to kind of reflect on this too as we were going through this process. You think about Nebraska. We have nearly full unemployment today. we also know we have one of the lowest wages on average per state. So as we think about the highest amount of individuals working 2 jobs to meet an average income, Nebraska scores pretty high in that regard. We've generally been a top 5 state in that way. So as we think about attracting business, helping current business customers grow, we're really honing in on high skill, high wage type positions, thinking about what industries are emerging too. You think about advanced manufacturing and the automation that we're seeing in that way, or even biotechnology and biosciences. That's where we really see the opportunity to help grow our state, make it more prosperous. And we're also trying to remain nimble in what we're hearing from the community. So on the rural side, we know that due to population decline, we've got to think about how we help our rural communities who are seeking to grow and ultimately help their tax base. And also on the affordability side, and as we think about wealth creation and redevelopment opportunities, especially in certain parts of our territory that need more of a focus on that, we're doing some really great work and leadership in the way of the urban core development that you all are familiar with, how we think about investing as a region and as a state in those areas, and how we can help lead and drive behind the scenes and work with our partners. So those are just a few examples of some of the things that we've really put a focus in on since we last gave our monitoring report. And I'm confident that by the time we give our next one, there are things that we'll be working on that will be new and different from where we were last year. I think about some of the small business programming that we've added just in the last year or two, that we identified a gap among service providers and thought that's where we can help drive and provide value. So we'll continue to keep that mindset as we think about economic development collectively. I hope that helped answer that question.
I know you're doing a lot of good work. And I think the language here is an improvement. I personally would like to consider having some more boundaries or direction offered, but I think I'm really happy with much of what you have here about supporting workforce needs and community needs. Craig, I appreciate your desire for some metrics that go along with that. Honestly, I think Lisa, by offering here today that definition from the IEDC, and maybe Brooke, you know better about this, I'm betting they have metrics on well-being and the other components of that definition, because there are metrics for those out there, and the IEDC is no slacker when it comes to those kinds of things. So maybe offering that as something to include in SD11, I don't know, is a possibility. So there are many things to be happy about here. The thing that I worry about most is that last bullet, and the language that's used. The assistance that's offered is for business and industrial customers, and that where's the ROI for the residential customers? And that's kind of the connecting the dots that's always been there for me. How does us supporting C&I end up benefiting residential? And I think that was echoed in a lot of in maybe some of the comments I saw today too. So much good here. I think adding that definition might be a good thing to have, because it might have some metrics associated with it. But there you go. Thanks.
And Director, if I may, one of the, I have many conversations about economic development and economic prosperity of the region with people around the region, and it's really interesting. We often take pride, and I want to highlight that having a low unemployment in the state of Nebraska is a fantastic thing, and we often highlight that as just an absolute great thing. But one of the challenges we have is, well, we have low unemployment because we have few people. right? We have a lot of exports of talent. And so another aspect of economic development for us, I think it's how do we help the region retain our youth, retain our talent, have more people in the state, right? Achieving low unemployment is one very important thing, but if we're achieving that low unemployment because we have very few people in the state, that's not necessarily a great story. So I think it's looking at this from all perspectives, coordinating with the Chamber of Commerce, with the different state agencies to see how can we continue to foster and enable our community to be what it wants to be, and retain the talent that we are cultivating here, and instead of that talent moving across to other states, retaining them here, creating that economic activity. So that's just an additional comment.
Thank you.
Dr. Williams, go ahead.
Yeah, on the aspect of economic development, we talk about what differentiates us from other locations, and there are great maps of wind and solar potential. We have almost comically abundant, extremely inexpensive renewable energy in Nebraska, way exceeding all energy consumption that we currently have or could have in the future. And so when we look for things that we can use to differentiate ourselves and our region from other locations, can we drive to the lowest possible rates? Possibly. Can we have the most support for businesses in the area? Possibly, but that's not unique to our specific location anywhere near as clearly as the potential for renewable energy. And we've seen this from the development of 261M, which we talked about earlier, that there is a clear connection between making renewable access to renewable energy available to industrial customers and those customers choosing to move to OPPD service territory. We talked about ESG in some of the previous investment guidelines. We see that expanding and accelerating across corporate portfolios, and that being a critical value to others as they choose locations for where their offices and where their employees will be located. We talked about retaining youth. The trends of support are extremely overwhelming by age for renewable energy. When you look at people who are 40 or 30 or 20 and under, the support for renewable energy is exceptionally overwhelming. And again, we have more of that potential than basically anywhere else. And so when we look for things that can differentiate us, I know that it's not in the language here, but again, Javier has mentioned several times, and I continue to echo, the idea of margin on our renewable energy availability in our service territory, I think is one way in which we can absolutely differentiate from other locations. And I hope that the policy language we have here recognizes that that is something that we can develop and offer. And I hope that this guides us in the direction of working with communities to help them see the potential benefits from investing in clean energy and local power across our territory and across the state. So that's not a comment, but just hoping to tie together several things that have been mentioned throughout the day. And I hope that that is the type of thing we can capture in some of the documentation of when this policy was approved, what types of things do we view as potential metrics or potential quantifications about whether or not this is helping us to get to where we want to be. And I hope that that's something we can revisit in a year when we see the monitoring report for related to this policy update. Thanks.
Dr. Moody, you had another comment, a question?
I do, and then I'll be quiet. I think Javier hit it for me when he talked about, you know, our state's biggest need is people, and I know I've said that before, but the reason I wanted to bring it back up is because when I read through the strategic directive, it talks about attract, retain, and expand businesses, and it talks about favorable environment to attract new businesses and help existing business customers to expand. So I still struggle with, like, to me, I think we've still got a really heightened focus on businesses. And look, I'm a business owner and I get it. I also would say that the last person that we went through a big, long hiring process to hire is going to live in Buffalo and work for us. So the challenge is still ever present. And so I guess that's maybe where I'm getting stuck is my view of this is very broad and expansive about community well-being and quality of life, and not just about attracting and retaining businesses. And even this definition that Brooke shared talks about, where is it? Attract, create, and retain jobs, not attract, create, and retain businesses. And I know that those are very similar, but they're a little bit different. So again, I'm a little uncomfortable. We don't need to belabor it. And those are the reasons why.
So let me just ask you, Craig, do you want this? Is there a consensus then that this needs to go back to the committee and then for revisions before it comes for a vote, or I mean, the committee is ready to bring it for a vote on Thursday.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, you got a sense for where I'm sitting. That's, I guess we got to get a sense and read the room for where others are, I suppose, without nose counting.
Oh, sure. I get it. But, so,
sorry, one last comment to Lisa's point. Progress, improve again, right? So like, maybe let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater necessarily. That would be my only advice.
So the committee had recommended that this, move forward with the public comments that we got. And I guess I have to reiterate that these comments came from they came from board members, but they also came from our economic development community in the district. And these are the people that we really serve and collaborate with. And so I think if we use the language that to meet their expectations, we have to work with them as well. So I would like to, unless someone has some, other objections, I would like to go ahead and bring it for a vote on Thursday with this language as a big improvement over what we had before. So,
Janice, this is Sarah. I'll just jump in. We took a really long time to deliberate on this language, and I've been listening to some of the feedback, and it's a lot of things that we considered when we were going over this language originally. I was pretty hard on them, which is why I haven't said anything. I was pretty hard on them when we were going over the language. And so for me, this is still not perfect, but I think it gets us closer to what our intentions are as a board. The previous version was much, much further away than I think what we wanted them to be doing as a board. And so this gets us closer. If it's something where maybe we move, this is what I would support, moving it forward as a board, letting it sit for a year, and then revisiting it in a year and seeing if there are changes that need to be made at that point. Because at that point, those would be tweaks. They wouldn't be sort of the major overhaul. But I can also appreciate the perspective of saying, pump the brakes and, keep working on it. It just feels as though we've been working on SD11 for quite a long time. And this is as close as I think we can get to, not perfect, but as close as we can get to what the original intentions were that we have been hearing from others.
The committee was pretty much unified on this, and I agree. I'd like to see it proceed on Thursday as well.
thanks, Mike. Director Williams, did you have something else?
Yeah, following the comments from Craig and Sarah there, I don't see anything here that I think, if we're approved in a year, we would regret having had this language in place of the language that we currently have. I think that it is possible that we could continue to make additional improvements in the future. But if we're asking which of these two would we like to be in place from now until a year from now, I think it's clear that the proposed language is an improvement, and I would rather review a monitoring report in a year based on the proposed language than on the language that we currently have.
Basically, we're all saying don't let perfect be the enemy of the good.
Thank you, Director Williams. I appreciate that. And so the committee recommended to move this forward for a vote, and I believe that we will bring it to the full board for a vote. And in the next, Director Bogner, I'll give it back to you, and we can determine if it goes into the consent agenda or not. Thank you. That ends my report.
Thank you very much, Director Mulhoff. Okay, so the next agenda item is to confirm our board meeting agenda. So presently, the items that we've talked about today generally are on the consent, and then we do have corporate officer review and compensation adjustments on the action list, or excuse me, the discussion list. I would actually like to see the SD2, excuse me. Never mind. Would anyone like to propose any of the consent items to be moved into discussion?
I thought you were going to say SD2 and would move out to discussion.
Yeah, no, that's, nope. I'm not going to make that. I was expecting something else to be on this list and it's not there. I'm not sure what I'm thinking of. Go ahead.
So I think I would like to make comments on economic development. And so we can move that out. And even accolades, right? That is cause to move it off the consent. So SD2 as well.
Okay. So SD2 and SD11 revisions will be moved to the discussion. Any other items that need to be moved? All right, looks like we're in good shape to move forward. The next item on our agenda, the last item here, is review of board work plan, but we do not have any items currently identified. Oh, Director Williams, I'm sorry, do you have a hand raised?
It is related to the board work plan, so I'll let you, I apologize for jumping. Go ahead.
So presently we don't have any items on the parking lot, which is what our process says that we talk about during this part of our meeting. But I will leave it to our committee chairs to confirm that. Director Williams.
Thank you. The Systems Committee anticipates moving forward with consideration of a language update to SD7 related to milestones, timeline, and interim metrics as discussed earlier. We anticipate discussion in August and then determining next steps from there. That was something that had been flagged in the past from the Systems Committee and previous discussions. We would like to move SD7 in front of SD4 for consideration, with the understanding that after completing SD9 and considering SD7, we know that SD4 is still a priority related to the resilience of our system, and we do anticipate continuing that work as well, but that the language update for consideration in SD7 is the next priority.
Okay, very good. So right now that was identified as an on-hold item, and we will be moving that to, I think, working through a board resource,
right?
And OPPD resource, sorry.
Yeah, so it's just switching the order. They're both already on the work plan, and I don't know, Mo, if you have the list on the slides or we're just talking about it.
It's just a title slide.
Okay, so
work plans in diligent.
For the board, yeah, the second page of the board work plan, we have SD4 and SD7. What I hear Director Williams saying, it's switch the order, SD7 takes priority, and then SD4 would come in after.
That's correct.
Was that your intention, Director Williams?
Correct, and with the comment, anticipating a discussion at the Systems Committee meeting in August about next steps.
Yeah, so we can maybe identify that start date as August 2022, and then a finish date yet to be determined. So, okay.
And Director Bogner, I'm not sure if the board work plan needs to capture the discussion about how we document items that are not in the policy language, or if that just goes somewhere else. So I don't know if, again, maybe you or Scott or someone can clarify.
Director Williams, I would recommend that at least that component of the language would be something captured in the meeting minutes. It would be a normal part of corporate record. And then the second component is, as Javier mentioned earlier, he and I will be meeting and making decisions about how to best bring that forward in a way without being having to make a commitment in terms of how we do that right now. We understand that we will do it. I hope that's helpful.
That sounds good to me. And I heard the chair of the governance committee speak in support of that earlier. Thank you, Craig.
Yeah, I don't think it really goes here on the board work plan since it's not like board committee work right now anyway. All right, any other items that we need to talk about for board work plan? Okay, with that, that was our last agenda item. Just confirming that Thursday meeting is at 5 o'clock at the Douglas Civic Center, and we'll see you then. Thank you.